Chapter 754. Rumor had it that after Zhong Zhenghao obtained the broken sword, he left the flourishing Heaven Pavilion's territory and was immediately attacked by the other martial sages. Zhong Zhenghao was too busy to deal with Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Qin would definitely come for the broken sword of the Thunderwood Sword. His grudge with Zhong Zhenghao would not end here. I hope that you can escape this calamity and help me keep it safe for a while. Xiao Qin smiled gently and gave Zhong Zhenghao his blessings. Then, he started to seriously read the myriad Heaven Divine Fist. An unknown storm brewed. The heroes everywhere were sharpening their weapons, no matter what it was for. Xiao Qin was already involved. If he wanted to protect himself and obtain benefits, he needed to improve his strength further. The only way to increase his strength in a short time was the myriad Heaven Divine Fist in his hand. This time, when Xiao Qin flipped through the golden pages, he let his mental energy pour in like a gushing river, not stopping it. As Xiao Qin infused his mental energy, the pages gave off a bright, dazzling golden light. The pages flipped automatically. According to the distant legends, deities descended from the light. Majestic music played on the battlefield. This was an epic legend. As the people sang it, it was passed down through the ages. Without needing to memorize it, the various moves of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist imprinted themselves in Xiao Qin's mind. The distant legends of the ancient deity race also presented a magnificent, boundless, and majestic picture before Xiao Qin. The radiance of deities and some of the mysteries of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist complementing each other. When Xiao Qin completely drained his mental energy, the page stopped in the middle. There were still 3 moves on the latter half of the page that he had not flipped through. The golden light in Xiao Qin's eyes dimmed continuously. It flickered with a faint, majestic light, rampaging wildly within. Without needing to comprehend it at all, Xiao Qin completely understood the mysteries of the first 4 moves of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist. Closing his eyes, Xiao Qin started to absorb these mysteries. After a while, he opened his eyes. The light was no longer dimmed. However, his pitch-black eyes seemed even more filled with intelligence. As Xiao Qin's gaze paused on the pages of the secret manual, he felt that it was a pity. If he had more mental energy, he would have been able to comprehend the last few moves of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist. He gently flipped through the pages with his fingers, but no light appeared. After reading through the entire content, he was still confused and had no idea what to do. The deity race's martial techniques are truly incredible. As long as one has sufficient mental energy, one can directly comprehend the mysteries within. Without spiritual power, even if I look at it, I won't have a clue. Xiao Qin closed the secret manual again. Still not satisfied, he said, if only I could read the last 3 moves in one go. If an outsider heard this, they would probably go mad with anger. With the mental strength of an ordinary martial artist, they would be overjoyed to be able to see a complete move. This fellow had seen 4 moves in one go, yet he was still not satisfied. Even the peerless geniuses of the god race would be inferior to Xiao Qin in this realm. Furthermore, Xiao Qin was so dissatisfied. He was really not afraid of the wrath of the heavens and the people. The myriad Heaven Divine Fist had a total of 7 moves. Each move was incredibly strong. They were distant legend, radiance of deities, deities descending, chains of deities, eternal myth, dusk of deities, and the final move, burial of deities. Xiao Qin did not have enough mental strength to see the last 3 moves. He could only plan for them in the future. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Qin stretched his body and prepared to practice the first move of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist, distant legend. After taking a deep breath and recovering some of his mental strength, Xiao Qin started to circulate the distant legend. The various mysteries of the Divine Fist appeared in Xiao Qin's mind without much thought. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Qin's pitch-black eyes. A resonant poem resounded in the world. It sounded like countless believers were singing in praise, praising the legendary deities. The poem was holy and resonant, flowing continuously. When they merged together, it traversed the river of stars and time, reaching the other side. The golden light in Xiao Qin's eyes grew denser. His entire body was covered in light. His vital qi, veritable essence energy, and mental energy drained rapidly. Vaguely, Xiaochen seemed to sense the deep gazes of the deities in the heavenly kingdom, far beyond the other side. That was a distant legend. At this moment, Xiaochen felt it personally. The energy traversed the distance between time and space and the other side, pouring into his body. Xiaochen soared into the air and punched. His fist whistled, and the sound it gave off overlapped with the holy song. Space trembled, and the golden light immediately burst out, filling the air and turning it into a golden canvas that lingered for a long time. Xiaochen gently turned around and landed on the ground. When he saw the dense golden light in the air, joy appeared in his eyes. In that earlier punch, Xiaochen's mental energy, vital qi, and veritable essence energy actually merged together, forming a new energy. If someone had stood in front of him earlier, the light from his fist would have been enough to turn that person into dust. Xiaochen did not stop to rest. He continued practicing the second move of the myriad heaven divine fist. Distant legend, the deities of the other side, I pray in my heart, praying for the deities to send down their radiance to wash away the boundless darkness and sin of this world. On the other side of space and time, the many gazes that Xiaochen sensed earlier all focused on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, beams of golden light carrying vast and majestic energy traversed the boundless space and time, breaking through the void for thousands of kilometers, gathering on Xiaochen's body. The golden light on Xiaochen's body did not fade. His hair fluttered in the wind, scattering golden motes of light. The instant the light descended, Xiaochen instantly attacked, punching the void again. Boom! Silently, the golden light flowed along Xiaochen's fist and formed a huge and dazzling pillar of light. Then, it shot forward, opening a golden passageway. Everywhere the pillar of light passed, all obstacles turned to dust. This was the radiance of the deities. Deities descending. For the third move of the myriad heaven divine fist, a golden figure appeared high in the sky. It tore through the barrier of the sky and scattered the boundless clouds. Then, it landed on Xiaochen's body with a whoosh. Instantly, Xiaochen's aura soared. As his clothes fluttered, it seemed like everything bowed to him. As he walked, heaven and earth trembled. The energy in Xiaochen's body soared for no reason. Deities descending seemed to have the same effect as the strength character art's 33-fold increase in combat prowess. Both could instantly multiply one's combat prowess. The difference was that the strength character art was more tyrannical, directly increasing one's combat prowess by 33-fold. Even if one's veritable essence energy could not bear it, it would not just increase it by 2 or 3 times. Once executed, it would increase one's combat prowess by 33-fold. If one's physical body was not strong enough, even if one killed the enemy, one would be exhausted, losing all combat prowess. This was also why Xiaochen would not execute the strength character art unless he had no other choice. As for deities descending, although it was not as tyrannical and exaggerated as 33-fold combat prowess, it used the power of an ancient deity king, so the burden on one's body was not as great. Bang! Xiaochen's aura soared continuously. His expression remained calm as he punched the ground ferociously. There was no earth-shattering sound. 100-meter-wide pits silently appeared in the ground. There was no dust filling the air. The force of one punch directly crushed all the dust into nothing. Xiaochen withdrew his fist, and a divine light immediately shot out from his body, shooting into the sky like a meteor. Xiaochen's aura plummeted, and the originally vast and boundless energy instantly scattered. The force of one punch can bring out about 10-fold combat prowess. It is far inferior to the strength character art. However, it is more useful to me now. Xiaochen analyzed calmly as he looked at the deep pit in the ground. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes as he said, "With this punch, I can defeat Wu Yuan Kai, who only has 1/3 of his veritable essence energy left." The myriad heaven divine fist did not exhaust much veritable essence energy. It relied on vital qi and mental energy. The mental energy in Xiaochen's sea of consciousness still had more than 1 million kilograms of force. However, he had not developed it sufficiently. Not to mention mental energy, just vital qi alone could already exert 1 million kilograms of force. However, Xiaochen still used the superior-grade Earth-ranked Dragon Claw Fist, which could no longer keep up with his progress. Today, the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist utilized the two great treasures in Xiaochen's body to their fullest potential. Retracting his gaze, Xiaochen looked calmly to the front and circulated the fourth move of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. As he circulated his mental energy and vital qi drained. 99 golden chains appeared out of nowhere behind Xiaochen. Divine scripts flowed on the golden chains. As they spun, they looked like long dragons, carrying an overwhelming aura as they charged forward. They were like a vast army, vast and mighty. With a thought from Xiaochen, the 99 golden chains vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. The greatest use of the divine chains was for sealing. Without a strong target, it would be hard to test out its might without actual combat. After executing the fourth move, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes to continue comprehending. After all, there were some mysteries that he knew in his heart. However, only by putting them into action could he truly understand them. After a long time, Xiaochen opened his eyes. His pitch-black eyes were clear. He entered deep thought. The Myriad Heaven Divine Fist should still be lacking something. However, he could not figure out what exactly it was. Based on Xiaochen's understanding, the might of this fist technique should be far beyond this. In the future, when he advanced to Martial Sage, he might be able to see even further. Perhaps he might be able to touch the other side of the starry heavens, the distant legend of the deity race's heavenly nation that never faded. 5 days later, Nangong Qiong removed her extravagant attire and replaced it with plain clothes, concealing the noble aura in her bloodline. Then, she appeared before Xiaochen. She sized up Xiaochen and felt it was strange. After not seeing him for 5 days, Xiaochen seemed to have undergone a complete transformation. However, his cultivation clearly had not improved much. Nangong Qiong thought of something, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. She asked, "Xiaochen, how many moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist that you obtained from the auction?" Xiaochen smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not tell Nangong Qiong the truth. This girl's origins were mysterious, and she was very strong. He could not figure her out. Furthermore, she was very cunning. She was not as simple as she looked on the surface. When traveling with this girl, he needed to be more careful. "Let's not talk about this. Since you came to look for me, you should be setting off, right?" Nangong Qiong was rather tactful. Since Xiaochen was not willing to say, she did not pursue the matter. She only made a mental note of it. Then she smiled and said, "That's right. With our speed, we should be able to reach the Eternal Heavenly Sword School in 5 days. Chapter 755. Xiaochen tidied himself up and asked casually, "Aren't you afraid that Mo Ling Tian will recognize you if you go to the Eternal Heavenly Sword School like this?" Nangong Qiong smiled and said, "Naturally, I am not afraid. I have only been in Hunluo City for a month or so. Don't worry." Indeed, it was as Xiaochen had guessed. This woman should be a high-ranking member of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion's headquarters and not an insignificant supremacy of the local Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Not long after stepping out of the courtyard, Xiaochen sensed that someone was watching him. Nangong Qiong also frowned slightly and said, "You really have a lot of troubles. Should we deal with them first?" Xiaochen's expression did not change as he guessed who it was. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "There is no need to care. He is waiting for me to leave the city, and I am also waiting for him." After leaving the city and traveling 50 kilometers, Xiaochen's pupils constricted on a remote path. As expected, he saw Wu Yuankai with a ferocious expression and surging killing qi. Wu Yuankai wore a pair of dark gold gloves. As he looked at Xiaochen, his face twitched. He smiled sinisterly and said, "You are really bold. You left the city in less than 10 days. Do you really think that I was just joking? Why is this fellow so daring? Can't he see that I'm standing together with Nangong Qiong?" Xiaochen thought, finding it strange. However, Xiaochen discovered that Nangong Qiong was smiling faintly. At some point in time, she had already moved a kilometer away. Her arms were crossed over her chest, as if this matter did not concern her. This woman, today, I have nothing to fear. Let's see what else you can do. Before Xiao Chen could think, Wu Yuankai had already charged over with a flourishing aura. His fists swept out wildly, and many sinister underworld rivers surged over. Xiao Chen's eyes flickered. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and dodged the attack. Wu Yuankai had been suppressing his anger for so many days, and this was the time when his aura was at its peak. He would let him vent his anger first. Bang bang bang. The nether rivers covered in black energy danced in the air like raging dragons. The cries of vengeful spirits echoed endlessly, as if a terrifying purgatory had descended upon the mortal realm. Wu Yuankai's black hair was scattered, and his expression was ferocious. He glared at Xiao Chen, who was dodging all over the place, and chased after him. His fist, which was wrapped in a pair of dark gold gloves, shot out a power that caused the air to tremble, rumbling nonstop. White-robe brat, weren't you very powerful that day? Why are you so timid now? Rage burned in Wu Yuankai's heart. He looked at Xiao Chen, who was avoiding the fight, and shouted arrogantly and delightedly. As his white robes fluttered, Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored him. He held the sheathed lunar shadow saber in his left hand and casually swung it, scattering the fist wind. As the nether river filled the sky, Xiao Chen rode on the blue dragon image, moving back and forth like the wind. Under Wu Yuankai's wild attacks, huge pits appeared on the ground. Dirt flew everywhere, filling the air with dust and covering the sun. Bastard! If you have the guts, then don't run. Relying on the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen flew up and down. Wu Yuankai did his best, sending out all sorts of horrifying attacks. However, they always brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulders. At first, Wu Yuankai's delighted shout turned into a roar of rage and dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's heart turned cold. He had already made up his mind to make this person stay, not leaving behind any future problems. Naturally, he would not care about the other party's verbal attacks. It's about time. After another 100 moves, Wu Yuankai's aura ran out. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and placed his right hand on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been suppressing for a long time burst out. Hidden dragon in the abyss, soaring dragon in the sky. If I do not make a move, then I will let you shout as you please. However, if I make a move, it will definitely be earth-shattering, incomparably sharp. Xiao Chen stomped on the air with his right foot, and the surging black nether river immediately scattered, turning into black rain falling down. Before Wu Yuankai could react, Xiao Chen turned into a true dragon and soared into the air. Then, he drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. The black nether river dancing chaotically in the air scattered like dry weeds before Xiao Chen's soaring saber light. Wu Yuankai's expression turned startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen, who had been suppressing himself for so long, to unleash such a startling might after making his move. Without much time to think, Wu Yuankai moved his fists and materialized the 9 layers of purgatory painting at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. My aura flourishes. The momentum of a true dragon soaring is completely formed. How can the 9 layers of purgatory that you materialized in a hurry block it? In merely the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen scattered the newly formed 9 layers of purgatory. The dragon soared into the sky, its momentum not decreasing. Wu Yuankai cursed. He had no choice but to receive this move head-on. Bang! His protective quintessence nearly shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Wu Yuankai's lips as he retreated 100 steps. He glared hatefully at Xiao Chen and immediately launched a counterattack. However, even though Wu Yuankai was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. Since Xiao Chen had already caused his opponent's momentum to plummet, how could he give him a chance to turn things around? Ghostly image chop. The saber light split apart, and Xiao Chen sent out 72 saber lights, forming a sea of lightning that knocked Wu Yuankai back again. Following that, there was another unpredictable saber chi. Wu Yuankai had experienced this before, so he dodged in advance, narrowly dodging the saber chi. The saber chi brushed past him. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. Blue dragon goes to sea. After his first attack failed, Xiao Chen immediately turned around and executed the first move of the dragon subduing slash, not caring about the quintessence consumption. A blue dragon broke out of the vast sea mysterious phenomenon. Its ferocious roar resounded throughout the world. The 300-meter dragon-shaped saber Qi carried a vast dragon might as it hacked at Wu Yuankai. Wu Yuankai moved back 6 times in a row, repeatedly retreating. He could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood, vomiting it. Then he said in a crazed manner, come on. Continue. Continue. This old man wants to see how many resources you can squander. Xiao Chen remained silent. He swung his saber 4 more times, sending out a total of 10 blue dragon goes to sea before he stopped. Wu Yuankai, who had been knocked back in the air, was now in a sorry state. His long hair was disheveled, and his complexion was pale. Blood continuously leaked out of a corner of his lips. In reality, even if the 7 giants used 10 heaven-ranked martial techniques consecutively, they would not fare much better than Wu Yuankai. Nangong Qiong, who had already retreated 3 kilometers away, revealed a shocked expression. She said, "Is this fellow crazy? No matter how much quintessence he has, he should not use it like this." Wu Yuankai, who was in a sorry state, looked at Xiao Chen, who had sheathed his saber. Then he reared his head back and laughed maniacally. He said, "Who asked you to be so arrogant?" That 9 underworld rivers descended from the sky behind Wu Yuankai. His quintessence surged as he charged over with an overwhelming baleful aura. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. Xiao Chen casually tossed the lunar shadow saber to the ground. Suddenly, a golden light lit up in Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, countless resonant sagely songs resounded in the air. A vast divine aura radiated from Xiao Chen's body, which gave off a golden glow. Xiao Chen, who had exhausted most of his quintessence, charged over fearlessly at the frenzied Wu Yuankai. As Xiao Chen moved, the sagely songs surrounded him. The gazes of the deities on the other side of the starry heavens opened their eyes and focused on him. Bang! Xiao Chen punched, and his fist merged with the sagely songs. A boundless golden light poured out. In that instant, the 9 sinister underworld rivers, which covered the sky, were illuminated by the light, leaving nowhere to run. The black underworld rivers were purified into strands of black qi that scattered into the air. Wu Yuankai bore the brunt of the attack. When the light landed on him, it was like a flame burning him up, causing him to cry out in pain. Radiance of deities! Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His black hair gave off a golden light as it fluttered wildly in the air. The gazes of the deities crossed the distance between the starry heavens and the other side and focused on him. Xiao Chen's fist burst forth with a bright light, looking like a small golden sun, dazzling and dazzling. Wu Yuankai had just gotten rid of the golden light on his body. When he saw this piercing golden light, he was so frightened that he paled. Didn't this fellow exhaust his quintessence? How can he still be so powerful? The golden pillar of light turned into a fist wind as it flew forward. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered, but the light did not fade. Wu Yuankai did not dare to be careless. He unleashed all the heavenly sage laws that he had comprehended, quickly materializing a complete underworld river with 9 coils around him. At this moment, Wu Yuankai brought out the might of the blood shadow underworld river fist to its limits. When it clashed with the blazing pillar of light, it gave off a horrifying sound. Shock waves surged out in the air. Nangong Qiong, who was 3 kilometers away, changed her expression slightly. She quickly retreated, and the golden shock waves brushed past her face. If she had retreated any later, she would have been caught up in the shock waves. When she felt the hot wind on her face, her expression turned extremely grave. In a mere 5 days, he learned 2 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. This fellow is truly unfathomable. However, what shocked Nangong Qiong even more was that when Wu Yuankai faced Xiao Chen, who executed the light of deities, he felt like leaving. After clashing head-on several times, Wu Yuankai was severely injured. Originally, he thought that after Xiao Chen exhausted his quintessence, he could do whatever he wanted to him. However, he did not know where Xiaochen learned such a horrifying fist technique. As Xiaochen watched Wu Yuankai flee in a sorry state, his lips curled up. He said in a low voice, "It is already too late to think of running now." Deities descending. The golden image of a deity sovereign tore through the barrier of the sky for tens of thousands of kilometers. It was like a divine light entering Xiaochen's body. Instantly, Xiaochen's aura soared. He gave off a bright light, and everything in the world prostrated themselves in worship. Even Nangong Qiong's mental state changed somewhat. The image of Xiaochen in her eyes was like a deity, deterring all thoughts of resistance. Bang! Xiaochen pushed off the air, and the entire space shook. Cracks spread out in a spiderweb pattern on the ground, forming bottomless ravines. Like a meteor chasing the moon, Xiaochen caught up to the fleeing Wu Yuankai in an instant. Berserk energy burst out from his fist. Wu Yuankai could not resist at all. With one punch, his body exploded into a shower of blood, filling the air. The divine light in Xiaochen's body faded away. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wu Yuankai's spatial ring and the pair of valuable dark gold gloves into his universe ring. With a casual wave, the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground returned to Xiaochen's hand. Then, he gently landed before Nangong Qiong. Put, put, put. A cheerful smile appeared on Nangong Qiong's face. She clapped her jade-like hands and said, "Young Master Xiao is very skilled. No wonder you dared to challenge Bai Wuxue." After watching the show for so long, Xiaochen only said this. He could not feel happy about having this woman as his companion. Chapter 756. After the two of them left, they did not know that in the clouds 3,000 meters in the sky, a pair of pearl-like eyes had seen everything that had just happened. Whoosh! In the clouds, little heavenly monkey, the genius of the Fiend Domain's giant ape race, gently landed on the ground. Looking at the cobweb-like ravines on the ground, Feng's frivolous face revealed a grave expression under his messy hair. This fellow's myriad heaven-divine fist is actually much stronger than several of the young deity race experts. There is also that girl. If I am not wrong, she should be a descendant of a hidden sovereign clan. Feng raised his head and watched the two leave. His lips curled up slightly as he said, "However, this is good as well." Snatching the great rock-spreading wings painting piece from the trash of the six great sects is simply too boring. However, he would have to postpone his promise to his first uncle. Feng pushed off the ground and instantly moved 1 kilometer forward. There was no wind or waves, no sound at all as he vanished from where he was. 5 days later, Xiaochen and Nangong Qiong arrived at the gate at the foot of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. It was a continuous mountain range that towered into the clouds. Spiritual mist spread throughout the mountain range, giving off a refreshing smell. When one opened their mouth and inhaled, they would feel refreshed. When one looked up, there was an indistinct spiritual light between the mountain peaks, forming rings of different colors in the sky. The rings of light were hidden in the clouds, appearing and disappearing, adding to the mystery. Xiaochen looked around and said, "I did not expect this Eternal Heavenly Sword School to have more than 10 rank 4 spirit veins in the main peak." Rank 4 spirit veins were also known as peak spirit veins. They could produce superior grade spirit stones. 10 rank 4 spirit veins could produce a large number of rank 4 spirit stones in a year. Nangong Qiong's lips curled up as she said, "Your horizons are really extraordinary. Of these 10 peak spirit veins, none of them are of high quality. Only the main peak has a high-quality peak spirit vein. Such a huge rank 8 sect does not even have a holy spirit vein. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is only SOSO. At the foot of the mountain was a vast drill ground. More than 1,000 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect disciples were practicing the lightning light fleeing shadows sword technique. Sparks of lightning leaped on the swords. As the sword lights danced, they guided the thunderclouds materialized by the state of thunder above their heads. More than 1,000 disciples executed the same sword technique, and it was the same concept. Every single move could easily cause wind and thunder and lightning to rumble. The scene looked extremely grand, giving off a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, If a martial sage wanted to barge in forcefully, he would definitely be beaten back miserably. Nangong Cheong looked at the thousands of inner sect disciples on the drill ground with mighty auras. She smiled meaningfully and said, "What a great thunder light fleeing shadow sword. Unfortunately, the only thing worth praising in this eternal heavenly sword school is not your own." As Xiao Chen looked at this girl, a strange light flashed in his eyes. This Nangong Cheong seemed to have a great background. Unexpectedly, she knew that the Thunder King created this thunder light fleeing shadow sword. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, looked at the huge statue of the eternal heavenly sword sage on the drill ground. She was stunned. She had not expected the eternal heavenly sword sage to be this person. "Little Ao Jiao, do you recognize who that eternal heavenly sword sage is?" Ao Jiao's voice turned somewhat cold as she replied, "This person came to the Kunlun realm together with the Thunder King. Sang Mu took good care of him and had a deep friendship with him. How could he claim all the martial techniques that the Thunder King created for himself?" "Mo Ling Tian is here. You know what to say later, right?" Nangong Cheong suddenly said. Xiao Chen stood outside the mountain gates and looked in. Mo Ling Tian led a group of people through the drill ground, heading towards the two of them in a grandiose manner. Mo Ling Tian must have made arrangements long ago, sending people to guard Xiao Chen at the foot of the mountain. Hence, before the two of them entered the mountain gates, Mo Ling Tian came out. After leaving the mountain gates, Mo Ling Tian led the group of people over to Xiao Chen. His handsome face did not reveal any expression as he said casually, "You are here." As Mo Ling Tian spoke, he gave off an aloof attitude. It was as though he was giving Xiao Chen a lot of face by letting him come. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He nodded casually and sized up the 5 old men behind the old man without anyone noticing. The 5 old men all had deep auras. They were half-sages. Furthermore, they were half-sages who comprehended heavenly sage laws, only slightly weaker than Wu Yuan Kai. "Pushi, I don't think I asked you to bring anyone else." When Mo Ling Tian saw Nangong Cheong behind Xiao Chen, his expression changed, and he spoke in an extremely displeased tone. Xiao Chen and Nangong Cheong had already arranged what to say. He smiled faintly and said, "This is a friend who came with me from the Sky Dome realm. Her strength is equal to mine. With her accompanying me, I will definitely be able to help you better." Mo Ling Tian snorted coldly and sized up Nangong Cheong with a playful gaze. He said coldly, "Xiao Chen, you overestimate yourself. Is someone who is equal to you considered an expert? What do you think I am going to do? I can bring anyone. Bringing you is already breaking the rules. To think that you dare to take the liberty of bringing someone else." Xiao Chen even felt like dying. Not only did Mo Ling Tian call him to be a free fighter, but he even showed such an annoying expression. This Mo Ling Tian was truly the best of the best. Just as Xiao Chen was about to lose control, Nangong Cheong stepped forward and smiled faintly, releasing some of her aura. Mo Ling Tian's expression immediately changed. He said, "A half-sage. I nearly misjudged you. If you can block a palm strike from me, I can bring you along." After Mo Ling Tian spoke, he stretched out his right palm. Electricity leaped around his palm, carrying the might of thunder as he sent it towards Nangong Cheong. Mo Ling Tian attacked in the time it took for a spark to fly, without any warning. However, Nangong Cheong did not panic at all. She calmly sent out a palm strike. Bang! The two palms clashed, and a strong wind immediately surged out, fluttering the clothes of the surrounding people. The dust on the ground also kicked up in that instant. Amidst the dust, Mo Ling Tian staggered and stepped back. He almost lost his balance and fell down. At the crucial moment, Xiao Chen noticed the image of a pagoda appear around Mo Ling Tian. Then, Mo Ling Tian withdrew his hand and returned it to his dantian. The instant the pagoda appeared, Mo Ling Tian immediately stabilized his retreat. When the dust settled, he appeared calm and unruffled, retreating very elegantly. Shock flashed in Mo Ling Tian's eyes. He waved his hand and said, "Not bad. You can block a palm strike that I used 50% of my strength with your full strength. You are qualified to come with me. Ling Tian, this woman's origins are unknown. Should we reconsider?" One of the old men behind Mo Lingtian sent a voice projection with a suspicious gaze. It's fine. A full power strike is only SOSO. I already refined the sage-grade pagoda. It will be easy for me to crush these two. Mo Lingtian appeared extremely confident. He continued to send a voice projection. After this matter is over, kill Xiao Chen and leave this woman alive. She is still of some use. The 5 old men thought about it and felt that it was not a big problem. Even without Mo Lingtian, if the 5 of them worked together, these 2 would not be able to cause any trouble. Xiao Chen asked secretly, Nangong Qiong, how much of your strength did you use earlier? Nangong Qiong smiled craftily and replied with a voice projection, about 30 to 40%. Xiao Chen wondered what Mo Lingtian would think if he heard Nangong Qiong's words. The full power strike that he thought was only 30 to 40% of Nangong Qiong's strength. At the same time, a similar scene played out at the foot of the mountains of the 6th-rank 8 sects of Hunluo province. The top true inheritors of the various sects led several half-sage elders down the mountains in high spirits. In an inn near the flourishing Heaven Pavilion in Hunluo City, Xianyu, Bai, and the others gathered to discuss the same matter. Aside from the 4 people that Xiao Chen saw back then, there was also a middle-aged man with a deep cultivation and a grave and stern expression. Xianyu said respectfully to this person, "Second uncle, the Heavenly Rock Race's people should have made their move already, right?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Yes. This time, for the sake of opening the Star Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock Race put in a lot of effort. All the remaining experts of the race are mobilized." Jiang Zimo said sullenly, "In the history of the Fiend domain since the ancient era, the Heavenly Rock King is one of the top 10 sovereign Fiend emperors. His grave palace will definitely be filled with danger. If we are not careful, we will fall." The middle-aged man said, "The grave palace itself is not dangerous. The cultivators that will come after hearing the news are the greatest problem. However, for the sake of the great rock spreading wings painting and the other treasures that might be in the grave palace, this risk is worth it." After the group discussed for a while, they all went their separate ways and made their final preparations. Only the middle-aged man and Xianyu remained in the room. The middle-aged man glanced at Xianyu and smiled. "Unexpectedly, you managed to pull Bai out this time. I heard that the Fox King has taken a fancy to Bai and intends to adopt her as his daughter. If you manage to obtain this girl, it will be equivalent to establishing a relationship with the Fox King. Your future will be limitless. Our Xian clan's position in the Spirit Fox race will be even more stable." Xianyu smiled, feeling very pleased. "She is just a little girl. It will be easy for me to capture her. She comprehended the sword heart and even cultivates a mysterious cultivation technique. Her appearance and aura are even better than the young Wang Fei's. If I can obtain her, not only will the Fox King look at me in a new light, but there will also be countless benefits. It might even be possible for me to become the future Fox King." At the foot of the mountain, Xiao Chen finally learned from Mo Lingtian what this trip was about. The Heavenly Rock King was a sovereign fiend emperor of the Fiend domain's Heavenly Rock race. Before he died, he infused his comprehensions of cultivation into a great rock spreading wings painting. When the Heavenly Rock King was alive, he found a star in the boundless starry river and refined it into a palace. After he died, it became his grave palace. The great rock spreading wings painting was in this grave palace. However, when the great rock spreading wings painting was formed, the experts of the Heavenly Rock race actually started killing each other over the painting. However, after thinking about it, it was understandable. If one could obtain the lifetime comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor, it would be of heaven-defying help to one's cultivation and future cultivation. During the fight, the great rock spreading wings painting was broken into several pieces. The moment the painting scroll crumbled, the moment the painting shattered, the horrifying energy that exploded out instantly blasted the peak martial sages of the Heavenly Rock race fighting for the painting into powder. Chapter 757. At that moment, the Star Grave Palace completely closed. According to the Heavenly Rock King's plan, no one above martial sage could enter. The Heavenly Rock King broke through the barrier of the sky and flew into the depths of the boundless starry heavens. Due to the Heavenly Rock King's death, the strong heavenly rock race's strength had decreased significantly. Furthermore, the peak cultivators of the race had all died in the fight for the painting. The golden age that the heavenly rock king created for the heavenly rock race was gone forever. The heavenly rock race's strength declined sharply. After a few thousand years, the heavenly rock race became the weakest of the 100 races of the fiend domain. Every 100 years, the star grave palace would pass above the heavenly rock race. The heavenly rock race had never given up on summoning the star grave palace, praying that it could summon the heavenly rock race back to its former glory. There was confirmed news that after several generations of attempts by the heavenly rock race, the heavenly rock race was really going to summon the star grave palace. As time passed, the once mighty heavenly rock race left the bustling areas of the fiend domain long ago. They moved to the borders of the fiend domain, to the sand region 4,000 kilometers away from Hunluo province. The sand region was a vast desert, desolate and devoid of life. All sorts of ferocious beasts roamed about. There were only a few small oases. For the heavenly rock race to end up in such a state, it was easy to imagine how weak it was. If ordinary people could not travel 4,000 kilometers, they would have to travel for a long time. However, to Mo Lingtian's group, it was not particularly far. In fact, it could be said to be very close. Flying skillfully allowed them to travel thousands of kilometers in a day. 8 days later, a seemingly endless golden desert appeared before the eyes of the eight. Mo Lingtian looked at the surging yellow sand and glanced at Xiao Chen behind him. His lips curled up as he said, "There are all sorts of ferocious beasts hiding under this desert. Flame sand snakes, muddy earth lizards, demonic spotted leopards, bone dragons, and many more. There are also the most troublesome gold-corroding worms. Xiao Chen, your physical body is the strongest. You will lead the way. Send us to the heavenly rock race's summoning altar. I will point you in the right direction." Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. This fellow is really impolite. Let me just treat it as tempering my physical body. I will settle the score with him later. Looking at Xiao Chen, who, obediently, came forward, the corners of Mo Lingtian's mouth curled up, revealing a proud smile. What white-robed bladesman? He is like a dog in my hands. Does he really think that he can obtain any benefits? Lingtian, you're really something. What white-robed bladesman? To think that he dares to challenge Bai Wuxue. Before young master, he does not even dare to fart. When the 5 elders behind Mo Lingtian saw this, they immediately started to flatter Mo Lingtian. What do the 7 giants count for? I, Tianzhong, am outstanding. In the future, when I control the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, I will definitely become the Eternal Heavenly Emperor and shake the Kunlun realm with my might. Elders, let's go. The few of them sent voice transmissions to each other. Although they did not say it out loud, Nangong Qiong heard everything clearly. When she heard Mo Lingtian's final words, she nearly burst out laughing. Wu Yuan Kai, one of the insufferably arrogant 10 great evildoers of Hunluo City, could only be beaten up by Xiao Chen. It was unknown where Mo Lingtian got his confidence to look down on Xiao Chen like this. Bang bang bang. The blazing sun hung overhead, and yellow sand covered the ground. Occasionally, ferocious beasts leaped out of the sand. Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He executed the dragon claw fist and killed these ferocious beasts one by one. As Xiao Chen walked, he moved like a dragon or a tiger. As his fists and claws moved, dragons roared endlessly. Unless it was a ferocious beast above rank 9, most ferocious beasts would find it hard to survive more than 10 moves from Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen practiced his punches and kicks on the scalding sand, he gained a lot. In the past, Xiao Chen had always cultivated on flat ground. The more complicated ones were grasslands and forests. He had never practiced in a harsh environment like the desert before. The blazing sun of the Kunlun realm was several times larger than that of the Sky Dome realm. This was the first time Xiao Chen experienced its might. Without clouds to block the blazing sun, Xiao Chen's clothes were completely soaked in sweat in less than 2 hours. He looked like he had just been fished out of a river. Xiao Chen's body suffered a torment for no apparent reason. If he were an ordinary person, he would definitely stop and rest properly, using his quintessence to block the sun and let himself feel better. However, Xiaochen felt an incomparable carefree feeling. Under the blazing sun, he circulated his vital qi at full power. The integration of his muscles, bones, and blood seemed to have improved by another level. It felt like he could break through the shackles of a rank 1 sage body at any moment. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He could not help but put in even more effort to kill the ferocious beasts blocking his way. Mo Lingtian looked at the sweating, murderous Xiaochen a kilometer away. He mocked. Indeed, a country bumpkin from the Sky Dome realm. The sun of the Kunlun realm is the strongest yang-attributed flame in the 3,000 great realms. Without clouds to block the sun, an ordinary person would die after being exposed to the sun for 2 hours. Given our cultivation, even if we were exposed to the sun without caring about the exhaustion, we would still end up with fire poison. If not for that, why would this young master care about a few bugs blocking the way? The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School inner sect elders also had mocking expressions on their faces as they echoed the elders' words. Nangong Qiong was very experienced. Naturally, she knew that Xiaochen was not stupid. It was impossible for him not to feel the might of the Kunlun realm's sun. There had to be a reason for him to kill the ferocious beasts blocking the way so desperately. Indeed, after observing for a long time, Nangong Qiong finally discovered the secret behind it. She could not help feeling startled. This fellow actually used the Kunlun realm's sun to temper his body. Furthermore, it seemed to be very effective. It was laughable that Mo Lingtian and the others mocked Xiaochen as a country bumpkin, truly ignorant. With Xiaochen leading the charge, Mo Lingtian and the others had it easy. They only needed to deal with the occasional fish that slipped through the net. 3 days later, the bones in Xiaochen's body gave off crackling sounds. Suddenly, he felt very relaxed. It was like he had just put down a heavy burden. My rank 1 sage body has advanced to rank 2. Xiaochen casually punched and exploded a flame sand snake that leaped out. Then, he revealed an expression of joy as he squinted at the blazing sun in the sky. Xiaochen broke through the bottleneck of his rank 1 sage body. This was a pleasant surprise. Mo Lingtian, who was a kilometer away, did not notice the changes in Xiaochen. As he fought with the ferocious beasts, all sorts of sounds rang out. These sounds were much more intense than the crackling of Xiaochen's bones. Furthermore, Mo Lingtian did not care about Xiaochen at all. He felt that Xiaochen was only a superior grade martial monarch. No matter how strong he was, he could not be that strong. After 1 hour, Xiaochen stopped advancing. The figures of the heavenly rock race cultivators finally appeared at the limits of his vision. Mo Lingtian met up with Xiaochen. As he looked at the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators patrolling in front, he smiled sinisterly and said, "We have arrived. After holding it in for so long, it is time to vent." A purple crystal sword about 2 fingers wide appeared from Mo Lingtian's sleeve. He grasped the sword hilt, and suddenly, a boundless lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered under his feet. Boom! An electric light exploded under Mo Lingtian's feet. His body turned into a bolt of purple lightning and soared into the sky. He was so fast that the naked eye could not catch him. When the lightning disappeared into the horizon, Mo Lingtian's figure landed beside the 2 heavenly rock race cultivators. Electric light leaped around the purple crystal sword, and a sword light flickered. 2 heads flew off with a schwa sound. The 2 heavenly rock race cultivators did not even have a chance to cry out before they were killed. The 5 old men quickly flew over and smiled. Young master's thunder steps are indeed superb. In an instant you cross 2 kilometers. Xiaochen recalled the process of Mo Lingtian executing thunder steps in his mind. After a while, he felt like he had gained something. He felt that this movement technique had many redeeming qualities. Xiaochen stood beside Mo Lingtian. 5 kilometers below the sand dune, the heavenly rock race's army had already split into a few groups, guarding the surroundings. Xiaochen's spiritual sense passed through the groups and reached the core, which he could not see with his eyes. Then he saw a vast and complicated formation. 49 dazzling clumps of light leaped around the nodes of the complicated formation. The overwhelming spiritual energy formed pillars of light soaring into the sky. What a fellow! No wonder he dared to say that he would succeed. He actually gathered 49 peak spirit veins and moved all the spirit veins' origins over. For the sake of this summoning of the Grave Palace, the Heavenly Rock race probably spent all the savings of the race on it. If they did not succeed, they would die trying. In the center of the formation was an altar filled with an ancient aura. A young man wearing golden armor stood in the middle of the altar. He exuded a sharp aura and a heroic aura. This young man glanced at the surrounding sand dunes. There were people hiding behind them with malicious intentions. His lips curled up in a sinister smile, showing that he did not care. Seeing the other party's expression, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. A strange thought popped up in his mind. Could the Heavenly Rock race have purposely leaked the news this time? Mo Lingtian looked around and sized up the place. Then he smiled faintly and said, "There are really many familiar faces here to join in the excitement. The Bone Mausoleum Halls Wang Ying, the Soaring Serpent Mansions Guangyuan, the Blood Shadow Sex Teng Peng, the Heavenly Tiger Sex Yun Feiyong, and the Magnificent Fiend Halls Xiang Fei. There are also several fiend domain geniuses who came from afar. Unfortunately, they will return disappointed." As Mo Lingtian spoke, he seemed to be very proud of himself. Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong directly ignored Mo Lingtian's words. They sent voice projections to each other, discussing how to find an opportunity to deal with these eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sages after they entered. As night fell, the 49 pillars of light in the formation became even brighter in the dark night. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a resplendent star that was clearly different from the others. It slowly moved across the sky, getting closer to the altar. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Their eyes blazed as they quietly waited for the star to fall. The star that belonged to the Heavenly Rock King was at its most resplendent in the dark night. At this moment, the Heavenly Rock King's star was at its most resplendent and dazzling. As it moved 5,000 kilometers in an instant, it looked incredibly slow in the eyes of the people below. A hopeful light appeared in Bai's bright eyes, revealing an incredibly determined expression. Bai Chen muttered to herself, "This is the Star Grave Palace. If I can obtain the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting, I will not have to look at elder brother Xiao Chen's back anymore." Back then, during the 5-nation youth competition, Xiao Chen defeated all the outstanding talents and was once the king-grade true dragon. While Bai felt incredibly happy for Xiao Chen, she also felt a trace of loneliness as she looked at Xiao Chen walking in front. She had been cultivating in the Heavenly Fiend Palace for a long time, but the distance between her and Xiao Chen had widened. At that time, Bai Chen swore to herself that she would catch up to her elder brother Xiao Chen. Then, Bai would be able to fight shoulder to shoulder with him and not just look at Xiao Chen's back anymore. Chapter 758. I can definitely do it. Bai Chen clenched her fair hands tightly. She had suffered a lot in the past 2 years. She would definitely be able to make her elder brother Xiao Chen look at her in a different light. Xian Yu stretched out his hand to place it on Bai's shoulder. He revealed a smile and said, "Later, when the Grave Palace falls, Bai, just follow behind me." Bai smiled faintly and dodged Xian Yu's hand. She said, "Thank you, elder brother Xian Yu. At that time, elder brother Xian Yu had better protect yourself. Bai will not let you worry about me." Xian Yu pulled back his hand that missed. An indiscernible rage flashed on his handsome face. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Very well. However, if you need help, just let me know immediately." The dazzling star, the Heavenly Rock King who had fallen long ago. However, the Grave Palace still allowed him to shine. Even after thousands of years, it could still attract the attention of many outstanding talents. All this was because he was a sovereign martial emperor, the king of emperors. Nangong Qiong looked around and frowned slightly. Then she sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. "This time, even if you and I work together, we might not be able to suppress everyone. Aside from the trash of the 6 great factions, unexpectedly, there are other people." Seeing Xiao Chen's doubts, Nangong Qiong placed her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. A strange energy spread out, and a scene in the distance appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. It was as if he could touch it. "This is," Nangong Qiong smiled and said, "Heaven and Earth audiovisual art." The scene changed and fixed on a beautiful youth in white. Nangong Cheong said, "This is a genius cultivator of the silver moon spirit fox race. He is not much weaker than the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain. He is not someone that Mo Lingtian can compare to." The girl beside him is a peak genius of the silver moon spirit fox race that rose to fame in the past year. She possesses a supreme cultivation technique of the fiend race from the immortal epic. Her appearance and talent are 1 in 10,000. She even caught the eye of the Fox King. She is known as one of the 3 great beauties of the fiend domain. Some of the spirit fiend descendants are interested in her. Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile in his heart. He didn't expect that after not seeing her for 2 years, the innocent little girl from back then already had such a reputation. The scene before Xiao Chen changed. A sloppy-looking young man with messy hair and a pair of gem-like eyes appeared in the clouds. Don't be fooled by this person's appearance. He is a genuine monstrous genius from the giant ape race. He is extremely famous in the fiend realm and is known as the Little Heavenly Monkey. Many spirit fiend descendants are inferior to him. Aside from this, Nangong Cheong had overlooked several young fiend race cultivators. They were probably not worthy of her attention, but in reality, none of these people were weaker than the direct disciples of the 6 major sections. Finally, the scene stopped on a sand dune in the distance. On the sand dune stood a young swordsman dressed in black. He had a cold expression and stood as straight as a javelin. The swordsman stood quietly on the sand dune, as if he had merged with the night. If one did not pay attention, they would not be able to discover his existence. However, once one discovered him, he would be like a powerful treasure sword, deeply imprinted in one's mind. No matter what, one would not be able to forget him. That swordsman's pitch-black eyes were like black gemstones, even darker than the night, even more lonely and desolate. This is our greatest enemy on this trip. This person is called Yen Shirsan. Aside from the people of the 7 giants, no one in the younger generation of your Tianwu domain knows him. Yen was an extremely ancient family name. At the start of the martial epoch, when the human race prospered, the Yen clan was already a sovereign noble clan. By the time the ancient era ended, the Yen clan had already existed for more than 50,000 years. Nangong Cheong continued, "He is the scion of a sovereign noble clan, the Yen clan. I really can't figure out why he is not cultivating in the profound domain but here. He mainly cultivates the sword Dao and already has 1 foot in the threshold of martial sage. The great rock spreading wings painting is not very useful to him." The flourishing heaven pavilion was spread throughout the Kunlun realm. Aside from auctions, they also dealt in intelligence. Xiao Chen did not find it strange that Nangong Cheong knew so much. Xiao Chen looked at the golden-armored youth of the heavenly rock race on the altar and asked, "Do you know the origins of that heavenly rock race cultivator wearing golden armor?" Nangong Cheong glanced at him and replied, "This person is called Mingyu, the son of the heavenly rock race's clan head. His talent and strength are not bad. Unfortunately, the heavenly rock race has too few resources. Otherwise, he would be someone on the same level as the little heavenly monkey." Based on Nangong Cheong's words, she did not care about this golden-armored youth. However, Xiao Chen had a different opinion. "The situation is different from what I thought. Mo Lingtian is no longer of any value. Later, you should directly kill him. The Sage-grade secret treasure pagoda is yours. I will split 70% of his treasures with you." Originally, Nangong Cheong had intended to use Mo Lingtian to hide her identity to prevent being surrounded. However, now that a few people with backgrounds no weaker than hers arrived, there was no longer a need to hide her identity. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Interesting. Since I am going to make a move, you still want to take 70%? Nangong Cheong raised her pretty eyebrows slightly. Then she immediately smiled and said, "Good, it is settled, then. The Sage-grade pagoda is yours. You take 70% of the treasures, and I will split 30. I fell for it. This girl is just digging a hole for me. Without doing anything, she obtained 30% of Mo Lingtian's treasures. Interacting with this girl is really worrisome. Xiao Chen, later, when the Star Grave Palace falls, we will do the same. You will take the lead and help us carve out a path, Mo Ling Tian said casually. Mo Ling Tian said casually, as if he was giving orders to the world. However, he did not know that Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong had already ignored him. They were secretly discussing how to split the treasures after killing him. As the two spoke, the resplendent star outside the barrier of the sky completely overlapped with the direction of the altar. The heavenly rock race elders, who had been prepared for a long time, immediately took action, quickly forming hand seals. The complicated formation lit up with a boundless light. The 49 spirit veins' origins drained at a visible rate. When the spirit veins' origins were completely drained, a boundless suction suddenly came from the altar, locking down the Star Grave Palace in the sky. In the next moment, the Star Grave Palace descended at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it touched the barrier of the sky. A bright, fiery light blazed in the night sky, blazing fiercely. It was a wondrous scene, magnificent and magnificent. As the fiery light spread, the Star Grave Palace broke through the barrier of the sky, slowly appearing before everyone's eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fiery lights shot out like meteors, shooting across the vast, desolate desert and exploding in a chain of horrifying sounds. At this moment, everyone held their breath as they looked at the sky. A small castle-like grave palace floated in the air, looking like it would fall at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 1,000-odd heavenly rock race cultivators all shot up, quickly flying towards the entrances of the grave palace. The other cultivators, who had been waiting outside for a long time, all flew over as well. Several incredible people even rushed into the entrances ahead of the heavenly rock race cultivators. Lights of various colors flickered in the night sky. The scene turned chaotic. Mo Ling Tian frowned slightly. It looked like the grave palace was about to land, but Xiao Chen did not move at all. He shouted angrily, "Xiao Chen, didn't I tell you to open a path for us? Are you tired of living? Why are you still not moving?" As Mo Ling Tian spoke, Xiao Chen moved. However, this action startled the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's half-sage elders. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. Bang! Without giving Mo Ling Tian any chance to react, Xiao Chen, who was very close, directly executed deities descending and punched Mo Ling Tian's head, turning it into a shower of blood. Mo Ling Tian, who had always been arrogant and did not care about Xiao Chen, died just like that from Xiao Chen's punch that multiplied his combat prowess tenfold. It was direct and efficient, extremely miserable. The other 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders immediately felt dizzy. Why did the white-robed bladesman, who did whatever he was told to do earlier, attack Mo Ling Tian so boldly? Furthermore, when Xiao Chen attacked, he erupted with a horrifying aura and a surging golden fist wind, completely suppressing everyone present. By the time they reacted, Xiao Chen had already stretched out his hand to grab the sage-grade pagoda that flew out of Mo Ling Tian's body and put it into his universe ring. How bold! How dare you kill the top true inheritor of our Eternal Heavenly Sword School? The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School elders pointed at Xiao Chen with murderous intent. Boom! The Star Grave Palace landed on the ground. Heaven and earth shook, and an overwhelming sound drowned out the voices of the 5 half-sages. The surging shock waves that followed, filling the air with yellow sand, knocked Xiao Chen's group into the air. Although the energy contained in the shock waves was great, they were rather scattered. Although Xiao Chen and the others were knocked back, they did not suffer any injuries. The 5 Eternal Heavenly Sword School half-sage elders stabilized themselves and glared at Xiao Chen. Their killing chi surged like a vast ocean. Xiao Chen, to think that you are so despicable. Earlier, you killed the clan head of a subordinate clan of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School. My clan's disciple was kind and did not make things difficult for you. To think that you repaid kindness with enmity, sneak attacking us. One of the elders exclaimed in rage. They had been relying on Mo Ling Tian. In the future, when Mo Ling Tian became the sect master of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, he would give them countless benefits. However, now that Mo Ling Tian died, there would definitely be a new top true inheritor. A new emperor would recruit his own subordinates. The new top true inheritor would definitely have his own subordinates. How could there be any benefits for them? You must die. Even if you have the Haotian sect backing you, we will kill you today. Xiao Chen silently circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and laughed loudly. Then he shouted coldly, "What is the point of saying so much? You are all very clear on what you are planning. You want to kill me, but I do not intend to let you leave alive. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want to me?" The five were only slightly stronger than Situ Lei and much weaker than Wu Yuankai. Now that Xiao Chen had learned a superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, why would he care about them? Sagely songs, singing a distant legend. A grand and majestic song rang out. Xiao Chen flew forward without hesitation. With every step he took, a golden light shone down. Sagely songs surrounded him, and a holy aura spread out. This is the aura of the deity race's superior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. How does he know it? The five half-sage elders exchanged looks, unable to hide the shock in their eyes. Chapter 759. Boom! A golden fist wind surged out. Xiao Chen's vital qi, mental energy, and quintessence gathered to form a strong golden energy, forming a vast radiance that spread out in an instant. The five attacked at the same time. They all executed their martial techniques but still could not block. That radiance shattered their quintessence martial techniques. The five eternal heavenly sword school half-sages vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back. Their eyes were filled with horror. Let's go. This brat is too demonic. We are not a match for him. Let's go back and report this to the sect master and get him to invite the supreme elder out. The five eternal heavenly sword school half-sages actually wanted to retreat from Xiao Chen's punch. You think you can leave? Radiance of deities. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. The deities of the Permitha heavenly nation focused their gazes on him. His body immediately shone with an indescribably dazzling light. He looked like a deity walking in the world. The golden light on Xiao Chen's fist was as dazzling as the sun. When he punched, a majestic golden pillar of light immediately shot out. Everywhere it passed, the dust scattered and the air burned. The pillar of light struck the five flying half-sage elders. It was like they were struck by lightning. They vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and stood upright. The golden light on his body slowly faded away. However, the golden radiance in the air lingered for a long time, looking immortal. His figure flashed as he rode on the blue dragon. Then, Xiao Chen attacked the five half-sages, killing them expressionlessly. When Nangong Qiong, who was behind, saw this scene, she was flabbergasted. Earlier, when Xiao Chen killed Mo Lingtian in one move, he had relied on a surprise attack. But this time, he'd actually killed five half-saints. Although these five were not worth mentioning among half-sages, much weaker than Wu Yuankai and those demonic geniuses, they were still five half-sages. However, these were still five half-sages after all. Xiao Chen had casually killed them. This was somewhat shocking. Even with the myriad heaven divine fist, he should not be this strong. After all, he was only a superior grade martial monarch. There was only one explanation, and that was that his psychic energy far surpassed that of ordinary people. It was comparable to the geniuses of the god race. His spiritual force was comparable to the geniuses of the god race, and he also possessed a vast amount of true essence that far surpassed the god race. With the three combined, the myriad heaven divine fist seemed to be tailor-made for him. Compared to the geniuses of the deity race, he could bring out even more power. Nangong Qiong thought for a while and immediately figured out what was going on. The strength of the Xiao Chen before her was probably no weaker than any of the seven giants of the Tianwu domain. The myriad heaven divine fist displayed its might once again. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. As the purple thunder divine incantation tempered mental energy, his mental energy had always been far superior to that of ordinary people. But most of the time, mental energy could only be used as divine sense for detection. It was like a pearl covered in dust, completely wasted. After obtaining the myriad heaven divine fist, this pearl shone brilliantly, revealing its extraordinary might. In the future, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced to the 7th layer, Xiao Chen's mental energy would continue to increase. At that time, he might be able to learn the deeper mysteries of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist in advance. Xiao Chen took out the spatial rings of the 5 half-sages and scanned them with his spiritual sense. First, he counted the astral coins in them. There was a total of 300,000 astral coins. It looked like as elders of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, these 5 were not particularly rich. Xiao Chen had obtained more than 200,000 astral coins from Wu Yuankai alone. Furthermore, that was not including the valuable pair of dark gold gloves. Ding! Nangong Qiong tossed out a spatial ring and said with a smile, "This is Mo Lingtian's spatial ring. I already took 30% of it. The remaining 70% is yours." Xiao Chen casually caught the spatial ring and scanned it with his spiritual sense. He discovered 300,000 astral coins, all sorts of medicinal pills, and a secret manual for the Thunder Steps. He wondered if that lass kept her promise and only took 30% of the profits. However, even if she did not keep her promise, Xiao Chen could not fall out with this girl immediately. Firstly, he did not know her limits. Secondly, this girl clearly understood the Star Grave Palace a lot. After he entered, he would definitely need to rely on her. However, no matter what, Xiao Chen now had more than 1,000,000 astral coins. His wealth had definitely soared, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Looking around, there was not a single person to be seen in the previously bustling place. Without exception, everyone had surged into the massive Star Tomb Palace. Nangong Qiong, did you notice that the many heavenly rock race cultivators all flew in before the Star Grave Palace fell? However, there was one person who did not move. Xiao Chen asked calmly as he looked at the Star Grave Palace. Surprised, Nangong Qiong asked, "Who?" When the Star Grave Palace fell, if one stood below, one would definitely be crushed to death. The heavenly rock race's young clan head, Ming Yu. Did you see wrong? Absolutely not. I saw him standing on the altar with my own eyes. He did not fly up with the other heavenly rock race cultivators. When Nangong Qiong heard this, her expression changed. She said, "The situation is not good. I probably underestimated this person earlier. We have to go in quickly." Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "Wait for a while. Let me refine that sage-grade pagoda first before we enter." With a flip of his hand, an exquisite pagoda flew out of the universe ring. After the pagoda flew out, it immediately soared into the sky, trying to leave. The sage-grade pagoda already had a trace of spirituality. It instinctively did not want to be refined by others. How could Xiao Chen let it go? His strong mental energy locked the pagoda in place. Then he sent his spiritual sense into the core of the pagoda and erased Mo Lingtian's spiritual mark, replacing it with his own. After nourishing it for a while, Xiao Chen's spiritual mark completely occupied the pagoda, wiping out the aura that Mo Lingtian left behind. With a thought, the pagoda turned into a beam of light and returned to Xiao Chen's chest. Then, it merged with his flesh and blood, becoming one. This was the ability of a sage-grade secret treasure. Nangong Qiong could not help feeling somewhat jealous. This fellow's mental energy is really heaven-defying. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter he had? If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to refine this sage-grade secret treasure without 3 to 5 days. However, Xiao Chen did it as easily as if he was eating or drinking. Come, let's enter the Grave Palace. After refining this pagoda, Xiao Chen's confidence in his strength increased. Then, he took the lead and flew towards the entrance of a grave palace. A dark passageway appeared before the two. Cold chi came from the walls on both sides of the passageway, causing them to shiver involuntarily. Xiao Chen quickly circulated his quintessence and forced out the cold chi. How cold? Why does it feel like I fell into an ice cave? Nangong Qiong carefully looked around and said casually, "The Heavenly Rock King used a heavenly ice star to forge this grave palace. The temperature of the heavenly ice star is comparable to ice marrow. Be careful, don't let the cold chi invade your body. Otherwise, it will turn into a cold poison." After walking for a while, Nangong Qiong stretched out her hand and pressed a spot on the wall. The wall opened, and a grave room appeared before the two. Unfortunately, aside from simple decorations, there was nothing else in there. The auras of any treasures did not leak out. The two continued forward. Along the way, Nangong Cheong opened up many hidden grave rooms. However, she did not gain anything from them. Occasionally, she found pleasant surprises, but they were just small items. After walking for a while, the number of people in front increased. Nangong Cheong did not hold back, so she opened up the hidden grave rooms in front of all the cultivators. This caused everyone to feel astonished, and they all followed suit. Another secret room opened, and a beam of light shone out from inside. A vast emperor's might spread out together with the light, startling the many cultivators following behind. It's a fragment of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. Someone immediately recognized this item and cried out in pleasant surprise. The crowd immediately erupted into an uproar. All of you scram. This painting fragment belongs to me, Yun Feiyong. No one is allowed to snatch it. Bang, bang, bang. The people behind were knocked into the air. A group of half-sages wearing the uniform of the Heavenly Tiger sect charged over arrogantly and despotically. The Heavenly Tiger sect was a sect established by a group of cultivators who left the Fiend Domain's Heavenly Tiger race. After 1,000 years of development, they had gained a firm foothold in Hunluo province. The Heavenly Tiger sect was an absolute hegemon in the vicinity of Hunluo province, no weaker than the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Their arrogance and despotic behavior made perfect sense. The human and fiend race cultivators who came here were all outstanding talents, barely qualified to be called geniuses. At the very least, they were peak superior grade martial monarchs. Many of them were even half-sages. However, before the Heavenly Tiger Sect's group, they did not dare to be too unbridled. They all opened up a path and glared at Yun Feiyong, who was the leader, in extreme displeasure. When the Soaring Serpent Mansion's people arrive, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Several of the people who were knocked into the air by the Heavenly Tiger sect said hatefully, showing dissatisfaction in their eyes. The Soaring Serpent Mansion's people had also taken this entrance. If nothing unexpected happened, they would feel the energy fluctuations of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting piece and would rush over soon. At that time, there would be a fierce battle. These people might be able to fish in troubled waters and obtain fortuitous encounters. Although the Heavenly Tiger Sect's people were strong, the others only hid at the side. No one intended to leave. Yun Feiyong was tall and stout. He wore a fur coat, and his facial features were broad. With one glance, he looked very imposing. As he walked, he exuded a mighty aura. Come over here. Yun Feiyong spread his fingers, and a suction force formed by fiend energy passed over Xiao Chen and Nangong Cheong, heading for the secret room. Yun Feiyong was very arrogant. He did not care about anything, wanting to snatch away the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting piece in front of the two. Nangong Cheong placed her right hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder and stopped him. She said, "Don't be in such a rush. He will not snatch away the painting piece that easily. Let's use him to exhaust the energy in the painting piece first." The dazzling Great Rock Spreading Wings painting piece radiating Emperor's might quickly flew towards Yun Feiyong. The smile on Yun Feiyong's face widened. Bang! Just as Yun Feiyong was about to grab the painting piece, something strange happened. A vast, surging energy burst out from the painting piece. Boom! It knocked the others back. "Young master, are you all right?" The Heavenly Tiger sect's half-sage elders showed shocked expressions as they quickly rushed over. Yun Feiyong waved his hand and said sullenly, "I'm fine. It looks like the energy contained in this painting piece cannot be underestimated. I was a little careless. I'll just have to try again." "Yun Feiyong, you want to snatch the painting piece with that little ability of yours? Even if I gave you a chance, you would not be able to grab it." At the top of the tomb, a figure quickly dashed out and grabbed at the map fragment. However, just as the figure was about to touch the map fragment, a figure suddenly appeared. However, just as that figure was about to touch the painting piece, that force knocked him back. Chapter 760. The Soaring Serpent Mansion's Guangyuan is here. The eyes of the surrounding cultivators immediately lit up. Now that Zhuo Guangyuan was here, it would not be so easy for Yun Feiyang to obtain the painting piece. With the two tigers fighting, their chance had finally arrived. Bang! 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 The group of half-sage elders from the Soaring Serpent Mansion pushed through the crowd and rushed over to support Zhuo Guangyuan. When Yun Feiyang saw Zhuo Guangyuan falling down in a sorry state, he mocked, "Brother Zhuo, you are very capable. You nearly managed to grab the painting piece." Yun Feiyang emphasized the word nearly, making Zhuo Guangyuan's expression turn unsightly. Unfortunately, it was nearly. This painting piece was prepared for me, Yun Feiyang. A venomous, sinister look flashed in Zhuo Guangyuan's eyes. He said in a cold voice, "You are too delusional." Just at this moment, the emperor painting fragment floating in the air was suddenly pulled over by a huge suction force. The emperor's might contained in the painting piece was mostly nullified by that suction. Then, the painting piece appeared before the person who made a move. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave and stern. He circulated all his quintessence, vital qi, and mental energy, as well as the sovereign's qi in his bloodline at the same time. Xiao Chen's aura soared. His black hair fluttered everywhere, and his white robes fluttered. Suddenly, he attracted everyone's attention. He stretched his hand forward and grabbed the dazzling emperor map fragment. With a buzz, he caught it in his hand. Boom! Surging energy surged out of Xiao Chen's palm, forming a strong wind that swept through the surroundings. The wind howled, sounding like a vast army galloping. The surroundings of the grave passage trembled violently. Several people could not stand stably and nearly fell. Everyone looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Where exactly did this person come from? Not only did he know all the hidden rooms of the grave palace, but he also knew about them. Not only did he know the various hidden rooms of the grave palace, but he also held the painting piece firmly in his hand, something that Yun Feiyang and Zhuo Guangyuan could not easily suppress. Xiao Chen withdrew the painting piece with a flip of his palm and placed it in his universe ring. "You are seeking death. How dare you snatch what belongs to me, Yun Feiyang? Reckless fool!" Zhuo Guangyuan and Yun Feiyang could not hold themselves back anymore. How could they let someone else obtain the treasure that they wanted? Then, they leaped up and charged at Xiao Chen together, radiating killing qi. Such a scene immediately shocked everyone. They thought that the two of them would fight fiercely, but they actually joined hands to attack the same person. However, what astonished them even more was to come. Suddenly, a majestic and resonant holy song rang out from the palace grave. Xiao Chen, who was surrounded by the holy song, stepped forward and punched. The golden light poured out like a heavy weight. Yun Feiyang and Zhuo Guangyuan, who were surging with murderous qi, both grunted as Xiao Chen knocked them back with one punch. How is this possible? The top true inheritors of the Heavenly Tiger sect and the Soaring Serpent Mansion were actually sent flying with a single punch. The cultivators waiting at the side to take advantage of the situation were all startled. The expressions of the half-sage elders of the two sects changed drastically. They stopped hesitating and attacked. In that instant, strong winds blew in the air. 10 odd figures burst out with martial techniques of all sorts, charging at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. If it were in the past, he would not have dared to be careless when facing 10 odd half-sages who were as strong as Gu Mu. However, now that his physical body had reached rank 2 sage body, he had consumed the dragon marrow to form an internal defense, and he had refined the sage-grade defensive pagoda. No matter how many clowns there was no need to fear them. An image of a pagoda encased Xiao Chen. With a thought, his mental energy and veritable essence energy poured into the pagoda like a river. The illusory pagoda immediately materialized at a visible pace. Eventually, it looked like a supreme pagoda standing there, unafraid of wind and rain, unafraid of mountains and rivers. Dang, ding, ding. The attacks of 10 odd half-sages struck the pagoda, producing loud bangs that resounded endlessly. Waves of qi spread out, forming a terrifying gust of wind that swept through the tomb. When the strong winds scattered and the shock waves vanished, the 10 odd half-sages were shocked to discover that Xiao Chen was unharmed in the pagoda, looking at them expressionlessly. "Get the hell down here." A light flashed, and the sage-grade pagoda returned to Xiao Chen's body, merging with his flesh and blood. Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and soared into the air, bringing out the radiance of a deity. Xiao Chen's fist shone with a light like that of a small sun, forming an unparalleled, majestic pillar of light that shot out. The 10-odd half-sage elders in the air all vomited a mouthful of blood. They cried out miserably as they fell from the sky. When Yun Feiyang and Zhuo Guangyuan, who were on the ground, saw this scene, horror filled their eyes. They both muttered to themselves and wanted to reveal their true forms at the same time. If a fiend race cultivator revealed their true form, their strength would increase by at least 50%, making them very difficult to deal with. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. How could he give them such an opportunity? Kasi. Golden chains appeared behind him. Divine scripts circulated around them, releasing a mighty pressure. Xiao Chen punched the air, and the chains danced around like berserk dragons. Whoosh! The chains wrapped around the two. The divine scripts on the chains contained a strangely strong sealing power, suppressing the surging auras in the two's bodies. The two's complexions flushed, and their eyes glared with rage. No matter how they struggled, they could not move at all. Their strength slowly decreased, and after a while, they were like ordinary people. When Xiao Chen landed, he casually waved his hand, and a cool breeze formed by quintessence gently blew the two off the ground, sending them crashing into a wall. With the strength of one person, Xiao Chen easily defeated the top true inheritors of two great sects and a group of half-sage elders. Xiao Chen swept his gaze around, and the cultivators who remained there were all frightened out of their wits. They immediately scattered, fleeing frantically. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. You displayed your might and obtained a painting piece. After the battle ended, Nangong Qiong appeared from somewhere. She had a faint smile on her face as she spoke. Xiao Chen was already numb to Nangong Qiong's attitude. There was no need to rely on her to help at any time. Just treat her as heir. Right, as long as she is heir, I will not get angry if I can't see her. Xiao Chen glanced at Yun Feiyang and Xiao Qin, who had failed to reveal their true forms and were sealed by the divine chains, and walked over. The two were severely injured. They found it difficult to even stand up for now. The divine chains sealed their strength. If the seal did not last for long, they would be no different from ordinary people. Xiao Chen ignored the two's curses and their childish threats. He directly took the two spatial rings and took all the astral coins and peak superior grade secret treasures. After that, they continued forward. With Nangong Qiong leading the way, Xiao Chen only needed to follow behind her, saving him a lot of trouble. Advancing stealthily, Zhang Xian passed through several corridors. Regardless of whether it was a hidden chamber or a room that existed publicly, most of them were empty. Unexpectedly, aside from the painting pieces, there was nothing in the grave palace of the Heavenly Rock King. This was simply inexcusable. Something's wrong. Why are there no treasures in the secret rooms? Nangong Qiong asked after walking for a long time. She frowned slightly and stopped. Nangong Qiong had two goals in coming here. One was to enter the core hall and take away the core painting piece of the Great Rock Spreading Wings painting. The second was to find the treasures hidden in the various secret rooms. As a sovereign martial emperor, the Heavenly Rock King's former residence would definitely have many precious treasures. If she could obtain them all, the accumulated value would be much higher than the core painting piece. When Xiao Chen saw Nangong Qiong stop, he asked, "What's wrong? Someone probably got ahead of us." The Heavenly Rock race's people probably do not care about the painting pieces. Their goal is to obtain the treasures left behind by the Heavenly Rock King. They used the painting pieces to attract the attention of others and obtain the treasures in the Grave Palace. Then they stayed out of the matter. This is indeed a brilliant plan. Nangong Qiong spoke of her guesses. Right now, the Heavenly Rock race had already declined to the point of extinction. They did not even have a martial sage. Although the Heavenly Rock race had many people, in reality, it was hard to say who would win if they fought with the people who came. Let's go. Let's not waste time here. Let's go directly to the Grave Palace's Eternal Rest Hall. Hopefully, nothing unexpected has happened to the core painting piece. Many hidden doors opened on the top floor of the vast grave palace. The figures of the heavenly rock race cultivators leaped out of them. Then, they quickly landed on the ground, distancing themselves from the grave palace. As the figures came over and presented the treasures they obtained in the grave palace, the three old men leading the group revealed increasingly joyful expressions. There are more than 10,000 superior-grade spirit-gathering pearls, 50 million astral coins, more than 100 sage-grade secret treasures, close to 5,000 superior-grade secret treasures, and more than 10,000 spirit weapons and treasure armor. There are more than 3,000 bottles of grade 8 medicinal pills and more than 100 bottles of sage medicinal pills. Patriarch, with these resources, it won't be long before our Sky Rock race rises again. The Sky Rock race's patriarch, Ming Fan, smiled and said, "It's worth it. We used 49 low-grade rank 1 spirit veins in exchange for so many resources. It's enough for our Sky Rock race to use for 500 years. The gray-robed elder on the right said, "Now it all depends on young Master Mingyu. If he can successfully obtain the core map fragment, then this mission will come to a perfect conclusion." Junior tribe leader, "That's too risky. There are quite a few demon-level geniuses that came this time. Even us old bones are afraid of them," said the old man on the left worriedly. Ming Fan sighed and said in a low voice, "This is his own choice. Right now, Kunlun is in the golden age of 10,000 years. He is very proud and does not want to be buried as a spectator. He can only take a gamble." The elder on the right said, "Patriarch, Old Lu and the others have yet to come out after collecting the heavenly ice sword. Could they have met with some trouble?" Ming Fan muttered, "Never mind. The heavenly ice sword is not hidden at all. I do not have much hope. Let's go. We should quit while we're ahead. If others discover us, we will be in big trouble." Ming Fan was very cautious. He carefully put away the resources that he had and quickly led the heavenly rock race cultivators away from this place. Inside the grave palace, Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong did not take any detours and headed straight ahead. 1 hour later, horrifying miserable cries came from the corner of the grave entrance. The heavy stench of blood in the enclosed space was unbearable. Chapter 761. Xiao Chen frowned and turned his head to take a look. A large number of cultivators gathered at the exit of the passageway, fighting a spider-like ferocious beast with an extremely strange aura. This ferocious beast was described as strange because although Xiao Chen could feel the horrifying aura coming from it, he could not sense any life force at all. Interesting. It is actually a demonic puppet refined from an astral venom spider. I want this demonic puppet. When Nangong Qiong saw this ferocious beast, her bright eyes immediately revealed a trace of joy. She casually waved her hand, and an elegant wooden umbrella appeared in her hand. The plain-looking umbrella gave off an ancient aura. Xiao Chen looked carefully and discovered several hundred arm-thick heavenly sage laws around the umbrella. A high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen's pupils constricted, and intense shock flashed in his eyes. This girl was really mysterious. She could casually take out a high-quality sage-grade secret treasure. Xiao Chen, be careful. Don't get betrayed by this girl. If I guessed correctly, she is definitely from a sovereign noble clan. Her name might be a fake, Ao Jiao warned from the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen nodded and said calmly, "Don't worry. I have not used the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram or the strength character formula. After all, she is not a martial sage. I still have some trump cards against her." Nangong Qiong left very quickly and returned very quickly as well. In less than 15 minutes, she returned to Xiao Chen's side. An exquisite astral venom spider appeared in her palm like a doll. After she put it away, she smiled and said, "Let's go. There seems to be a treasure in front that the heavenly rock race's people did not take away. No wonder this group of people is so stubborn despite the obstruction of the astral venom spider." Hearing that there was a treasure, Xiao Chen took the lead. After passing through the entrance, the scene before him suddenly widened. A vast palace with grand decorations appeared before Xiao Chen. The cultivators that came from the various entrances all gathered here. Aside from the true inheritors of the 6 factions, the fiend race geniuses that Nangong Qiong paid special attention to, the little heavenly monkey Feng and the silver moon spirit fox Xianyu were also here. However, it was very quiet at this moment. Heroes from all over had gathered together, but no one made a sound. The atmosphere was so quiet that it was a little strange. In the center of the palace, there was a towering stone platform. On top of the stone platform, there was a pitch-black sword that exuded a chilling aura and a restrained brilliance. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary sword. Heavenly Ice Sword. Nangong Qiong exclaimed softly. Then, she came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. No wonder Yan Shisan would travel such a great distance to come here. I knew it. He mainly cultivates the Massacre Sword Dao. How could the map fragment be so attractive to him?" The Heavenly Ice Sword was forged by the Heavenly Rock King using the source of the Heavenly Ice Star. Unfortunately, after it was forged, it lacked a bit of spirituality. Heavenly Rock King was greatly disappointed. He had always shelved it, never using it. The Heavenly Rock King did not think much of this sword, but in the eyes of others, it was a peerless treasure. As long as it could nurture an artifact spirit, it would become a high-grade subdivine weapon. A fragment of a subdivine weapon of the Thunder King was able to attract the attention of a martial sage of Hunluo City. Now, as long as it was nurtured properly, it could definitely become a subdivine weapon. Naturally, it went without saying how attractive it was. Everyone wanted to obtain the Heavenly Ice Sword. However, no one dared to act rashly. The normally arrogant geniuses all became cautious. Everyone knew that the bird that poked its head out would be shot. If they acted rashly now, they would definitely offend everyone and become the target of everyone's attacks. Everyone was waiting for a chaotic situation so that they could make their move amidst the chaos. Amid this strange and quiet atmosphere, a black figure gently drifted over. This person did not care about the murderous gazes of the others as he casually stood on the stone platform. This was a slender, young swordsman in black with a stern expression. This was the person that Nangong Qiong feared the most, Yan Shisan. While the many geniuses did not dare to provoke the crowd and waited quietly, the black-clad swordsman calmly stood on the stone platform. "Not bad. This is a good sword. I want it." The many geniuses stared at the black-clad swordsman with murderous intent. However, Yan Shisan ignored them. He stretched out his hand to grab the pitch-black sword hilt. Where did this nameless brat come from? How dare he speak nonsense here? The Heavenly Ice Sword is the treasure of our Heavenly Rock race. No one is allowed to snatch it. Yan Shisan was not very famous here. Or rather, he was too famous. Without reaching a certain level, one would not know of his origins. Seeing that Yan Shisan was going to grab the Heavenly Ice Sword, the three half-sage old men of the Heavenly Rock race immediately became enraged and quickly revealed their true forms. The bones on their backs wiggled, and a pair of heavenly rock wings unfurled. The wings flapped ferociously, kicking up a strong wind. The three old men charged at Yan Shisan like a bolt of lightning with a towering flame burning in their eyes. Yan Shisan's eyebrows twitched. He had not expected these three Heavenly Rock race old men to be dissatisfied with him taking the Heavenly Ice Sword. Since you do not practice the sword, what is the point of having a sword? The greedy usually die the fastest. Yan Shisan did not move at all. He glanced around and moved his fingers slightly. The buzzing of countless swords came from the air, linking together as if there were countless swords hidden in the air. A strong and pure sword intent flowed everywhere in the air, forming a torrent of formless blades. The entire hall started trembling continuously. The swords in the hands of several cultivators were about to fly out uncontrollably, causing these cultivators to panic. This is a peak great perfection sword intent. Someone exclaimed in disbelief, revealing a horrified expression. A peak great perfection sword intent was already infinitely close to perfection, able to condense a sword's soul at any time. This was something that several martial sages, who had lived for 100 years, could not do. Unexpectedly, this youth did it. Suddenly, Yan Shisan stopped moving his fingers, and the hidden swords in the air all stopped buzzing. The torrent of swords flowing everywhere also stopped moving at this moment. Everything fell silent, not a single sound could be heard. The huge difference seemed to cause others to have the misconception that the powerful and vast sword intent at the advanced stage earlier was not real. Just as these doubts appeared in everyone's mind, Yen Shursan made his move and gently waved his hand. Boom! Countless crisp sounds connected together, forming a rumbling sound that resembled a tidal wave. The countless swords hidden in the void all stabbed out at the same time. They gathered together and formed a berserk dragon made of swords. The body of the berserk dragon hummed with thousands of swords, and a boundless state of massacre spread out from it. Bang! The massacre berserk dragon howled as it flew by. The various martial techniques executed by the three heavenly rock race cultivators, who had revealed their true forms, vanished like smoke. Sword lights shot out, and a scarlet light spread everywhere. Before the three old men could scream, they were sliced into countless spurts of blood. The blood infused into the berserk dragon. A faint layer of blood mist dyed the berserk dragon made of sword lights, making it look like a blood dragon with overwhelming killing chi. Yen Shursan casually waved his hand and killed 3 half-sages. The entire hall fell silent, dumbfounded. What exactly is this fellow's background? The Yen clan was a hidden sovereign noble clan. Ordinary people would not know of such a clan. When facing the horrifying Yen Shursan, everyone thought hard but could not figure out where such an expert came from. Acting all mysterious. Wang Ying will test you out. A sinister wind blew and carried a figure towards Yen Shursan. It was Teng Peng, the top true inheritor of the Blood Shadow sect, one of the 6 great sects of Hunluo province. When Yen Shursan saw Teng Peng in the sinister wind, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Interesting. There is finally someone using the sword, even though he does not cultivate the righteous Tao." Yen Shursan grasped his sword hilt with his right hand, not drawing his sword. He pointed forward, and a dense black sword chi immediately shot out from the scabbard, moving as fast as a meteor. The sword chi contained the massacre sword Tao that could destroy everything. Everywhere it passed, even the air seemed to lose its life force and wither. The sword chi easily tore through the sinister wind, piercing through Teng Peng's protective quintessence and the superior-grade inner vest he wore before piercing through his body. The black sword chi spread out with a surging state of massacre. No matter how Teng Peng blocked, he could not suppress the aura of massacre that could destroy everything. Teng Peng's complexion was as pale as paper. The sinister wind around him scattered, and he appeared fatigued and lifeless. Unexpectedly, not only did this sword strike injure his physical body, but the sword chi containing the massacre Tao even injured his life force. "Young master," the Blood Shadow sect's half-sage, Old Zhao, showed a startled expression as he quickly flew over and caught Teng Peng. Tacked together. The few half-sage elders all showed furious expressions as they charged at Yen Shursan. The Bone Mausoleum Hall's Wang Ying and the Magnificent Fiend Hall's Xiang Fei hesitated for a moment before leading their half-sage elders over as well. If they did not attack now and were defeated by Yen Shursan, they would no longer have a chance to obtain the Heavenly Ice Sword. Yen Shursan smiled faintly as he looked at the 20-odd half-sages flying over, not showing any fear. He did not even draw his black sword, just casually brandishing it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yen Shursan's veritable essence energy surged, and the scabbard danced. Under his guidance, berserk dragons made of the massacre Tao surged in all directions. The swords buzzed endlessly in the hall, sounding like a flowing waterfall. A strong wind howled and shook the surroundings. The various half-sages could not even block the berserk sword dragons, much less approach Yen Shursan. He fought against so many half-step saints all by himself, and he didn't even have to draw his sword. Xiao Chun appeared slightly stunned. This fellow is really strong. Of the 7 giants, only Juanshi can compete with him. If Xiao Chun can put some distance between them, his first senior sister might have a chance of victory. As for the other giants, if they did not have any fortuitous encounters in the past few months, none of them would be a match for him. No wonder that Nangong Qiong treated him as her greatest opponent. Xiao Chun thought, "Fortunately, I practiced the saber and not the sword. There is no need to fight with this person. Otherwise, I would have to expose all my trump cards." No swordsman could resist the temptation of the Heavenly Ice Sword. If Xiao Chen practiced the sword, no matter how strong Yan Shisan was, he would fight for it. Even if he could not defeat Yan Shisan, he would do his best. Otherwise, it would be hard to avoid regret. A powerful treasure sword was not something one could come across at any time. Chapter 762. As the half-sages fell one by one, the berserk sword dragons slowly vanished, and the hall regained its calm. The eyes of the injured half-sages on the ground and Yan Shisan, who stood with his hands behind his back on the sovereign's stone platform, flashed with unconcealable horror. "Bai, you use the sword. I'll help you snatch this heavenly ice sword." Xian Yu could tell that Bai was tempted, so he smiled gently and said gently, "If Xiao Chen could help her obtain the heavenly ice sword now, he would definitely be able to capture her heart in one go." When Xian Yu's second uncle heard this, his expression changed drastically. Bai could not help but frown deeply. When he saw that Xian Yu was about to make a move, he said anxiously, "There's no need. I'll go and get it myself." Seeing Bai fly out first, Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya quickly followed. Xian Yu's expression changed slightly. He had not expected that Bai would personally make a move for the sake of not appreciating his kindness. Xian Yu snorted coldly and was about to get up. Don't be rash. This person is Yan Shisan, the demonic genius of a sovereign noble clan. You are not a match for him." Xian Yu's second uncle quickly made a move to stop him. Then, he told him about the horrors of a sovereign noble clan. After Xian Yu heard the other party's explanation, his expression changed, and he slowly stopped himself from making a move. "The massacre sword Dao. If my life's origin is injured, my future will be ruined." Xiao Chen, who was originally planning to watch the show, suddenly saw a familiar figure fly out from the crowd. He was stunned and smiled bitterly helplessly. "Back then, I really should not have let her walk the sword Dao." Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and rode a blue dragon image. Then he soared into the sky, intending to block Bai. Yan Shisan's massacre sword Dao was clearly different from the state of massacre of regular cultivators. It was an extremely pure Dao of massacre. Using massacre as a sword, it could destroy everything, destroying all life force. If one's origin was accidentally injured, it would not be something that could be healed in a few days. A dragon roar resounded in all directions. Riding the dragon, Xiao Chen leaped up and instantly arrived before Bai, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya. Yan Shisan stood with his hands behind his back on the 100-meter-tall stone platform in front. He did not do anything, but the berserk dragons formed by the three massacring swords circled around him. As soon as he saw someone coming over, he immediately shouted and rushed over. "Kill, kill, kill, kill." Xiao Chen faced the berserk dragon formed by the three massacring swords head-on. He personally experienced the state of massacre contained in the swords. The tens of thousands of swords clashed in front of him. Every single sword was ferocious, like a ferocious beast baring its fangs. They roared madly, and their voices converged together. They condensed into tens of thousands of kill characters, rising and falling like the tide, pouring into Xiao Chen's mind, throwing his mind into chaos and giving rise to a chill. Xiao Chen finally understood. When those half-sages faced the berserk dragons formed by the swords, they found it very difficult to deal with them. In the end, they all lost. It was not that they were too weak. Rather, it was that this Yan Shisan was too strong. The momentum of the massacre sword Dao was too strong. It could kill everything in the world, destroying all life force. As long as one's mental state and mental energy were not as strong as Yan Shisan's, they would be like pigs before him, swallowed up by the cold and emotionless massacre sword Dao. No matter how strong one's quintessence was, how many martial techniques, or how many secret treasures one had, if one could not bring out even 70% of one's strength, defeat would be a matter of seconds. Xiao Chen roared, and the mental energy in his sea of consciousness surged like a river. As the waves surged, they chased the kill characters out of his mind. Xiao Chen recovered his mental state, and his eyes lit up. A sagely song rang out, echoing in the hall. The sagely song recounted a distant legend. Every time it resounded, history spun, and the ancient epic became even more profound. Essence, qi, and spirit, these three energies merged at the same time. The strength that he grasped also increased rapidly as he watched the 3 berserk sword dragons fly over. As he looked at the 3 berserk sword dragons, Xiaochen took a step forward, not retreating. Instead, he charged forward and punched. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. A bright, resplendent, and dazzling light condensed into something solid, looking like ink as it shot out. The light clashed with the berserk killing dragons formed by thousands of swords. Heavy sounds reverberated in the hall. Every strand of light and the killing swords fought to the death, like 2 armies of 10,000 fighting an intense battle on the battlefield. War songs rang out, and a scarlet light spread out like mist. The intense battle gave off horrifying auras that flew everywhere, giving off loud explosions on the ground. The entire hall started trembling intensely. It was like a flash flood or a snowy mountain collapsing. At this critical moment, if one did not flee for their lives, they would suffer a calamity. This was the Heavenly Rock King's Star Grave Palace. Naturally, there would not be a flash flood or a snowy mountain. It was just an atmosphere created by the fight between the two. Several people showed grave expressions as they looked at the two in the air. Horror flickered in their eyes. What kind of demonic genius was this? A fight under martial sage could create such a horrifying atmosphere, deterring people from watching. When everything cleared up and the wind blew over, everyone looked into the distance. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen blocked Yan Shisan's horrifying berserk sword dragons. The massacring berserk sword dragons that terrified the many half-sages and caused them to lose in seconds were blasted into nothingness for the first time. In a head-on clash, they were evenly matched. It's him, the white-robed bladesman Xiaochen. Amid the chaos, several people recognized Xiaochen's appearance. Back then, when he shouted a command in Hunluo City, he forced the evil man Wu Yuankai to retreat. Xiaochen's name spread throughout Hunluo City. Most of the cultivators here were from Hunluo province. After thinking for a while, they recalled Xiaochen's identity and origins. When they saw that Xiaochen was actually able to go against Yan Shisan, they couldn't help but be shocked, and they concentrated their attention and watched. Bai's pure and charming face was filled with joy. Tears welled up at the corners of her eyes, and she could not help wanting to rush forward and hug Xiaochen. "Don't move. Stand behind me. I'll teach you a lesson later. Do you know how dangerous it was earlier?" A familiar voice rang out. Bai showed a bitter expression, feeling somewhat wronged. However, she still obediently took 100 steps back with Mu Xinya and Jiang Zimo. When Shen Yu, who was in the crowd, saw this scene, he had interacted with Bai for a long time. However, he had never seen Bai so obedient before. Jealousy blazed in his heart. "I'll let you show off. After Yan Shisan severely injures you, I'll humiliate you ruthlessly," Shen Yu thought to himself as he glanced at Xiaochen. The black-robed Yan Shisan stood on the stone platform with the heavenly ice sword stuck in it. He stood as straight as a spear, not moving at all. His stern face did not show any expression. Aside from coldness, there was only coldness. "Since you are a bladesman, why the need to use the deity race's unorthodox Tao?" Yan Shisan narrowed his eyes, and rage flashed in them. His gaze was like a sharp knife stabbing at Xiaochen. Xiaochen smiled bitterly to himself. This person probably misunderstood, thinking that Xiaochen underestimated him. Not only did Xiaochen not draw his saber, but he even used unorthodox Tao to deal with him. However, Xiaochen's current situation was that the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist merged 3 kinds of energy. In reality, it already surpassed the original Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. It was not much weaker than Xiaochen's saber techniques. In terms of explosive power and destructive power, the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist was even stronger. However, since Yan Shisan said that, Xiaochen had no intention of letting Yan Shisan continue misunderstanding. If he drew his saber, so be it. In the past few days, Xiaochen had been practicing the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. Now, he could instantly send out 81 different trajectories. The other party had a peak great perfection sword intent, and Xiaochen's saber intent had reached 70% comprehension. Saber intent was innately stronger than sword intent. Although Xiaochen's cultivation realm was weaker, it would not immediately crumble. Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen rode on the blue dragon and slowly grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. The saber technique immediately merged with Xiao Chen's state in the surroundings, encasing Yan Shisan. At first, Yan Shisan did not care. Then, his eyes lit up, and his expression slowly turned grave. Unexpectedly, he could not make out the trajectory and position of Xiao Chen's attack. Figures of Xiao Chen holding the saber filled the air. Front, left, right, up, down. It seemed like there was no place where he could draw his saber. Interesting. However, before strong strength, no matter how good a technique is, it is useless. Yan Shisan nodded to himself. He admitted that his drawing the saber was not as good as Xiao Chen's. However, he did not care too much. The absolute difference in strength was too great. Xiao Chen could not use this advantage to finish him off in one move. As long as Xiao Chen could not finish him off in one move, Yan Shisan would be able to do so in an instant. In his opinion, Xiao Chen had only one chance. When Nangong Qiong, who was at the entrance of the distant palace, saw that the two were about to fight, she could not help but feel confused. This Xiao Chen is really worrisome. He looks very gentle and quiet, but when he sees a beautiful woman, he goes completely crazy, daring to offend anyone. That's not right. This young lady believes herself to be an outstanding beauty, no weaker than that little fox. Why is he not reacting to me? What am I thinking? I have to stop them. Otherwise, when we reach the core of the palace, Xiao Chen will not have the strength to help me open the stone steel. Just as Yan Shisan's hand was about to touch his sword hilt, a simple and unadorned wooden umbrella arrived. Nangong Qiong held the umbrella handle and smiled faintly as she appeared beside Xiao Chen. Young Master Shisan, it has been a long time. When Yan Shisan saw Nangong Qiong appear, he was clearly startled. Furthermore, she walked over to Xiao Chen. He sent a voice projection, "Ing Qiong, you want to help him? Don't worry about it. In any case, you cannot fight with this person now. Just take your heavenly ice sword and leave." The two quickly exchanged a few words. Then, Yan Shisan glanced at Bai, who was behind Xiao Chen. Then he entered deep thought. Then he gently tossed his black sword forward. Yan Shisan said calmly, "My Yan clan does not lack subdivine weapons. However, this heavenly ice sword is the most compatible with my killing sword Dao, so I have to obtain it. The sword in my hand is called Snow Feather. In terms of material, craftsmanship, and charm, it is no weaker than the heavenly ice sword. In another 5 years, it will definitely become a subdivine weapon. I'll give it to the young lady behind you." Yan Shisan gently tossed the snow feather sword, and strands of black light peeled off like paint. This was the killing chi that Yan Shisan had tempered on it for many years. When the black light scattered, the snow feather sword returned to its original appearance. It was as white as snow, untainted by dust, and its cold light was withdrawn. Xiao Chen received the snow feather sword and looked at Yan Shisan. Then he looked at Nangong Qiong, who was feigning ignorance, and he seemed to understand something. Chapter 763. However, Xiao Chen was even more shocked at Nangong Qiong's identity. To think that she could make the proud and unfathomable Yan Shisan make such a concession. Since you already condensed the sword heart, I believe you will not bury the snow feather sword. Its glory will be on you from now on. Yan Shisan did not say anything more. He grasped the heavenly ice sword's hilt and looked coldly at the surrounding crowd, like he was asking if anyone was still unconvinced. After seeing Yan Shisan's strength, who would dare to seek trouble? They all avoided his gaze, not daring to meet his eyes. Boom! Yan Shisan drew the heavenly ice sword and soared into the sky. He sent out a massacring sword light and broke through the roof of the palace. Yan Shisan's figure flickered, and he turned into a beam of black light, vanishing from this place. Just when everyone thought that there would be peace for a while, the stone platform with the heavenly ice sword in it exploded into dust. Clumps of dazzling light shot out as the stone platform crumbled. They were like majestic heavenly rocks spreading their wings and soaring into the sky. The light was dazzling, more than 100 of them. A vast emperor's might layered over each other and spread throughout the vast palace, making breathing difficult. An emperor painting piece. It really is a painting piece of the great rock spreading wings. There are so many painting pieces. We struck it rich. After a moment of silence, all the cultivators in the hall roared crazily, causing a commotion in the crowd. The impatient cultivators leaped into the air and reached out to grab the painting pieces. Bang, bang, bang. Miserable cries rang out. Not only did people get injured by the energy contained in the painting pieces, but they were also injured by sneak attacks. The entire place turned chaotic. Nangong Cheong said softly, "Along the way, we only found one painting piece. So, they were all hidden here." Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he looked at the chaotic scene. He did not know if Yen Shisan expected such a thing to happen after he left. However, even if he did, given Yen Shisan's character, he would not change his mind for these painting pieces. After retreating to the back with Bai's group, Xiao Chun handed the snow feather sword to Bai and said, "Brother Jiang, Miss Mu, Bai will be in your care." Jiang Zimo nodded and said, "Brother Xiao, don't worry. You should be careful as well." Bai knew what Xiao Chun meant. He wanted to protect her. She hated herself for not living up to his expectations. Brother Xiao Chun was worried about her. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and did not say anything more. He turned around and left on his dragon, joining the group fighting for the map fragments. Xiao Chen's cultivation was still lingering around late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. This painting piece was very important to him. This might be his opportunity to become a half-saint, so he had to fight for it. Looking around, the two most eye-catching people in the sky were undoubtedly the little heavenly monkey Feng and the silver moon spirit fox races Shenyu. Those who fought with them for the map pieces all ended up in a miserable state. In a short period of time, the two of them had already snatched 5 or 6 map fragments, sending quite a few ignorant people flying. Xiao Chun stood like a soaring dragon, looking at the dazzling map fragments dancing in the sky. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and firmly grabbed a map fragment that flew past him. A strong shockwave surged out, knocking away the nearby cultivators. Even the little heavenly monkey Feng needed at least 3 attempts before he could completely subdue a map fragment. Xiao Chun used his full power, using both his mental energy and quintessence at the same time to succeed on his first try. Boom, boom, boom. Shock waves surged endlessly. Xiao Chun quickly made his move, succeeding 10 times out of 10. In a few breaths, he caught up to Xian Yu and the little heavenly monkey. After a while, Xiao Chun obtained 20 map fragments. The little heavenly monkey and Xian Yu combined did not even reach half of Xiao Chen's. Such a ferocious display finally attracted everyone's attention. They were dumbfounded as they watched Xiao Chen harvest the map fragments in an extremely tyrannical manner. This is too monstrous. Is he even going to let us live? Damn it. From the looks of it, he is going to snatch away at least half of the map fragments. The originally chaotic scene of a chaotic fight between experts now turned into Xiao Chen's solo performance. No one could stop him from harvesting the map fragments. The little heavenly monkey's pearl-like eyes revealed a strange chill. This fellow is too exaggerated. Xian Yu, who had long found Xiao Chen an eyesore, snorted coldly. While Xiao Chen was not paying attention, he quickly flew towards him and stretched out his hand, trying to snatch a map fragment behind him. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. Without even turning around, he grabbed the painting piece with the backhand of his hand. At the same time, he made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and a surging shock wave burst out as he caught a painting piece that was flying over. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chun grabbed 2 map fragments at the same time. Emperor's might spread out. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robes fluttered. His entire being radiated an unstoppable sharpness. Xian Yu, who originally thought that he would definitely succeed, ended up grabbing nothing. The expression on his face was extremely fascinating. Xiao Chun quickly put away the 2 map fragments into his universe ring. Then, his figure flashed and appeared in another direction, leaving behind Xian Yu, who was still in the same posture as before. Riding the dragon dance, Xiao Chun harvested non-stop. Anyone who blocked his way was sent flying. Xian Yu clenched his teeth and made up his mind to trick Xiao Chun this time. So, he chased after Xiao Chun, not letting go. However, Xiao Chen did not even bother to look at him. Every time Xiao Chen casually grabbed, Xiao Chen's actions would miss, preventing him from grabbing anything. 10 minutes later, not a single map fragment remained in the Great Hall. Xiao Chen had already swept through all of them. Naturally, the biggest winner was Xiao Chen. Of the 100 great rock spreading wings painting pieces, Xiao Chen had swept through 60 of them, more than everyone else combined. The Great Hall fell silent. Without exception, everyone's gazes focused on Xiao Chen. There was envy, jealousy, hatred, and even gazes filled with malicious intent. Murderous intent could be seen faintly discernible. However, after seeing Xiao Chen's earlier fight with Yan Shisan, no one dared to take the lead. Although the map fragments were precious, the value of one's life was even higher. Aside from Xiao Chen, Little Heavenly Monkey was the cultivator who had obtained the most map fragments. He gave Xiao Chen a deep look with his gem-like eyes before leaving without looking back. At this moment, Little Heavenly Monkey had to admit that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to hold back Xiao Chen. He might even get killed by Xiao Chen and snatch away his map fragment. The cruel reality made him feel somewhat helpless. Originally, he did not care about this person at all. Who could have imagined that he would be his greatest nemesis on this trip? After Little Heavenly Monkey left, sighs came from the crowd as they left unwillingly. Aside from Nangong Qiong, no one else knew about the core map fragment. Seeing that the map fragments were all distributed, the crowd could only leave this place regretfully. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. You obtained 60 map fragments. No one can stop you from showing off your might. Nangong Qiong said softly as she appeared out of nowhere. She revealed a faint smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chen had expected this girl to say this long ago. He smiled faintly and ignored her. He walked over to Bai and the other two and took out 30 map fragments, distributing them to the three. Xiao Chen had already suppressed the map fragments, so there was no need to continue suppressing them. The three put away the map fragments and thanked Xiao Chen with cupped fist salutes. The map fragments formed from the comprehensions of a sovereign martial emperor were incredibly precious. The three were not unreasonable people. Furthermore, they were familiar with Xiao Chen's character, so they would not reject it. Xian Yu's face darkened as he walked over with his second uncle. His lips twitched a few times before he squeezed out a smile. I have always heard Bai mention you. Now that I see you today, you are indeed extraordinary. Xian Yu originally thought that Yan Shisan would kill Xiao Chen. Who could have imagined that not only did Yan Shisan not injure Xiao Chen, but he even gave face to Xiao Chen and gave the snow feather sword to Bai. After that, Xiao Chen displayed his skills and obtained 60 map fragments, completely overshadowing Xian Yu. Now, when Xian Yu saw the ambiguous expression in Bai's eyes, he could not hide it. Xian Yu wished that he could immediately kill Xiao Chen. However, he was not strong enough. Furthermore, he did not dare to fall out with Bai. The conflicted expression on Xian Yu's handsome face was obvious. Xiao Chen greeted indifferently. Then he started chatting with Bai, lecturing her not to be rash in the future. Bai understands. The next time we meet, Bai will definitely not stand behind elder brother Xiao Chen. When Xiao Bai saw that familiar face and heard that familiar voice, she felt that her elder brother Xiao Chen was the same as before. Nothing had changed. She felt that it was enough. When Xian Yu, who was at the side, saw Bai's meek appearance, the flames in his eyes seemed to be about to spew out. If looks could kill, Xiao Chen would have died 10,000 times already. Unfortunately, looks could not kill. At the very least, Xian Yu's could not. After saying a few words to Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya, Xiao Chen bid them farewell. Nangong Qiong appeared at an appropriate time. She smiled and said, "Hehe, you are really generous. You casually gave me half of the map fragment. Young Master Xiao, I discovered that I can no longer see through you." Xiao Chen said casually, "How can I see through you? Cut the chatter. Bring me to the central hall of the Grave Palace. After I help you break the door, we will be even." When Nangong Qiong heard the words, "Central Hall," she was no longer in the mood to joke around. She activated the many hidden mechanisms and led Xiao Chen in circles. Finally, they arrived before a heavy stone door. The stone door was pure black. Aside from being heavy, it looked very ordinary. Nangong Cheong's expression turned grave. She said sullenly, "This is the heavenly cloud stone. It can absorb a cultivator's quintessence. The central control hall of the Grave Palace is inside. Unless one is a descendant of the heavenly rock race, no one can open the door even if they find the mechanism. They can only break it by force." The heavenly cloud stone was one of the mysterious stones of the starry heavens. Xiao Chen had heard of it before. Human cultivators' quintessence, fiend race cultivators' fiend essence, and deity race cultivators' mental energy would not be able to cause any damage. Instead, they would become nourishment for it, making it even harder. Only the purest form of brute force, what was commonly known as force, could shatter it. According to the quality of the heavenly cloud stone, the amount of force it could withstand varied. Since the heavenly rock king had found this heavenly cloud stone, its quality would definitely not be low. This is a sage-grade heavenly cloud stone. It can withstand 1,000 tons of force without shattering. However, to young Master Xiao, this should be a piece of cake. Nangong Cheong glanced at Xiao Chen. She smiled faintly, looking fresh and refined. Her smooth, jade-like face did not appear to be fawning. Instead, she looked very charming. Under such flattery, a regular man would rush forward and smash the heavenly cloud stone with a punch. Chapter 764. As Xiao Chen looked at the stone door made of heavenly cloud rock, he remained unmoved. He said calmly, "You can give me the alchemic recipe for the breaking sage pill now, right? Strange. Is this lady's charm really not comparable to that little fox's?" Naturally, Nangong Cheong did not care about a breaking sage pill. However, when she saw Xiao Chen offend Yen San for Bai's sake, she felt somewhat upset. She wanted to test Xiao Chen, who knew he would be so uncooperative. However, this was just a girl's own thoughts. It was not about liking or disliking someone. Xiao Chen received the breaking sage pill, and his heart thumped heavily. However, his expression did not change, not letting Nangong Cheong see anything suspicious. When Xiao Chen arrived before the heavenly cloud rock door, he burned his vital qi. His bones gave off crackling sounds as he clenched his right fist tightly. When Xiao Chen felt the energy contained in his fist, he shouted and punched. Fist winds howled like thunder. The heavenly cloud rock shattered into countless fragments by Xiao Chen, scattering everywhere. A strange light flashed in Nangong Cheong's eyes. She casually waved her hand, and all the rocks flying at her were blown to the side. At the moment when the stone door was broken, an ear-piercing cry came from inside. The sharp cry contained a dense emperor's might that entered one's sea of consciousness. The strength of the emperor's might was not something the painting pieces outside could compare to. Caught off guard, Xiao Chen could not help taking a few steps back. He circulated his mental energy with all his might before he managed to block this emperor's might and recover. On the other hand, Nangong Cheong seemed to have expected this. When Xiao Chen retreated, she advanced instead of retreating, entering the central control room behind the stone door first. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I knew that this would be the result. Nangong Cheong's somewhat cold voice came from inside. Xiao Chen went forward to take a look and discovered a corpse lying at the foot of the wall in the control room filled with all sorts of formations. The blood on the corpse's lips had yet to dry, and its eyes were wide open, filled with dissatisfaction. It was the young master of the Tianping race, Mingyu. Above the stone room, a heavenly rock formed by the core painting piece spread its wings and circled around. A faint light spread out, and an emperor's might spread throughout the entire stone room. If Zhang Xian was not wrong, Mingyu must have died from the backlash of eating the map fragment due to his lack of strength. "Young Master Xiao, can you help me subdue this core map piece?" Nangong Cheong smiled as she walked over to Xiao Chen. It seemed that he had never said that he would give her the core map fragment. The transaction between the two of them ended the moment Nangong Cheong handed over the breaking sage pill and Xiao Chen helped her open the Heaven Cloud's stone door. Puchi. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reply, Nangong Cheong, who was in front of Xiao Chen, suddenly made a move. The heavenly sage laws contained in the sage-grade umbrella danced around wildly. Boundless spiritual energy infused into the umbrella, turning into surging quintessence that gave off a dazzling red light. Nangong Cheong attacked without any warning. There was no killing chi or quintessence fluctuation. She was fast, ruthless, and accurate, not holding back at all. She wanted to deal a fatal blow, severely injuring Xiao Chen. However, along the way, Xiao Chen had never let down his guard against her. As long as she got within 10 meters of him, his quintessence would automatically circulate throughout his body, ready to deal with her at any time. The instant Nangong Cheong made her move, Xiao Chen's body moved almost at the same time, quickly retreating to the back. When Xiao Chen's feet landed on the ground, they gave off extremely unpleasant screeching sounds. He left behind afterimages wherever he went. The umbrella was like a sword, piercing forward and shattering the afterimages. Nangong Cheong's expression turned cold as she chased relentlessly. Xiao Chen had reached the wall behind him, so he could not retreat for long. Indeed, Xiao Chen could not retreat. However, he had never thought of retreating from the very start. He only wanted to put some distance between himself and Nangong Cheong, luring her to continue chasing. The rebound from the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram at close range was not easy to endure. 2 beams of light flew out of Xiao Chen's eyes, one purple and one white. The lights chased each other, forming a primal chaos Taiji diagram. The 4 divisions of the sky and the 8 trigrams appeared around the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. The yin-yang flame diagram encompassed the entire world. Bang! The tip of the umbrella crashed into the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Suddenly, a golden light shone, and a vast energy surged out, crushing several of the decorations in the control room into powder. The spiritual heavenly rock above felt a dangerous aura. It spread its wings and flew through the stone door. An even more surging quintessence bounced back at Nangong Cheong from the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Nangong Cheong's pupils constricted, and blood leaked out of a corner of her lips. She went flying back with a pale complexion. Nangong Cheong pushed off the wall and opened the wooden umbrella. Her pale face looked at the slowly fading Taiji yin-yang flame diagram in shock. "Young Master Xiao, it looks like you are really unromantic. To think that you are willing to be so ruthless to a weak girl like me. You have truly broken this lady's heart." Nangong Cheong wiped off the blood on her lips and revealed a miserable smile on her pretty face. Xiao Chen smiled coldly to himself. If not for the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, even if he used the Sage-grade pagoda at full power, he would have been severely injured by that earlier strike, even with his strong physical body. If it were another person, that person would have been turned to ashes by that umbrella. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled. "Miss Nangong's attitude is really good. Despite all your schemes, you still ended up with nothing. Now, not only can you not obtain the core painting piece, but you are also injured. I really want to know why you can still smile." Nangong Cheong revealed an extremely charming smile. Together with her pale face, she looked like the most eye-catching plum blossom in a vast snowy land, extremely beautiful. "Young Master Xiao, don't you feel that there is something wrong with the position you are standing in?" Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. Then he quickly sized up his surroundings. The stone room could not be considered narrow. Because he had dodged Nangong Cheong's attack earlier, he had retreated to the deepest part of the stone room. Nangong Cheong, who had been chasing after Xiao Chen, was knocked to the top of the stone door by the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he immediately figured out the problem. It is already too late to figure it out now." Nangong Cheong laughed and put away the wooden umbrella. Then her feet, which were stuck to the wall, moved slightly, and she flipped around, flying through the stone door. After Nangong Cheong landed, a jade strip appeared in her hand. Then she quickly formed hand seals. Bang! Following closely behind, Xiao Chen arrived before the stone door like a strong gust of wind. A formless barrier appeared, and Xiao Chen crashed into it miserably, giving off a loud sound. Nangong Cheong put away the jade strip and looked at Xiao Chen, who was knocked back. Then she rested the wooden umbrella on her shoulder and smiled gently. "Young Master Xiao, if we are fated, we should be able to meet again. Next time, I will do bad things with you. I'm going to subdue the core painting piece. Young Master Xiao, You should cultivate properly in there. Let's see if you can break this barrier that even inferior-grade martial sages cannot break in 100 years. Remember, this lady is called Ing Qiong, not Nangong Qiong. Her bell-like laughter was like a clear stream on a high mountain. Ing Qiong opened the wooden umbrella and gently leaped up, disappearing from Xiao Chen's sight. Inside the immortal spirit ring, Ao Jiao looked at Xiao Chen, who was trapped in the stone room. She felt helpless. After a long time, she said, "Idiot master, I just knew that this woman would sell you out. It is not about selling or not selling." Xiao Chen's face was still somewhat sore. That earlier collision was too fast. He touched the formless barrier and said indifferently, "Schemes are also skills. If my skills are not as good as hers, there is nothing more to say." Xiao Chen did not feel much hatred for Nangong Qiong's actions. From the very start, he knew that this girl was not someone to offend and was not a kind person. Xiao Chen had made preparations long ago. However, he had not expected that he would still fall into this girl's hands and let her snatch away the core painting piece. However, as long as his clothes remained unchanged, he would find this girl sooner or later and make up for this loss. Right now, the most crucial thing was to figure out how to get out. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand, and a grave expression appeared on his delicate face. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. Suddenly, a bright golden light burst forth from Xiao Chen's body. A beam of divine light entered his body, causing his aura to soar continuously. He was like a deity walking in the mortal world, worshipping all things. Bang! A punch with tenfold combat prowess from deities descending struck the faint light barrier. There was a loud sound, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. Xiao Chen flew back in an even more miserable state. Some ripples appeared on the formless light barrier before it calmed down. Xiao Chen's qi and blood surged endlessly. The rebound nearly caused internal injuries to all of his internal organs. Xiao Chen finally experienced what it was like to face the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram. "Young Master Xiao, just stay here and cultivate properly. Even an inferior-grade martial sage would not be able to break this barrier." When Xiao Chen recalled Ing Qiong's voice, he could not help but feel somewhat dispirited. Even a punch with tenfold combat prowess did not budge. Could it be that I have to use the strength character formula? The strength character formula increased his combat prowess by 33 times. If I could not break this barrier, the rebound would probably kill me. When Xiao Chen thought of the consequences, he immediately gave up. Since ancient times, geniuses had all sorts of deaths. However, he had never heard of anyone killing themselves. He did not want to be the first. Xiao Chen recovered from his injuries and said, "It looks like I will have to stay here for a long time." Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "You are really optimistic. Do you really think that you can break through to martial sage before you starve to death? There is always a way out. There will always be a way out. Furthermore, I do not have to cultivate to martial sage. After I am a half-sage, I should be able to execute deities descending." Xiao Chen tidied up and took out a prayer mat from his universe ring. Then, he took out a few superior-grade spirit-gathering pearls and entered a state of cultivation. The 1,000-year-old white nascent fruit that Xiao Chen consumed previously still had medicinal energy lingering in the depths of his bloodline. As long as he entered a state of cultivation, it would slowly take effect. The effects were not as intense as they were initially. However, it allowed Xiao Chen to achieve twice the results with half the effort. His cultivation improved rapidly. Right now, Xiao Chen was already a middle-stage superior-grade martial monarch. When he used up all the remaining medicinal energy, he should be able to advance to late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. At that time, when he cultivated to peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch and used the 30-odd painting pieces, he would definitely be able to break through to half-sage in one go. Chapter 765. Therefore, Xiao Chen was quite optimistic about his future. Half a month later, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the desert outside the Star Grave Palace. These people wore black robes and radiated baleful auras. Their cultivations were deep and strong. All of them were actually loose cultivators. Furthermore, none of them were weaker than Wu Yuan Kai. There were more than 30 of them. With such a strong force working together, aside from Injuanxi, any of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain would have to retreat. The person in the lead was Xian Yu of the Silver Moon Fox clan. At this moment, his face was dark and his handsome face was terrifying. There was no trace of his usual gentleness. Xiao. A figure flew down from the sky. It was Xian Yu's second uncle. After leaving the Star Tomb Palace, this person had been guarding outside and had not left. Xian Yu looked at the huge palace grave and said, "Second uncle, it's been half a month. Is that white-robed brat really not out yet?" "It's absolutely true. I've been guarding for half a month, but I haven't seen him at all. The woman who was with him has already come out, but he still hasn't come out." Xian Yu could not help feeling surprised. The Heavenly Rock Race's people had already emptied out all the treasures in the Star Grave Palace. They had also searched through all the painting pieces. The place was now completely empty. What was Shao Chen doing in there? Could it be that he wanted to take away this grave palace? This was the grave palace of a sovereign martial emperor. Unless Emperor Wu came, he would not be able to erase the Heavenly Rock King's mark. Forget it. He will come out sooner or later. I don't believe he can hide forever. Xian Yu's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to kill Shao Chen and tear him into pieces. After leaving the palace grave, Bai's attitude toward him became even colder. Before, he would say a few words to him out of politeness. Now, he didn't even say a word. Bai had magic skills and was valued by the Fox King. He had many pursuers, but Xian Yu always felt that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first. In his heart, Bai would be his sooner or later. Who knew that after he met Shao Chen, he would suffer all kinds of setbacks, which made him feel that there was a serious gap in his arrogance. After leaving the Star Grave Palace, he could no longer suppress his desire to kill Shao Chen. After discussing it with his second uncle, he immediately received his second uncle's support. After spending a large sum of money to invite most of the half-sages in the vicinity of Hunluo province and informing Shao Chen that he had more than 60 emperors painting pieces, the group of half-sages was extremely tempted. The middle-aged man glanced behind him at the overwhelming baleful aura, the red light of heavenly sage laws, and the many loose cultivators behind him. After some thought, Xian Yu said, "Xian Yu, even if these people work together to kill him, there will be no problem. However, if that person steels himself to flee, he might still have a chance of survival." The corners of Xian Yu's mouth curled up slightly as he sneered, "I've already notified my father. He agreed to send a senior elder over. At that time, if this person is unable to kill that brat, that senior elder will personally take action." Xian Yu's clan had some power in the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. All the senior elders in the clan were at least inferior-grade martial sages. Before a martial sage, no matter how strong Shao Chen was, he would not be able to do anything. When the middle-aged man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then he smiled and said, "It looks like the clan head is an understanding person. As long as you can truly obtain Bai and establish a connection with the Fox King, this bit of capital is definitely worth it." "Second uncle, should we charge in directly? Waiting like this will be too passive." "Absolutely not. The Grave Palace is too big. After we enter, these people will immediately scatter. That will give that brat an opportunity to counterattack." Xian Yu nodded and said, "I never thought of that. In that case, let's just wait here and wait for him to come out. It would be best if the senior elder does not make a move. That way, even if something happens, we can push the blame onto a group of loose cultivators. That way, the Haotian sect will not come looking for trouble." Another half a month passed. Shao Chen slowly opened his eyes from his cultivation. After 1 month of bitter cultivation and exhausting all the spirit-gathering pearls on him, he finally advanced to peak late-stage superior-grade martial monarch. He was only 1 step shy of advancing to half-sage. The most important thing was that Shao Chen had completely calmed down. From the time he left the Haotian sect until now, he had not stopped for even a moment. First, he had fought with ferocious beasts in the savage beast forest. Then, he had pitted his wits against 2 old fellows. Finally, he had offended the magnificent Fiend Hall for some reason. After arriving at this Star Grave Palace, Xiao Chen had been fighting nonstop. He had even run into a woman comparable to his spirit. One could say that he was constantly on high alert. Although he was trapped in this small stone room, outsiders could not enter. It could be considered an absolutely safe place. Xiao Chen could calm down and reflect on his experiences in the past 3 months. He did not need to think about anything else. Dragons were trapped in a dangerous land with no way out. However, if one looked at it from another perspective, a dangerous land might be a blessed land. 4 days later, Xiao Chen sorted out all the comprehensions and experiences he had gained in the past few months. While his cultivation did not increase, his pitch-black eyes appeared even deeper. His accumulations had become much more stable. With a flip of his hand, a painting piece of the great rock spreading wings appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. He muttered to himself, "It is time to absorb this painting piece and advance to half-sage." The great rock spreading wings painting was the comprehension that the heavenly rock king, a sovereign fiend emperor, materialized before his death. It contained the emperor's might and strong heavenly laws of a powerful expert. Although this was only a painting piece in Xiao Chen's hand and not the core painting piece, it was still worth cities, a treasure that could tempt even martial sages. Xiao Chen held the painting piece and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to carefully comprehend the various mysteries contained in it. As Xiao Chen's consciousness slowly sank into it, he felt like he was in a vast and boundless scene. When Xiao Chen looked at it directly, the scene was hazy and ever-changing. He could not make out what it was at all. Was it a desert? Was it a vast ocean? Was it the sky? Or was it a boundless starry sky? Xiao Chen could only feel the vastness, the boundless vastness. When he was in it, he felt like he was not even a drop in the ocean. He was so insignificant that he could not even describe it. Voices resounded in the primal chaos. Those voices seemed to be muttering to themselves, but they also seemed to be lecturing their relatives and juniors, as well as their comprehension and understanding of the martial Tao. The information was chaotic, turning into thousands of beams of light of different colors. They flew before Xiao Chen's eyes, weaving together. This made it hard for him to choose. Xiao Chen, focus your mind. Ignore the white beams of light. Those are the trifling matters of the heavenly rock king's life. Ignore the black beams of light as well. Those are the dark side of the heavenly rock king. You are not an evil cultivator. If you try to grab them, your mind will be in chaos. Don't touch the red beams of light either. That is the heavenly rock king's evil chi. Even if you try to grab them, you will not gain anything. The purple beams of light are the heavenly rock king's comprehensions of some martial techniques. You can grab them, but you cannot blindly grab them. There are very few blue beams of light, but you cannot miss them. That is the heavenly rock king's cultivation. After you obtain them, you can directly increase your cultivation. There are even fewer golden beams of light, but you cannot miss them. That is the heavenly rock king's heavenly laws. After you obtain them, you can directly comprehend heavenly sage laws. You only have 3 chances to make a move before the painting piece runs out of energy and disappears from the world. Just as Xiao Chen was at a loss, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind, explaining the meaning of the various beams of light. The thousands of beams of light slowly became clearer. Xiao Chen's expression also calmed down as he started to observe carefully. Most of the beams of light were white, at least 90%. Next were black and red. There were very few beams of light that were truly useful. As for the golden beams of light, Xiao Chen could only see a blurry figure. He could not be sure if there were any. Whoosh! After observing for a long time, Xiao Chen finally made a move. He caught a purple beam of light in his hand. In that instant, he gained some knowledge of spear techniques. He could not help but feel disappointed. Xiao Chen practiced saber techniques and fist techniques. Spear techniques were only of some use to him. This was equivalent to wasting an opportunity. The second time Xiao Chen made a move, he wanted to catch a blue beam of light. In the end, he was too slow and caught a white beam of light. Some of the heavenly rock king's trivial matters appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He had wasted another opportunity. There was only one opportunity. Xiao Chen focused all his attention. As he looked at the thousands of beams of light dancing around before him, He no longer dared to make a move casually. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen made a move at lightning speed. However, he caught nothing. Xiaochen opened his eyes, and the painting piece in his hand turned into motes of light. Then, they rose into the air and slowly disappeared. A painting piece had been wasted just like that. Xiaochen could not help feeling that it was a pity. He said, "There are too many chaotic beams of light. It looks like the Emperor's painting pieces are overrated." Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It is not that incredible in the first place. Didn't you see that Nangong girl? She did not even look at these painting pieces. The true essence is all in the core painting piece. Even with more than 100 painting pieces added together, they are not as valuable as one core painting piece." It looked like Xiaochen had suffered a great loss this time. He had crushed his way here, sweeping through the place. After working so hard for so long, that girl took away the bulk of it. However, never mind. After all, he had 30 painting pieces. He had plenty of opportunities to familiarize himself with them. He was much better than those who only had 4 or 5 painting pieces or 1 painting piece. Following that, Xiaochen continued absorbing the painting pieces. With his first experience, Xiaochen was much more accustomed to the same situation the second time. After using up 10 painting pieces, Xiaochen finally caught hold of 2 beams of blue light. Kasi. It seemed like a formless bottleneck in his body had been broken. With a huang dang sound, the shackles broke. His body, which was a container, became 10 times larger than before. He could vaguely see a flickering door in his body, about to open. That was the door of sages. Once it opened, he would be able to transcend mortality and become a martial sage. After that, no matter where he went in the Kunlun realm, he would be an overlord. This door had blocked many demonic geniuses. To Xiaochen, it was still too far away. There was no need to think too much about it. Just being able to see it was already pretty good. I finally advanced to half-sage. When Xiaochen opened his eyes, he revealed an expression of joy. He had refined his quintessence twice in each of the 3 grades of martial monarch. His foundation was already incredibly firm. If not for this, he would have advanced to half-sage long ago. He would not have needed to wait so long. However, now that he had accumulated enough, the benefits he gained far surpassed that of ordinary people. The moment Xiaochen advanced to half-sage, he saw that hazy door of sages. Since ancient times, not many geniuses had managed to do this. Chapter 766. More importantly, the amount of quintessence that Xiaochen's body could contain had reached an inconceivable level. If Xiaochen broke through to martial sage, the number of heavenly sage laws he could convert into would reach a startling number. Since ancient times, why were those demonic geniuses who condensed their quintessence twice able to become major characters in the future? This was the reason why those demonic geniuses who condensed their quintessence twice in the martial monarch realm were able to become major characters in the future. After breaking through to martial sage, one would immediately shake off those martial monarchs who liked to use their cultivation to suppress them. Xiaochen, congratulations. After suffering so much, you finally advanced to half-sage, Xiaochen said sincerely from the immortal spirit ring. Every time Xiaochen consumed the quintessence-gathering pill, Ao Jiao could still remember the heart-wrenching pain Ao Jiao felt every time Xiaochen consumed the quintessence-gathering pill. Xiaochen's cultivation fell far behind the geniuses of the same generation. He could only hide his pride and lofty aspirations in his heart, unable to express them. When the clouds parted to see the moon, when one could endure loneliness and all sorts of pain, one would be able to obtain what one wished for. Xiaochen's face lit up with joy. However, he remained extremely calm as he said, "It is still not enough. I just advanced to half-sage and have not comprehended my heavenly sage laws yet. I cannot waste any of the remaining 20 painting pieces." Time slowly went by. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the blink of an eye, another 20 days had passed. Xiaochen suppressed the impatience in his heart. He slowly absorbed the remaining 20 painting pieces at the rate of 1 a day. Although this speed was slow, it was steady and steady. Furthermore, with his familiarity with the first 10 painting pieces, the effects of the remaining painting pieces were very obvious. Xiao Chen caught more than 30 beams of blue light, allowing his cultivation to soar. Such a cultivation was equivalent to a sovereign martial emperor personally imparting knowledge to him. There would be no side effects. As for why the other party could increase his cultivation despite being a fiend emperor, Xiao Chen pondered this question for a long time and came up with a guess that he did not dare to confirm. The martial Dao had many changes. However, when one reached the peak, they would all return to the same place. The essence of the energy was the same, there was not much difference. After catching 10-odd purple beams of light, Xiao Chen finally found a fist technique, Kun Peng Fist. Most importantly, he had wasted more than a dozen chances to make a move. A golden beam of light containing sovereign demonic the arch and heavenly laws was firmly grasped in his hand. In the mysterious world within Xiao Chen's body, the tightly shut door of sages opened a crack. In that instant, Xiao Chen obtained 100 faint golden heavenly sage laws. These heavenly sage laws were as thick as a finger. They looked like ribbons of light circling his dantian. If a cultivator of the same cultivation realm were here, they would discover that the heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen undulated like waves flickering with a faint golden light. One golden beam of light directly transformed into hundreds of heavenly sage laws. If Wu Yuankai were still alive and saw this scene, he might vomit blood. Wu Yuankai had cultivated bitterly, killed others for their treasures, and used up countless resources. However, after advancing to half-sage for more than 10 years, he had only comprehended 10-odd heavenly sage laws. Furthermore, these were the thread-like heavenly sage laws. Now that Xiao Chen had obtained only the Heavenly Rock King's heavenly law, he now had 100 more heavenly sage laws. Furthermore, these heavenly sage laws were as thick as a pinky. They were at least 10 times stronger than Wu Yuankai's heavenly sage laws. However, they were rather dim in color. Furthermore, they were not the heavenly sage laws that Xiao Chen comprehended. Hence, he felt somewhat uncomfortable using them. If he completely absorbed them, the faint golden heavenly sage laws would turn into purple lightning-attributed heavenly laws. In that case, these 100 heavenly sage laws would become Xiao Chen's. No wonder those half-sages went crazy when they saw the painting pieces. They also knew that the painting pieces were somewhat overrated. However, if one was really lucky and managed to grab a golden beam of light, it would be equivalent to gaining 10-odd years of cultivation. However, this chance was too slim. Xiao Chen had 31 painting pieces. He had about 100 chances to make a move. Furthermore, with Ao Jiao's guidance, he had only managed to grab one golden beam of light. It was practically impossible for those half-sages with only 1 or 2 painting pieces to obtain a golden beam of light. After calming his slightly excited heart, Xiao Chen started to refine these heavenly sage laws. He infused his quintessence and mind brand into them. The purple thunder divine incantation slowly circulated, and the purple clouds around his dantian turned into a dense fog that slowly scattered. Then, they slowly seeped into the 100 faint golden heavenly sage laws. After all, the heavenly sage laws were transformed from the Heavenly Rock King's heavenly laws. They were not Xiao Chen's. The process of seeping them in was extremely arduous and difficult. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chen's heart was as calm as a mirror. He did not rush or get impatient. He only slowly sent his quintessence in, showing great patience. After half a day, Xiao Chen finally managed to completely seep in one of the faint golden heavenly sage laws, turning it pure purple. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he continued to work hard. With the experience from the first time, the second and third times went much smoother. In the end, he was able to take it easy. Half a month later, the 100 faint golden heavenly sage laws all turned purple. Their thickness had decreased by half, but they had become even more solid. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and a light flickered before him in a hazy world. In the distance, a saint door that stood in the void quietly opened a tiny crack that was almost negligible. Boom! In that instant, countless sounds entered Xiao Chen's ears. Those were the breathing of the world, the sound of the great Tao. The sounds were like bells ringing rhythmically. The 100 heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body cheered along with the sound of the great Tao, moving up and down. Xiao Chen's exhausted quintessence was completely replenished in a short while. A surging energy spread throughout his body. When he raised his hand, he could feel this energy surging like a raging river, incredibly ferocious and unparalleled. The light disappeared, and the world before him returned to reality. Xiao Chen stared at the faint layer of dusk on the other side of the stone door, the barrier that had trapped him here for 2 months. A brilliant light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He did not hesitate to fly up and circulate the vast quintessence in his body. Then he punched that invisible barrier. Bang! 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 Berserk electric light burst out of Xiao Chen's fist. The 100 heavenly sage laws danced around wildly, and the heavenly sage laws behind him glowed even brighter. Rings of hazy purple light could be seen with the naked eye, moving up and down like surging waves. The formless light barrier began to tremble violently. Cracks began to spread, as if it would collapse at any moment. However, after a while, a mysterious energy poured into the barrier, and the cracks mended. Then, a huge force bounced back at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's expression changed. His internal organs suffered a flood-like attack. He quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. Then he took 9 steps in the air. With every step Xiao Chen took, he deflected some of the force, causing space to tremble. After 9 steps, he spun around quickly, deflecting the remaining force bit by bit. As the heavenly sage laws spun, a strong wind howled endlessly in the stone room. By the time Xiao Chen landed, the rebound force had already completely dissipated. Aside from the initial shock, Xiao Chen was not injured at all. This punch was just a casual test after he advanced to half-sage and grasped heavenly sage laws. Xiao Chen did not expect to break out of the door in one go. Withdrawing his fist, Xiao Chen looked at the invisible barrier and entered deep thought. It looked like he needed to shatter this barrier with one punch. Otherwise, if he gave it time to catch its breath, even if it was just for a moment, it would be useless. However, now that I have a full power punch, I can achieve the might of deities descending in the past, perhaps even surpassing it. When I familiarize myself with the strength of my body and execute deities descending, I have a 70% chance of breaking this barrier with my 10-fold combat prowess. Withdrawing his gaze, Xiao Chen glanced at the corpse of the heavenly rock race's young racehead, Mingyu. The stone room was sealed, and it was in the depths of the grave palace. Hence, Mingyu's corpse had not rotted yet. It still looked the same as before, its eyes wide open as it stared in a certain direction. Xiao Chen thought back to when he first met this person. He kept feeling that something was wrong. At that time, Mingyu stood on the altar, facing the many outstanding talents hiding in the surroundings. His expression had not changed. He had been very confident, not showing any fear. This person was definitely not as weak as Nangong Qiong made him out to be. He should have been confident of subduing the core painting piece. However, the reality was that the moment Xiao Chen and Nangong Qiong entered, they saw this person's corpse. What exactly is wrong? Xiao Chen thought for a while but could not come up with an answer. Just as he was about to give up on this question, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. Then he walked over to Mingyu's corpse and looked in the direction of Mingyu's extremely dissatisfied gaze. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed. At the end of Mingyu's vision was an unremarkable corner of a wall. There was a square piece of paper pasted there. The color of the paper was almost exactly the same as the color of the surrounding wall. If not for Mingyu's angle, one would not have noticed the square piece of paper pasted on the wall. Standing up, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and drove out a vast quintessence from his heavenly sage laws. Then he casually sent out a strand of saber qi. The purple saber qi looked very solid, containing Xiao Chen's great perfection saber intent. Although it was just a casual strike, given Xiao Chen's current cultivation, regular half-sages would not dare to underestimate it. Qi! A piercing bird cry resounded, and a vast and imposing emperor's might spread out, pressing toward Xiao Chen like a heavy mountain. Earlier, it was just an ordinary piece of white paper. Now, it gave off a bright light and turned into a scarlet heavenly rock with a ferocious look in its eyes. This heavenly rock was very different from the heavenly rock formed by the painting pieces earlier. One had an overwhelming spirituality, while the other exuded a baleful aura. It gave the impression of a man-eating ferocious beast. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, showed a startled expression. She said, "Shaochen, be careful. This is an evil spirit formed by the heavenly rock king's baleful aura. After tens of thousands of years, it unexpectedly gained intelligence. Everyone had a dark side. Naturally, the heavenly rock king was no exception. The great rock spreading wings painting was formed by his body before he died. It definitely contained his baleful aura, killing chi, and all sorts of dark sides. When the painting was complete, it was not a big problem, as there was a bright side to neutralize it." Chapter 767. However, once the picture scroll shattered, the dark sides gathered together. After a long time, it would be hard to avoid strange changes. Kasi. The scarlet heavenly rock flapped its wings. The strand of purple saber chi that Shaochen sent out shattered it into pieces. They turned into flashes of lightning that crackled and flickered. Shaochen's pupils constricted slightly. Aside from a grave expression, there was something else in the depths of his eyes. Ao Jiao, if I did not guess wrong, it should be a core painting piece as well. The core painting piece that Yin Qiong subdued should be the heavenly rock king's light side. There should not be one core painting piece but two. Shaochen's guess was right. The core painting piece was indeed split into two. One contained the heavenly rock king's good side and the light side. The other was occupied by the heavenly rock king's evil side and the dark side. Both had gained some intelligence. However, in terms of craftiness and viciousness, the light side was far inferior to the dark side. This dark core painting piece had killed Mingyu. At the crucial moment when he was subduing the light part, the dark core painting piece sneak attacked him and killed him. Hence, Mingyu felt extremely dissatisfied when he died. He had great ambitions and was about to succeed. In the end, he died at the hands of a core painting piece, an unparalleled genius falling just like that. Furthermore, this core painting piece was extremely crafty. When it felt threatened, it even knew how to disguise itself to deceive others. If not for that final flash of inspiration, Shaochen might not have discovered it. If this evil spirit had another few hundred years, it might have gained another powerful ferocious spirit. However, now, Shaochen had advanced to half-sage and refined 100 heavenly sage laws. This dark core painting piece could not do anything to him. The scarlet heavenly rock flapped its wings, and rings of red light came from its body. It looked ferociously at Shaochen as it cried out and charged over. Its scarlet claws flickered with a cold light as it tried to tear Shaochen to shreds. The space was narrow, so Shaochen did not dodge. He did not intend to engage in a tug-of-war with this dark core painting piece. Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. Bang! At this moment, Shaochen's tenfold combat prowess was incomparable to before. When he punched, the heavenly sage laws behind him formed ribbons of light. Light burst forth like a halo, visible to the naked eye. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, Shaochen was like a god walking in the world. A loud sound came from the void. The air was blasted apart by this punch. The entire stone chamber shook violently as if it was going to collapse at any time. The fist wind carried a shockwave as it surged forward. The descending scarlet heavenly rock cried out miserably and flew back. The red light on its body dimmed significantly, and its body turned illusory. The scarlet sky rock hid in a corner, trembling as it looked at Shaochen. One punch, and the ferocious black painting piece completely lost its temper. Deities descending was very mighty. Unfortunately, the amount of mental energy and quintessence it exhausted was startling as well. Shaochen could not use it without any worries. Otherwise, with another 2 punches, this evil spirit would be completely destroyed. Shaochen roared and shot up, launching a barrage of attacks at the scarlet heavenly rock. The scarlet heavenly rock, which had been weakened by deities descending, could not retaliate at all before Shaochen's unstoppable aura. It cried out miserably without end. Those who heard it panicked. However, they could not save the heavenly rock from death. After the final strike, the scarlet heavenly rock cried out miserably and turned into clumps of scarlet light, vanishing from the stone chamber. A painting piece covered in black light slowly floated down from the sky. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to catch it. Si ai la. A hole appeared in the protective quintessence around his hand, and he instantly felt pain in his palm. Xiao Chen reflexively tossed out the black painting piece. What's going on? Looking at the wound on his palm, Xiao Chen felt confused. The evil spirit was already dead, but this black light could still break through his protective quintessence. Ao Jiao said, "You are inexperienced. This is filled with the Heavenly Rock King's evil aura and dark side. Unless you are an evil cultivator, how can you touch this thing?" Although the core painting piece split into two and more than 10,000 years have passed, it is no longer as mighty as it was in the beginning. However, it is still the evil aura of a sovereign martial emperor. You cannot absorb it with your current cultivation. As Xiao Chen looked at the dark core painting piece floating in the air, he could not help feeling depressed. Such a great temptation was placed before him, yet he could not swallow it. "Is there any other way? I can think about it," Xiao Chen asked, feeling dissatisfied. Ao Jiao supported her chin with her right hand and smiled. "Naturally, there is a way. When we go to the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will, we can draw out the immortal divine lightning and purify the evil aura and dark aura." Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Originally, he had intended to rush to the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will after he left. It would not be a big deal for him to absorb the light from the core painting piece after some time. Without touching the dark painting piece, Xiao Chen directly placed it in his universe ring. Then, he did not say anything more and started to familiarize himself with his current strength. During the 2 months in the Grave Palace, Xiao Chen's strength had accumulated greatly, reaching unprecedented heights. This improvement was inevitable and not a coincidence. Even without this painting piece, it would have been the same. The painting piece was just an igniter. It completely ignited the energy that Xiao Chen had accumulated as a martial monarch. Then it exploded, achieving a qualitative leap. Xiao Chen's strength had suddenly increased by too much. He needed to calm down and carefully explore this energy, familiarizing himself with it as quickly as possible. 3 days later, Xiao Chen gained a rough understanding of his current combat prowess. If he met the Bai Wuxue of half a year ago, even without comprehending the will of thunder, he would be able to defeat him easily. Of the 7 giants, only Juanxi could hold his own against him. If First Senior Sister did not distance herself, she would not be able to defeat him in close combat. However, while Xiao Chen was improving, the others were improving as well. As for the specifics, it was hard to say. I have to comprehend the will of thunder. What I want is not just to defeat Bai Wuxue. And Juanxi, the aloof son of the 3 holy masters, and the various geniuses of the other races of the Kunlun realm's 5 domains are all my opponents. A determined expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. Then, he looked at the formless barrier in front of the stone door that he could not break. His expression turned grave. Xiao Chen walked to the stone door step by step. Then, he looked at the faint light barrier and took a deep breath. Although Xiao Chen was fully confident of breaking this formless barrier, there were exceptions to everything. Once he failed, deities descending's 10-fold combat prowess would land on him. With Xiao Chen's current strength, even if he did not die from such an attack, he would be severely injured. Indecisiveness was not Xiao Chen's character. A cold light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he executed deities descending and punched the formless barrier. Bang! 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 Non-stop explosions resounded. The formless barrier was like a mirror. Then, it shattered into pieces and scattered in all directions with a gust of wind. The situation was simpler than Xiao Chen imagined. He did not continue to struggle or wait anxiously. With his 10-fold combat prowess, he broke this formless barrier with one punch. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and revealed a relaxed expression. Ying Qiong laughed at him for not being able to come out for 100 years. However, he managed to do so in less than 2 months. Xiao Chen said that even an inferior-grade martial sage would not be able to break this formless barrier. However, with his 10-fold combat prowess, he managed to break it with one punch. In terms of explosive power, Xiao Chen had accumulated 100 heavenly sage laws. With his tenfold combat prowess, a regular inferior-grade martial sage would not be able to compare to him. In terms of sustained explosive power, Xiao Chen could not compare to a martial sage. After all, he could not use his tenfold combat prowess like drinking water without any worries. Xiao Chen raised his foot and walked out of the stone room that he had been trapped in for 2 months. Fresh air immediately assaulted his face. Breaking this barrier with one punch gave Xiao Chen boundless confidence. He asked somewhat anxiously, "Ao Jiao, how far is the place where the Thunder King comprehended his will from here?" "It is not far. With your current speed, if you travel at full speed, you will reach it in 10 days. That is a fiend race forbidden land called Misleading Fog Lake." Misleading Fog Lake? Xiao Chen repeated this name twice. Just from the name, he could guess what kind of place it was. Misleading Fog Lake is shrouded in thick fog. Mental energy and other senses would not exceed 500 meters in there. Even a martial sage would be trapped in there. Ao Jiao continued, "However, you have my guidance. There is no need to worry about getting lost." Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Since Ao Jiao said that, there was no need to worry. When the time came, he just had to focus on comprehending the will of thunder. Once he comprehended the will of thunder, he would become an unrivaled existence among half-sages. As they spoke, Xiao Chen arrived at the exit of the Grave Palace. Just as he was about to step out, he frowned slightly and stopped. "Young Master Xian, how much longer do we have to wait? Although we are not major characters, we should not waste our time like this." Outside the vast Grave Palace, the leader of the 30 half-sage loose cultivators on the yellow sand asked sinisterly with a sullen expression. Originally, they had said that they would wait for half a month at most. Not only would they obtain 100,000 astral coins, but they would also obtain 2 painting pieces. However, they ended up waiting for 1.5 months. No matter how tempting they were, they would grow impatient. They suggested charging in several times, but Xian Yu stopped them. As time went by, this group of people became more and more agitated. Every 2 or 3 days, they would come looking for Xian Yu to pester him. Xian Yu's expression turned sullen. He had not expected Xiao Chen to be in there for 2 months without coming out. What does 2 months count for? If you can obtain 1 painting piece, with some luck, you can save 10 years of bitter cultivation. The black-clad man smiled insincerely. If you have a painting piece, naturally, everything will be fine. However, if you do not, what do you mean? I am the scion of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race's Xian clan. Why would I lie to an insignificant person like you? If you don't want to wait, my Xian clan's martial sage will be coming soon. At that time, if you continue speaking nonsense with me, I will give you all the benefits. Xian Yu was in a bad mood in the first place. When he saw the black-clad man's attitude, he immediately flared up. The black-clad man did not want to blow the matter up. Furthermore, the Xian clan did have some power and was not someone he could afford to offend. After muttering a few words, he left. "Humph, you keep coming to me to say this and that. Aren't you just trying to increase the rewards? None of these loose cultivators are good people." Chapter 768. The middle-aged man beside Xian Yu frowned slightly and said, "Xian Yu, just waiting like this is not a solution. How about I go in and check out the situation first and see what that white-robed brat is doing?" Xian Yu's expression remained calm, but a heavy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said in a cold voice, "The Xian clan's senior elders will arrive today. At that time, the senior elders will lead the way." At the exit of the Grave Palace, Xiao Chen, who was hidden in the shadows, saw all this. His lips curled up, and a cold, murderous intent flashed on his delicate face. There would always be some people who would do foolish things that they believed to be infallible. "Young Master Xian, are you looking for me?" Xiao Chen walked out of the shadows and stood before the steps of the Grave Palace. As he looked at Xian Yu in the distance, he smiled faintly and spoke in a clear voice. When the blazing sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, it made his white robes reflect a faint glow. In that instant, it seemed like all the light gathered on him, making him look very bright. As the light flickered, Xian Yu's eyes flickered. However, he was currently filled with rage and did not care why this happened. When Xian Yu saw the white-robed Xiao Chen, he revealed an expression of wild joy. He shouted, "That's him! Kill him! 100,000 astral coins and the painting pieces are all yours." The 30 half-sages behind immediately discovered Xiao Chen the moment he appeared. Their instincts told them that Xiao Chen was a very dangerous person. However, when they checked and discovered that he was just a half-sage, they relaxed. No matter how dangerous it was, there were 30 of them. Furthermore, every one of them was an outstanding half-sage. They were not early-stage half-sages like Situ Lei, who had not comprehended heavenly sage laws yet. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was just a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He was destined to die. Kill! The leader of the group charged forward, giving off an overwhelming baleful aura as he soared into the sky. 10-odd slender scarlet heavenly sage laws moved up and down behind him, making him look like an ancient ferocious god. Blood hand chop. This person shouted coldly, and his right hand suddenly turned scarlet like blood. He looked very charming and demonic. The middle-aged man smiled at Xian Yu and said, "This blood hand chop is a rather tyrannical blood technique. It requires the blood of 1,000 female martial monarchs to cultivate. After great perfection, the palm becomes as red as blood. Not only can it split mountains, but it also possesses unparalleled might. Furthermore, it contains blood poison, baleful aura, and resentment. It is an extremely sinister martial technique. Even an inferior-grade martial sage would not feel good after receiving such an attack." Xian Yu's eyes flickered with excitement when he heard that. Every single one of the 30 people he had found possessed a unique skill. After committing numerous crimes in the Tianwu domain and the Fiend domain, he ran to Hunluo province. Any one of them would be a ruthless character in the same cultivation realm. If 30 ruthless characters attacked together, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of survival. Even if Xiao Chen's methods were powerful and his luck was impressive, the Xian clan's senior elders were still rushing over. In the end, he would not be able to escape death. Don't blame me for being cruel. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for falling in love with someone you shouldn't have. There are some people that a small character like you can't afford to offend. Xian Yu's expression was cold as he said with a chilling gaze. Bang. However, just as he finished speaking, he heard a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Chen, who was standing in front of the palace grave, did not move an inch. Looking at the bloody hand flying at him, he directly punched it. 100 purple heavenly sage laws gave off a bright light. A vast and pure lightning-attributed quintessence poured into Xiao Chen's right hand like a surging river. The sound of a fist rang out, and thousands of dazzling purple lightning bolts shot out. The blood-red right hand of the leader was smashed into a pile of broken bones by Xiao Chen the moment it came into contact with Xiao Chen. The bloody hand that the leader was so proud of, the one that had chopped off many sect half-sages, was crushed by Xiao Chen's absolute strength. The force of the fist continued to spread up through the leader's right hand. The bones in his right arm exploded continuously. Soon, the leader's right hand was crippled, and he became a one-armed half-sage. Unorthodox methods are just insignificant tricks in the end. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this person as he cried out miserably. He clenched his fist and instantly punched with the 100 heavenly sage laws in his body. No! This person felt the threat of death approaching. He drained all the quintessence in his remaining left hand, driving the heavenly sage laws as he did his best to block Xiao Chen's punch. However, the 10-odd slender heavenly sage laws in his body were as weak as babies before Xiao Chen. 100 finger-thick purple heavenly sage laws surged out and easily shattered the heavenly sage laws. Kasi. Xiao Chen's protective quintessence and heavenly sage laws all shattered. Xiao Chen's punch blasted the leader of the loose cultivators into a clump of scarlet light. As the saying went, the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Evil cultivators were extremely evil. Xiao Chen could be considered to have brought this upon himself by crushing his bones and scattering his ashes. Such a scene happened in an instant. The previously awe-inspiring loose cultivator turned into a clump of scarlet light in 2 breaths of time by Xiao Chen, dying without a complete corpse. A trace of horror flashed across the eyes of the 20 or so wandering cultivators, and their movements involuntarily paused for a moment. Shock filled Xian Yu's eyes. He said in disbelief, "What in the world is going on? 2 months ago, he was just a superior-grade martial monarch. How did he advance to half-sage in 2 months? Furthermore, he comprehended so many heavenly sage laws." When Xiao Chun saw the openings in the group of loose cultivators in the air, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then he shot forward like a sharp arrow. Majestic sagely songs rang out in the air. As the sagely songs drifted about, they told of a distant legend. As his combat experience increased, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the myriad heaven-divine fist deepened. The power of a distant legend was to create a sense of vicissitudes of history. As time passed, the legend would become an epic, and the epic would become a myth. Who was the legend? Who was the epic? Who was the myth? It was not those vague deities in the distant heavenly nation. It was himself, Xiao Chen. The change in Xiao Chen's mentality and comprehension allowed this move to evolve in that instant. The vast sagely songs of the distant legends sang of his glory. Xiao Chen's past deeds, his various glorious achievements in the Sky Dome realm, materialized into huge golden paintings that flickered in the surroundings, creating a vast and majestic aura. When Xiao Chen punched, the sagely songs rang out, and a boundless light poured out. His mental energy, quintessence, and vital qi merged into one. His essence, qi, and soul turned into an unparalleled divine radiance. Boom! The light struck the 29 half-sages in the air, which Xiao Chen had found openings in. They all cried out in pain and vomited large mouthfuls of blood as they fell to the yellow sand. The sagely songs did not ring out, but the light on Xiao Chen's body grew increasingly brighter. The deities in the boundless starry heavens, hundreds of billions of light-years away, all focused their gazes on Xiao Chen. This was different from the gazes of the past. This time, aside from boundless energy, the deities' gazes also contained a gaze of wisdom. It seemed like because of Xiao Chen's comprehension of the distant legend, the deities had a whole new level of respect for him, materializing the light of wisdom in their gazes. The deities' gazes pierced through and focused on Xiao Chen, making the light on his fist dazzlingly dazzling. It looked like it could compete with the blazing sun of the Kunlun realm. Radiance of deities. A vast pillar of light flew towards the 29 half-sages on the ground as Xiao Chen punched. Everywhere it passed, it wiped out all the dust and cleansed the surroundings. All sorts of sins and evils were cleanly purified. The 29 half-sages on the ground showed horrified expressions. They quickly linked their heavenly sage laws into a line, forming an undulating scarlet river. Ghosts cried and wolves howled in the river for thousands of kilometers. Corpses piled up, and aggrieved spirits drifted about. This was the dark scarlet river of hell that rivaled the underworld river. The dark scarlet sea depicted the great sins and evils of the world. It was one of the most horrifying, mysterious phenomena. However, these people's heavenly sage laws were only as thin as ribbons. Even when they were combined, they were not as strong as Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, they were not powerful evil cultivators who did not comprehend the meaning of the dark scarlet sea. Even if they could materialize the mysterious phenomenon of the dark scarlet river, they would not be able to save themselves from being killed. Boom! The light did not extinguish, and the holy light was eternal. A vast aura and a trace of wisdom instantly shattered that dark scarlet sea. Silently, all the evil and darkness were purified. There were not even any cries of pain. A bottomless hole appeared in the yellow sand. The 29 half-sages died without a trace. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand and collected all the spatial rings in the deep hole. Then, he glanced coldly at the dumbfounded Xian Yu in the distance. Xian Yu, quickly leave. This person is a demonic genius like Yan Shisan. Now that he has advanced to half-sage, no one can stop him. The middle-aged man let out a horrified roar as he turned and fled, fleeing for his life. When the spring wind is endless, the weeds are endless. When cutting the weeds, one has to pull out the roots. Naturally, Xiao Chen would not let the two fleeing people off. Keeping such vicious people by Bai's side would be a disaster. Be it for himself or for Bai, Xian Yu and his second uncle had to die. Riding on the 3 blue dragons, Xiao Chen arrived quickly. Riding on the dragons, he kicked up strong winds. Surging yellow sand rose up behind him like a mountain. His aura was overwhelming, and the winds and clouds changed color. In 2 or 3 breaths, Xiao Chen caught up to the fleeing Xian Yu and the middle-aged man. Xian Yu, quickly leave. I'll help you block him. When the middle-aged man saw Xiao Chen land, he quickly flew over, trying to buy time for Xian Yu to leave. The middle-aged man's quintessence surged. He did not care about the exhaustion as he executed all sorts of martial techniques with great momentum, attacking Xiao Chen continuously. Yellow sand flew everywhere, and under the blazing sun, Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He countered every move, returning a move with every move. The quintessence condensed by 100 heavenly sage laws surged out as Xiao Chen's palm moved. To the middle-aged man, it was like a mountain smashing into his chest. After 10 moves, the middle-aged man vomited blood and went flying. His complexion paled without a trace of blood. This was absolute strength, a complete suppression. A demonic genius would erupt after accumulating for a long time. Once he advanced to half-sage, all the pain he suffered would blossom into a flower of pride that shone brightly. Chapter 769. Flowers do not wither, the sun does not extinguish, the heavens do not disappoint me. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand from the universe ring. Without drawing the saber, he casually swung it. Pu Si. The sharp scabbard and the lunar shadow saber gave off a piercing sonic boom. Before the middle-aged man landed, the lunar shadow saber pierced through his chest, pinning him to the yellow sand. Blood flowed out and seeped into the golden sand. Soon, the blazing sun roasted it into a glaring blood stain, like a flower of death blooming. Suddenly, a shadow appeared. When Xiao Chen looked up, he saw Xian Yu revealing his true form. He had turned into a 4-meter-tall, 20-meter-long, 3-tailed white fox. However, even after revealing his true form, Xian Yu still did not have the confidence to fight Xiao Chen. He only wanted to run faster, to increase his chances of escaping. Xiao Chen gently leaped up and smiled coldly as he watched the 3-tailed white fox flee. He circulated the myriad heaven divine fist and executed the 4th move, Chains of Deities. Kasi. In the void, long golden chains appeared around the 3-tailed white fox. At this moment, the chains were infused with Xiao Chen's heavenly sage laws. Compared to before, they looked even more realistic. The patterns on the chains were very clear. The flowing divine scripts gave off a bright light. Under the illumination of the blazing sun, they looked even more dazzling and divine. So. The 3-tailed white fox's nimble body leaped around in the air, dodging the berserk dragon-like chains with the divine scripts. However, these divine scripts contained the will of deities. They were compatible with the world. Unless the 3-tailed spirit fox broke them forcefully, it would not be able to escape the seals of the chains. Soon, a chain wrapped itself around one of the 3-tailed spirit fox's legs, preventing it from struggling free. Following that, more chains flew over like a strong wind, completely sealing it. Pala. The divine scripts flowed and struck the 3-tailed spirit fox's body, causing it to cry out in pain. Its body trembled continuously as its strength was slowly sealed. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Waves of divine patterns flowed and struck the body of the 3-tailed spirit fox, causing it to howl in pain. Its body trembled uncontrollably as its power was slowly sealed. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned. The 3-tailed spirit fox that was bound by the divine mark chains landed before Xiao Chen with a loud bang. It kicked up a large cloud of yellow sand that flew away with the wind. After landing on the ground, Xian Yu completely lost the power to maintain his demon body. He returned to his human form and appeared in front of Xiao Chen. However, his handsome face was pale and devoid of blood. He looked like an ordinary person under the pressure of Xiao Chen's half-sage might. He had completely lost the will to fight back. Fear filled his heart, and he didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen directly. Compared to the murderous and sinister aura from before, it formed a huge contrast. Xian Yu thought back to what he had said. There are some people that a small character like you can't afford to offend. Indeed, there were some people that a small character like him could not afford to offend. However, that small character was himself and not Xiaochen. Don't kill me. Now that the Fox King has taken Bai in as his adopted daughter, there will be many spirit fiend geniuses eyeing her. With me watching from the side, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch her or harm her. In the end, Xian Yu's desire to live won over his pride. As he looked at the expressionless Xiaochen, he could not help begging for mercy. At the same time, Xian Yu wanted to buy some time for himself. When the Xian clan's senior elders arrived, the situation would turn around completely. The one begging for mercy would be Xiaochen. Xian Yu was born in a noble clan of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race. He was handsome and had outstanding talent. Since he was young, he had been the center of attention. His future was boundless. As long as Xian Yu managed to win Bai's heart, he would be able to establish a relationship with the Fox King and gain the favor of a sovereign martial emperor. At that time, the spirit fiend geniuses of the fiend domain would not dare to be impudent before him. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die. I still have a great future ahead of me. I cannot fall here. Thinking of this, Xian Yu started begging for mercy in a low voice, making all sorts of promises like rain. If he did not get rid of this problem, even if he did not harm himself, he would harm his friends. Xiaochen could not be bothered to listen to Xian Yu's sophistry. He pointed at Xian Yu's forehead, intending to kill him. Brat, try attacking if you dare. Just at this moment, a thunderous shout came from the distance. This voice seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, affecting Xiaochen's mind. When Xian Yu heard this voice, he could not help but rejoice. When Xian Yu heard this, he could not help but rejoice. He swept away his earlier sorry state and laughed loudly. The Doyen is here. The Doyen is here. Xiaochen, you are dead for sure. Just wait to kneel and beg for mercy. You bastard, how dare you snatch Xiaobai from me? At first, the voice came from far away. After Xiaochen was distracted for a moment, the other party's figure appeared before him. As the figure approached, a strong wind blew, covering the yellow sand on the ground. It rustled as it arrived before Xiaochen. A figure hid in the yellow sand. This figure threw a palm strike at Xiaochen without saying a word. It turned out that the Xian clan's martial sage had arrived. However, so what? He was just an inferior grade martial sage. Did he think that he was some powerful expert? Myriad heaven divine fist, tenfold combat prowess, deities descending. A strand of divine light tore through the barrier of the sky and entered Xiaochen's body. Then, it merged with his heavenly sage laws. Immediately, Xiaochen's body released a dazzling golden light. His hair fluttered in the wind, giving off motes of light. Xiaochen's aura soared infinitely. Everything in the world had to bow before him. Bang! A resplendent fist clashed with that Xian clan senior elder's palm strike. A loud rumble resounded and yellow sand filled the air. Before Xian Yu's horrified gaze, the Xian clan senior elder that he saw as his savior grunted. Unexpectedly, he got knocked back by Xiaochen's punch. The Xian clan senior elder landed 5 kilometers away. Then he slid along the yellow sand for another 2 kilometers before he truly stabilized himself. Before the wild joy on Xian Yu's face faded away, he was stupefied. He did not know what was going on until Xiaochen looked over. Only then did Xian Yu react. He said, Xiaochen, don't kill me. I'll give you 1 million astral coins. I can think of a way to give you all the beauties of the spirit fox race. I will definitely not target Bai. Before Xian Yu could finish speaking, a finger-sized hole appeared on his forehead. Blood poured out, and he lost all signs of life, unable to say another word. A martial sage could cross the distance of 7 kilometers in the blink of an eye. The Xian clan senior elder, who had been knocked back by Xiaochen's punch due to underestimating him, suffered some internal injuries. When he saw the dead Xian Yu, his expression immediately changed drastically. You actually really killed my Xian clan scion. The Xian clan senior elder bellowed angrily at Xiaochen, enraged. Xiaochen gently drifted back. As he moved back, he casually pulled out the lunar shadow saber from Xian Yu's second uncle's chest. He said coldly, "No matter who the killer is, they should be prepared to be killed. This is the way of the world. You only have yourself to blame. Why are you pretending to be confused?" The Xian clan's senior elder did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "This is the way of the world? In that case, this old man will kill you now. It looks like you have nothing to complain about." Martial Sage transcended mortality and entered holiness. Once a cultivator advanced to Martial Sage, they would undergo a transformation from the inside out. Not only would their quintessence turn into heavenly sage laws, but the moment they advanced to Martial Sage, their physical body would also undergo a baptism of the world. Along the way, their physical body, which had been cleansed by spiritual energy thousands of times, would undergo a complete transformation, becoming a sage body. During that moment of advancement, the martial artist would also enter an indescribably wonderful state of being one with the world. At this time, if any martial technique or cultivation method reached a bottleneck, if they reached a bottleneck in any martial technique or cultivation technique, they could use the state of being one with nature to effectively break through the bottleneck, allowing them to gain insight and broaden their mind, allowing them to break through in one go. Cultivators who crossed the hurdle of Martial Sage would become an overlord of a region. Even if they went to the 9 ranks of the great families, they would be treated with respect and treated generously. Martial Sages were the true experts of the Kunlun realm. They were the elites of any sect or faction. The Xian clan's senior elder before Xiao Chen was such an expert, a bona fide inferior-grade martial sage without any exaggeration. If a regular half-sage heard that a martial sage wanted to kill them, they would immediately be frightened to death. Their minds would be thrown into chaos, and they would either kneel and beg for mercy or turn around and flee. However, Xiao Chen's expression did not change much. If he really felt fear, he would not have killed Xian Yu despite knowing that this person was here. If you think you have the ability, you can do it. Xiao Chen landed on the ground and looked at the other party calmly. In terms of physical body, Xiao Chen had a rank 2 sage body, which was far stronger than the other parties. In terms of heavenly sage laws, the other party was not a demonic genius or had any great fortuitous encounters. The other party was just an ordinary inferior-grade martial sage. Even after converting all his quintessence into heavenly sage laws, he only had about 150 heavenly sage laws, not much stronger than Xiao Chen. The only advantage the other party had over Xiao Chen was that he had been a martial sage longer. His understanding and usage of heavenly sage laws far surpassed Xiao Chen's. In this aspect, Xiao Chen could not compare to the other party at all. If the two entered a tug-of-war, Xiao Chen would definitely lose. However, Xiao Chen was not foolish enough to fight with the other party until victory was decided. The Xian clan senior elder snorted coldly and said, "If I had not been careless earlier, how could I have been knocked back by your palm strike? Do you really think that you can defeat a martial sage?" Right after the Xian clan senior elder spoke, all 150 heavenly sage laws surged out of his body and danced wildly behind him. The spiritual energy of the world flowed like a river, merging into the heavenly sage laws. This made the blue heavenly sage laws even more profound and filled with power. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "After removing the heavenly sage laws from my body, I can absorb the spiritual energy of the world even more directly. It looks like there are indeed many techniques in the martial sage realm that half-sages cannot grasp." Hu Qi! The Xian clan's senior elder flew forward and sent out a palm strike. The 30-odd heavenly sage laws behind Xiao Chen quickly flew into his palm, making this seemingly ordinary palm strike feel like a real mountain pressing down on him. When the Xian clan senior elder leaped down, it was like he had turned into a mountain pressing down, pushing down the air. Xiao Chen's shoulders immediately felt a strong pressure. However, his physical body could endure it and did not affect his movement technique. However, the desert below him could not endure it. It formed a strange whirlpool and kicked up a large amount of sand in all directions. Soon, a huge, deep pit appeared. This was not an aura, nor was it pressure. This was actual force, a kind of pressure formed by the heavenly sage laws. Before this, regular half-sages would find it difficult to even walk. Chapter 770. If I did not have any fortuitous encounters, I would have been too careless. Xiaochen said with a slightly grave expression. He could not underestimate any martial sage, at least not now. He circulated the heavenly sage laws in his body, and the remaining pressure immediately vanished. Without drawing his saber, Xiaochen watched the Xian clan senior elder's palm strike. He grasped his saber's hilt with his right hand and infused 30 heavenly sage laws into it as well. Bang! The tip of the saber's scabbard and the Xian clan senior elder's palm instantly clashed. A vast energy immediately surged out in all directions from where the two clashed. The loud sound was like thunder. The ground within a 5-kilometer radius was instantly shaved off by 100 meters. Countless yellow sand was swept up by the airflow. The sandstorms formed hundreds of 100-meter-long sandstorms surging out in all directions. The clear sky turned dark at this moment. Pure electric light flickered continuously on the scabbard. The Xian clan senior elder's palm turned cold. With a casual strike, the two were evenly matched. Neither gained the upper hand. Clearly, this was not the result that the Xian clan senior elder was willing to see. His face sank, and another 30 heavenly sage laws poured into his palm. Xiaochen could not bring out his heavenly sage laws like the Xian clan senior elder, so he could not compare to the Xian clan senior elder in terms of strength. Xiaochen's body trembled, and the Xian clan senior elder, whose strength had suddenly doubled, immediately knocked him back. However, Xiaochen's physical body had already reached rank 2 sage body. Before the Xian clan senior elder's shocked gaze, he spun around twice and dissipated the surging force. Xiaochen pushed off the air and executed a blue dragon tail whip. Then, he appeared behind the Xian clan senior elder and charged at him. Bang! 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 A chain of explosions resounded. The battle between the two turned the boundless desert into a scene of desolation. Bottomless pits littered the place. Xiaochen relied on the advantage of his physical body. Without drawing his saber, he clashed with the Xian clan senior elder, not showing any signs of being at a disadvantage. Damn it! The Xian clan senior elder was flustered and exasperated, feeling incredibly frustrated. He had thought that Xiaochen had only sent him flying because he had been careless. When he got serious, killing Xiaochen would be a piece of cake. But when they really fought, he realized that Xiaochen was actually so difficult to deal with. Xiaochen's strong physical body and heavenly sage laws were not much weaker than Xiaochen's. Xiaochen's mysterious movement technique, which allowed him to move like the wind, prevented him from gaining any advantage in speed. As for the various heaven-ranked martial techniques, Xiaochen had a way to deal with them. He did not fear clashing head-on with Xiaochen at all. This made Xiaochen, a bona fide martial sage, feel very sullen. Forced into a corner, the Xian clan senior elder could only use his trump card, wanting to end the battle in one go. He felt humiliated just thinking about it. A martial sage was actually forced to use his trump card to deal with a half-sage. The 150 heavenly sage laws behind Xiaochen suddenly vanished into thin air. The Xian clan senior elder waved his hand, and the temperature plummeted. The scorching hot desert actually made people feel a sense of coldness. Xiaochen smiled faintly. Everything was within his expectations. Despite his advanced age, his cultivation had not improved much. If he did not cultivate 1 or 2 trump cards to protect his life, it would not be right. Xiaochen had been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Xiaochen, who was in the air, narrowed his eyes. He executed the Qing Emperor's drawing the saber. He placed his saber at his waist and grasped its hilt with his right hand. Then he stepped on the air and quickly headed for the Xian clan senior elder. The expression of the Xian clan senior elder suddenly turned startled. Before the Xian clan senior elder's eyes, Xiaochen, who was running over, turned into 3, then 6, eventually 80-odd figures. Furthermore, Xiaochen's figures holding saber hilts were everywhere, all with a pair of cold, emotionless eyes. The Xian clan senior elder's pupils constricted, and the 80-odd figures turned back into 1. However, the feeling of being watched from all directions felt like prickles on his back. He could not shake it off. What martial technique is this? It is not a cloning technique, drawing the saber, or a mental energy martial technique. Why does it feel completely unfathomable? It is like he can send out 80-odd figures with one saber strike. The Xian clan's senior elder could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. As he watched the approaching Xiaoqin, he felt uncertain. In the end, the Xian clan's senior elder clenched his teeth and stopped executing his trump card. Then he quickly retreated. A bona fide martial sage was actually frightened by Xiaoqin into giving up on executing his trump card. However, it was clear that the Xian clan's senior elder's decision to give up was the right one. In the next moment, a saber light lit up, and 80-odd saber chi with different trajectories charged at the Xian clan's senior elder. The Xian clan's senior elder barely dodged, narrowly avoiding a few fatal saber chi. However, the non-fatal saber chi inflicted many bloody wounds on his body. Flickering electric light leaped around the wounds, lingering for a long time. Even though the Xian clan senior elder had a rank 1 sage body, these injuries could not heal that quickly. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and looked at the Xian clan senior elder. He said calmly, "Even if you are a martial sage, what can you do to me?" Xiaoqin's words were indifferent. However, they were like thunder rumbling in the Xian clan senior elder's mind, making him feel sullen, uncomfortable, and helpless. "You are seeking death." The Xian clan senior elder shouted angrily, and 150 heavenly sage laws instantly entered his body. Then he revealed his true form and turned into a huge spirit fox charging at Xiaoqin. As the spirit fox ran, the ground trembled continuously. It felt like the sky was going to fall as it burst out with an unparalleled aura. "Competing in explosive power? You are not as good as me in that." Xiaoqin smiled coldly and executed deities descending, tenfold combat prowess of the myriad heaven divine fist. Bang! A surging energy surged out, and the huge spirit fox burst out with a startling might. However, Xiaoqin's punch still knocked it back. When the fiend race revealed their true form, if they were not a spirit fiend, their combat prowess would only increase by twofold at best. However, Xiaoqin's deities descending truly increased his combat prowess by tenfold. The spirit fox crashed into the ground 10,000 meters away, creating a bottomless pit. Xiaoqin glanced at it and ignored the Xian clan's senior elder. He turned around and rushed to misleading Fog Lake. Xiaoqin could not use deities descending continuously. Furthermore, it exhausted a horrifying amount of mental energy. He was destined not to be able to kill this person, so there was no need to waste any more time. However, this person could only dream of doing anything to Xiaoqin. Now, Xiaoqin was no longer like he was in the Sky Dome realm, where any martial sage could deal with him easily. 5 days later, "Ao Jiao, that fellow keeps following me. This is not a solution." "Don't. Are you thinking of using the strength character formula? Although you can kill that fellow with the strength character formula, you will fall into a deep coma, losing all your combat prowess. Any spirit beast will be able to kill you then." Xiaoqin rode on the Azure Dragon on a desolate plain, flying close to the ground. As he moved up and down, he could travel 5 kilometers in an instant. The Xian clan's senior elder followed behind unhurriedly. No matter what Xiaoqin did, he could not shake him off. Xiaoqin thought for a while and could only sigh. The strength character formula was boundlessly profound, containing great might. Once it was used 33 times its combat prowess, anyone of the same generation would die. However, everything in the world had its own heavenly Tao. Naturally, such a heaven-defying martial technique could not be executed so easily. Not only was it draining, but it was also very difficult to comprehend. With Xiaoqin's current cultivation, or rather, his horizons, he could only scratch the surface. Xiaoqin had a great killing weapon, but he could not kill his enemies to his heart's content. This was a very depressing matter. Ao Jiao smiled gently and said, "It's fine." After he reached misleading Fog Lake, he would not dare to act rashly. That is a famous forbidden land of the fiend domain. Even Emperor Wu once went in and got lost in there. How could he, the half-sage, barge in? Xiaoqin's expression turned startled. He asked in disbelief, "Is that true?" "Of course it is true. Otherwise, Misleading Fog Lake would not have such an extraordinary reputation. However, don't worry. Back then, the Thunder King already solved the mysteries of it. With my guidance, you will not get lost in there. After obtaining Ao Jiao's confirmation again, Xiao Chen relaxed slightly. He glanced at the Xian clan senior elder behind him and continued flying forward at full speed. The Xian clan senior elder, who had an extremely hostile expression, said somewhat suspiciously, "Why does this brat seem to be heading for Misleading Fog Lake? Could it be that he knew that I already used a secret technique to send a message to the main clan of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox? Knowing that he could not escape death, he simply fled to Misleading Fog Lake. The heir that the Xian clan's clan head had high hopes for was killed just like that. Naturally, this was a shocking matter. The Xian clan senior elder received orders from the clan head to pass on the truth. However, he also hid some things. The Xian clan senior elder was too embarrassed to pass on the fact that Xiao Chen, a half-sage, had forced him to the point of being helpless. He only said that Xiao Chen had learned a special movement technique. If Xiao Chen ran for his life, the Xian clan senior elder would not be able to catch up to him. He asked the clan head to send a few more senior elders to help surround and kill Xiao Chen. 10 days later, the Xian clan senior elder saw a white figure standing at the shore of a mysterious lake shrouded in dense fog. Then, he did not hesitate to step in. Misleading Fog Lake is a forbidden land that even Emperor Wu could not leave. He really went in. The horror on the Xian clan senior elder's face could no longer be described with words. He simply could not understand why Xiao Chen sought death like that. He clearly could have left easily. The Xian clan senior elder's figure flashed as he approached the lake shrouded in dense fog. He sent out his perception, and his face filled with deep regret. Xiao Chen really went in. This way, even if the other Xian clan senior elders rushed over, they would not be able to kill that brat personally. After entering the Misleading Fog Lake, it was hard to escape death. Since ancient times, there had been too many people who overestimated themselves, but no one had ever walked out alive. Some of the curious sovereign martial emperors only dared to go 10 kilometers in before quickly retreating, afraid that they would get lost in there as well. With Xiao Chen's strength as a half-sage, he would only die if he went in. There would be no other ending. How unfortunate! I cannot kill that brat personally. It is hard to vent my hatred. In the battle 15 days ago, the Xian clan senior elder had suffered greatly, forced into a sorry state by a half-sage. It would not be an exaggeration to call it the greatest humiliation of his life. It was not that the Xian clan senior elder had never been defeated before. In fact, he had been defeated even more miserably than that battle. However, his opponents were all people of the older generation. Furthermore, their cultivations were much higher than the Xian clan senior elders. He had nothing to say about his defeat. Chapter 771. However, a junior like Xiao Chen forced him into such a sorry state was unprecedented. If he did not personally kill Xiao Chen, he would not be able to get rid of this heart demon for the rest of his life. So, it turns out that you miss Xiao Chen so much. In that case, this Xiao Chen will give you another punch. There is no need to stand on ceremony. Suddenly, a splash appeared on the lake. Xiao Chen leaped out and did not hesitate to send out deities descending. The Xian clan senior elder had not expected such a sudden development. By the time he retreated, that surging energy, a punch with tenfold combat prowess, had already struck his chest. Bang! The Xian clan senior elder vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back with a pale complexion. He looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. It turned out that Xiao Chen had not entered the lake at all. He had just stopped at the shore, waiting for the Xian clan senior elder to come over. A punch with tenfold combat prowess already surpassed the might of the Xian clan senior elder's full power strike. This punch struck him while he was caught off guard. This could be said to have truly injured him. The Xian clan senior elder felt so depressed that he wanted to hack Xiao Chen into 1,000 pieces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen made a fool out of him again. You are going too far. This old man will fight it out with you. The Xian clan senior elder roared and charged at Xiao Chen like a madman. You want to kill me? Come with me to Misleading Fog Lake. I will wait for you at the center of the lake. Xiao Chen felt very happy in his heart. This old fellow had been following him for half a month and had long since disliked him. Now he finally managed to trick him. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and entered the vast fog again. Bang! In the end, reason won over impulse. The Xian clan's senior elder stopped midway. If he really followed Xiao Chen into this misleading fog lake, he would end up in a miserable state. This time, the Xian clan's senior elder did not dare to stand casually at the shore. He waited for 2 days before carefully arriving at the shore. Then he jumped into the lake. The Xian clan's senior elder searched the bottom of the lake before he confirmed that Xiao Chen had truly entered the depths of the lake. When the Xian clan's senior elder jumped back onto the shore, a group of people was already waiting a kilometer away. The person leading this group looked like he was in his 40s or 50s. However, his aura was withdrawn, and there were more than 300 heavenly sage laws behind him. Furthermore, each one was as thick as a thumb, much stronger than Xiao Chen's. Unexpectedly, this person was a peak inferior grade martial sage. There were actually 2 martial sages among the 40 or 50 people standing behind him. The clothes they wore were exactly the same as the Xian clan's senior elders. When the clan senior Xian of the Chen of the Xian of the clan, he was of he, Chen, Chen a Chen, of the of Zoff the Chen, and of it his, of Shao of his, of the Chin, of the clan, of out of the Chin of. Xian Feng, the day before yesterday, you sent word that the person who killed Xian Yu had already entered deep into misleading fog lake. Xian Ke did not answer Xian Feng's question directly. He only frowned as he looked at the mysterious misleading fog lake, which was always shrouded in fog. He entered deep thought. Xian Feng lowered his head and answered, "It is absolutely true. I chased this brat for 15 days and nights. In the end, he had nowhere else to run and entered this misleading fog lake." Ha! Xian Feng, you are really capable. Even after chasing a half-sage for half a month, you still could not catch him, a Xian clan senior elder mocked behind Xian Ku. Xian Feng felt a slight pain in his chest. He wanted to retort, but he felt too guilty. He lowered his head and did not dare to say anything. Carefully, he asked Xian Ku, "First elder, what did the clan head say?" Xian Ku thought for a while, not paying much attention to this. He said, "Did that person barge into this place by mistake or on purpose?" "Xian Feng, are you sure?" "He should have barged in by mistake. He is not from my fiend domain. He probably has not heard of the strangeness of misleading fog lake. If he barged in by mistake, then never mind. Just stand guard here for 3 months. If he comes out, just kill him. If he doesn't, then forget it." After Xian Ke spoke, he glanced at the fog-covered misleading fog lake. Then he stood up and left. As the Xian clan's first elder, he had many matters to attend to. Naturally, he could not waste 3 months on a half-sage who barged into misleading fog lake by mistake. Seeing the first elder leave, Xian Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the first elder was only here to go through the motions. Otherwise, he would have been afraid that he would have revealed his secret. Aside from the thick fog, the water of misleading fog lake looked no different from any other lake. It was clear and transparent. When one looked down, one would see the shadows of fish swimming around. However, the fog above the lake disturbed the tranquility of the lake. After Xiao Chen stepped in for a kilometer, he became completely lost. Even when Xiao Chen infused quintessence into his eyes, he could not see beyond 100 meters. When he extended his spiritual sense, it became hazy after 500 meters. What was even more horrifying was that there was no sense of direction in there. This sense of direction was not limited to a flat surface. Even if one tried to fly upwards with all their might, it would appear that they were flying upwards. However, after a while, they would strangely land back on the lake. As for swimming to the depths of the water, it was even more dangerous. Perhaps after you swam down for 1,000 meters, you wouldn't be able to survive. Perhaps after swimming for a kilometer, one would discover that one could not float up no matter how one swam. One would keep spinning in the water, suffocating to death. This misleading fog lake did not have any strong ferocious beasts, traps, or formations. Furthermore, it did not have any natural disasters that could destroy the world. It only blurred one's five senses, rendering one's overwhelming abilities useless, grinding one to death in there. Now, Xiao Chen was somewhat curious about how the Thunder King managed to get out of this place back then. According to Ao Jiao, when the Thunder King barged into this place, he had not advanced to Martial Emperor yet. He had only just broken through to Martial Sage. In the depths of this misleading fog lake, there is a bolt of divine lightning. That is the true divine lightning. Even at his peak, the Thunder King could not bring out even a tenth of it. Back then, the Thunder King was trapped here. Coincidentally, he reached the bottleneck of comprehending a will, so he started cultivating here. He sensed the existence of the divine lightning, which allowed him to reach the depths of misleading fog lake. In the end, he broke through the bottleneck in one go, becoming the only cultivator in the past 10,000 years to comprehend a will before the age of 25, successfully walking out of misleading fog lake. Ao Jiao told Xiao Chen everything that happened back then, answering many of his questions. Divine lightning. Even at his peak, the Thunder King could not bring out even a tenth of its might. What kind of lightning was that? Xiao Chen could not help but feel very interested. At his peak, the Thunder King was a sovereign martial emperor. Just one bolt of lightning equaled 10 sovereign martial emperors. In that case, how strong was the master of that bolt of divine lightning? It completely surpassed Xiao Chen's imagination. This was truly incredible. There were strong sovereign martial emperors and weak sovereign martial emperors. However, there would not be much of a difference. In the martial epoch, sovereign martial emperor was synonymous with the peak of cultivators. As for martial gods, they had been a legend for tens of thousands of years. Even the strongest sovereign martial emperor since the ancient era, the Qing Emperor, was only a sovereign martial emperor and not a martial god. Most of the legends about martial gods came from the ancient era. That was when martial emperors were as common as clouds and sages roamed the land. It was the golden age of the martial epoch. In the end, legends were just legends. Sovereign martial emperors could live for 10,000 years. Martial gods should be eternal. However, the reality was that several strong sovereign martial emperors from the ancient era had their bloodlines passed down. Even now, they did not go extinct and were revered as sovereign noble clans. As for several of the legendary martial gods, not to mention their bloodlines, they did not even leave behind their inheritances. This made many later generations believe that martial god was just a figment of their imagination and did not exist at all. Now, Ao Jiao said that one bolt of divine lightning equaled 10 sovereign martial emperors. In that case, could the master of the divine lightning be a martial god? At this moment, Xiao Chen could not help but feel excited. He urged Ao Jiao to quickly lead the way. Don't rush. It has been more than 2,000 years. The connection between me and that bolt of divine lightning is already somewhat weak. I need some time. After waiting for a long time, Ao Jiao turned into a beam of light and flew out from the immortal spirit ring. In the depths of Ao Jiao's intelligent eyes was a spot of golden electric light drifting about like a flame. That spot of electric fire was only several times the size of a grain of rice. However, it gave off a soul-stirring light, deterring others from looking directly at it. Ao Jiao revealed an extremely grave expression on her cute and petite face. Her gaze slowly moved around the surroundings, occasionally revealing a confused expression. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he frowned slightly. It looked like this misleading fog lake was not as easy as Ao Jiao said. However, Xiao Chen was not a rash person. His mental state was much calmer than that of his peers. He did not show any panic on his face, nor did he say anything to disturb Ao Jiao. Time passed slowly. The surrounding fog did not weaken at all. At a glance, all Xiao Chen saw was a vast expanse of white. He could not tell north from south at all. The fog did not look strange. When Xiao Chen collected some, he did not find anything wrong with it. That was to say, the strangeness of this place had nothing to do with this vast fog. The crucial thing was that the divine lightning had clouded the five senses. If not for the fortuitous encounter like the Thunder Kings, a sovereign martial emperor would not have been able to leave. Boom! Just as Xiao Chen's thoughts ran wild, a strong wind suddenly blew. The thick fog in front of Ao Jiao parted, revealing a clear path. The two undetectable spots of golden electric light in Ao Jiao's eyes suddenly turned into clumps of blazing flames, giving off a resplendent and dazzling light. With a thought, Xiaochen quickly followed behind Ao Jiao, moving quickly on the water. It was like there was a formless energy guiding Ao Jiao. The fog in front of her automatically parted as she moved forward. After she crossed it, it immediately closed up again. When one looked back, it was still a vast and boundless fog that stretched for an unknown distance. This was truly inconceivable. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaochen felt that they had already advanced at least 150 kilometers. However, Ao Jiao still showed no signs of stopping. "We've arrived." Suddenly, Ao Jiao stopped. Right after she spoke, Xiaochen discovered that the surrounding fog had vanished at some point in time. The scene before Xiaochen turned into a golden world. Not only was the lake under his feet golden, but the surrounding air and the vast sky were also pure gold. Chapter 772. The sudden change caused Xiaochen's eyes to be somewhat stimulated. His vision blurred, and he could not help but squint. In the middle of the lake, there was a ball of golden lightning floating 1,000 meters above the lake. The golden radiance was emitted from it, and then the entire world was dyed golden from the inside out. This was the divine lightning that Ao Jiao spoke of. Xiaochen could feel the energy contained in the electric light. It was like a boundless sea, vast and boundless. However, at this moment, it seemed very gentle. The entire world gave off a sense of tranquility. Xiaochen glanced at Ao Jiao beside him and could not help but be startled. Ao Jiao's exquisite and charming body had actually turned completely golden. Her skin, eyes, hair, and clothes were all golden. However, this golden color seemed very lively, making one feel that she was not an inanimate object. "How did you become like this?" Ao Jiao giggled and said, "In my eyes, you are like this too." Xiaochen raised his hand and looked. Indeed, he had become like Ao Jiao, covered in a layer of golden light from the inside out. It was extremely strange. Xiaochen did not know if he could recover. If he remained like this for the rest of his life, he would not be used to it. Ao Jiao could tell what Xiaochen was worried about. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. This is its domain. After you entered, you were all assimilated. You will be fine once you leave. You can try cultivating and see if there are any unexpected effects." Xiaochen did as he was told. He sat cross-legged on the golden lake and closed his eyes to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. After a while, he opened his eyes and said in pleasant surprise, "This place is filled with the purest lightning-attributed spiritual energy. Cultivating here is at least 10 times faster than cultivating outside." Ao Jiao nodded and said, "With your talent, you will definitely be able to break through to Martial Sage in less than 3 years. When you advance to Martial Sage, the more quintessence you have, the more heavenly sage laws you will be able to convert." Xiaochen asked about what he was most concerned about. "Then what should I do to make my state of thunder break through to the will of thunder?" Ao Jiao shook her head and said, "I don't know. The Thunder King comprehended his will here, but how exactly did he comprehend it? Only he himself knew, and he couldn't tell anyone else. Everyone's situation is different, and the experiences of others may not apply to you. To you, this place is just a fortuitous encounter. However, you will still have to rely on your own comprehension to make a breakthrough." Xiaochen was stunned at first, but he soon understood. He smiled and said, "To comprehend a will, one needs talent, accumulation, and fortuitous encounters. The first two are easy to achieve, but the latter is hard to come by. I don't know how many geniuses are stuck at the bottleneck of fortuitous encounters. Since I have such an opportunity, I should learn to be satisfied. Do your best and leave the rest to the heavens. If you fail, you will have no regrets as long as you do your best." Ao Jiao smiled softly and said, "You have already comprehended the state of thunder to the limit. You have already accumulated enough. The fact that you comprehended the immortal state at Thunder Emperor Valley is sufficient proof of your talent. You already have sufficient talent and accumulation. Now that the fortuitous encounter has arrived, you will be able to form the immortal will of thunder in the near future." Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I'll be counting on your auspicious words. Comprehend it well. I also want to make use of this opportunity to raise my strength. Ao Jiao nodded, and her body slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. Ripples spread out, and she completely vanished, leaving behind the most peaceful environment for Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen saw the scene, he could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This girl, you can just cultivate here. It is not like you are in my way. Xiao Chen looked deeply at the divine lightning floating a kilometer above the center of the lake. Then he entered deep thought. Logically speaking, given the might of the divine lightning, he should have been electrocuted into nothingness long ago, even if he did not do anything, given how close he was to it. However, the divine lightning before Xiao Chen clearly possessed an incomparably vast energy. However, it remained gentle and calm, not showing the berserk nature of lightning. In nature, all sorts of states were ever-changing. Wind had gentle winds, cool winds, and strong winds. Fire had warm flames, slow flames, flames, and blazing flames. Water had flood waters, brook waters, and clear waters. Only lightning was not so ever-changing. Even the weakest lightning bolt could easily strike an ordinary person to death. It would not be gentle at all. Its might shook the heavens, it was decisive, and it dispersed with one strike. This was lightning. Xiao Chen had never seen such gentle lightning before. After thinking for a while, he found it very strange. After hesitating for a while, he gathered his courage and flew towards the divine lightning. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he slowly approached. As he got closer, the feeling of vastness intensified. It was like he was embracing a boundless sea. Before this boundless energy, Xiao Chen's state of thunder was so insignificant that it was negligible. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Chen arrived before the divine lightning. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the clump of light looked like a thick eggshell protecting something. Could the true divine lightning be in there? Xiao Chen frowned and thought hard. If that was the case, wouldn't he have to break the clump of light before he could see the divine lightning? Xiao Chen's state of thunder had already reached its limits long ago. All he needed was an opportunity to break through that bottleneck. Then he would be able to form his will. The divine lightning was Xiao Chen's opportunity. If he tried to comprehend the divine lightning through a barrier, the effects would be much weaker. However, the danger of breaking the barrier was unpredictable. The possibility of it killing him in one exchange was very high. Should I break it or not? Break it? Xiao Chen felt conflicted. He clenched his teeth and resolutely made a decision. He had to break it. As long as he could increase his chances of comprehending the will of thunder, the risk was worth it. However, he still needed to be cautious. He retreated 1 kilometer and circulated the heavenly sage laws in his body. Strands of pure lightning-attributed quintessence poured into his fingertips like a river. The purple lightning-attributed quintessence condensed into a beam of light and shot at the eggshell-like clump of light in front. Contrary to Xiao Chen's expectations, the clump of light was easier to break than he expected. It instantly tore a finger-sized hole in it, and a strand of golden lightning surged out. Everywhere it passed, it tore the incredibly tough space of the Kunlun realm in half, forming long black cracks that looked as if they were one. Xiao Chen had been prepared long ago. When he shot out that purple beam of light, he quickly dodged, brushing past the golden lightning. The afterimage left in the air was directly cut in half along with the black crack in space. Xiao Chen sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill run down his spine. His heart pounded heavily. Had he been slower by even a fraction of a second, his physical body would have been torn in half. Legend had it that Emperor Wu's physical body could withstand the destructive force of the shattering of space. Aside from that, only some spirit beasts at the peak of the food chain could block spatial tears. However, no matter what kind of physical body it was, Xiao Chen was worlds apart from it. An inconspicuous crack could easily tear him to shreds. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the hole. Then, his spiritual sense turned into a thin line and quickly entered. The scene he saw stunned him. This clump of light actually contained a small world that was tens of millions of kilometers wide. It was a chaotic, pitch-black space. In the very depths, Xiao Chen saw thousands upon thousands of berserk bolts of lightning roaring furiously. The bolts of golden lightning were actually filled with spirituality, turning into berserk dragons. As they roared and leaped about, they radiated a power that could shatter mountains and dry up rivers. The bolt of lightning that tore space earlier was just an ordinary bolt of lightning that came from the depths of the small world. After traveling for tens of millions of kilometers, its might had decreased. If the surrounding dragons had any destructive power, the entire misleading fog lake would have been reduced to rubble in an instant. Now, Xiaochen finally understood why Ao Jiao said that even when the Thunder King was at his peak, the lightning he executed was only a tenth of the might of this divine lightning. If it was only a tenth, Xiaochen felt that Ao Jiao was being overconfident. The surrounding dragon-shaped lightning is definitely not the true body of this divine lightning. It is just an electric light that was casually emitted. I have to see exactly what this divine lightning looks like. Xiaochen carefully controlled his spiritual sense to fly forward. In an instant, his spiritual sense had traveled 500 kilometers. Such a strange speed in the small world astonished Xiaochen. As his spiritual sense flew, he could even clearly feel the flow of time. Kasi, a random bolt of lightning crashed into Xiaochen's spiritual sense. In that instant, his spiritual sense turned to ashes, and the scene in his mind vanished. Xiaochen's pupils constricted. The hole in the clump of light earlier was already slowly closing. His spiritual sense no longer had a chance to enter. Without hesitation, Xiaochen pointed with his finger and tore another hole. Then, in the time it took for a spark to fly, he dodged the golden lightning that shot out from it. This repeated over and over again. Xiaochen's spiritual sense went in again and again, and again and again. He got closer and closer to the divine lightning at the core of the small world. The golden lightning that shot out was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, brushing past Xiaochen again and again. Even with Xiaochen's strong mental fortitude, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. If he was careless, he would lose his life here. Xiaochen did not know how many times his spiritual sense went in. Finally, he passed through the dragon-shaped lightning and saw the true body of the divine lightning. However, how was this divine lightning? It was clearly a talisman, a supreme lightning talisman. The immortal patterns flowing on it, the traces of strokes, and the strands of immortal chi emanating from the talisman all showed that this was an immortal-grade lightning talisman. It was exactly the same as the introduction of talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. However, the grade of this talisman was too high, completely surpassing the level of talismans in the Compendium of Cultivation. Xiaochen did not know what grade this talisman was. Sage grade, immortal grade, or divine grade. With just one look, the golden lightning talisman's shape was deeply imprinted in Xiaochen's mind. It was like a bolt of lightning had blown open his closed thoughts, opening him up. Xiaochen felt like he understood something. He quickly withdrew his spiritual sense and absorbed the shocking scene he just saw. The surging mental energy in his sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiaochen started to imitate that supreme talisman according to his memory. Chapter 773. For the state of thunder to turn into a will, it required a point to gather the scattered and blurry states. Xiaochen finally found this point. It was the supreme lightning talisman in the small world. Under Xiaochen's intentional carving, the originally blurry state of thunder slowly merged together. Its initial form was like a clump of mud, completely unrelated to the talisman. Furthermore, it shattered at the slightest provocation. If an impatient person tried to do this, he would probably give up after a while. Xiaochen did not feel anxious at all. At this moment, excitement and agitation filled his heart. He did not know how the Thunder King comprehended a will. However, Xiaochen was certain that the Thunder King would not recognize that talisman. That was a treasure left behind by the strongest immortal of the immortal epic. Otherwise, Ao Jiao would not have called it divine lightning. The will of thunder that Xiaochen was about to comprehend was not only different from the Thunder King's will but also unique in the entire Kunlun realm. That supreme lightning talisman suddenly became extremely clear in Xiaochen's mind. With just one look, it was deeply imprinted in his mind, unforgettable. However, when Xiaochen wanted to merge the state of thunder and form this lightning talisman, he encountered many difficulties. The power of states was formless and formless. First, he had to pile up the formless things. This was not easy. It was like piling up a pile of loose sand into something solid. How could that be easy? After a few tests, the state of thunder that he gathered was like a pile of ugly mud. Even the moment he let go, it immediately turned into a pile of loose sand. Fantasy was wonderful, but reality was harsh. This was the situation that Xiao Chen was currently in. Sometimes, when one thought about many things, one would get half-dead excited, hot-blooded. One would think that it would be perfect, something that no one had ever done before or after, shocking everyone. However, when one tried to do it, one would discover that it was a mess. The perfect idea in one's heart could not be achieved at all. Damn it! I failed again. Even after thousands of attempts, Xiao Chen still did not get any results. He started to feel frustrated. He opened his eyes and punched the golden lake. With a bang, a 3,000-meter tall water pillar soared into the air. It shone with golden light like a precious sword, flickering with glorious light. This punch poured out all the anger and frustration that Xiao Chen had accumulated from thousands of failures. Even the calmest person would not have a temper, and Xiao Chen was no exception. The lake water crashed to the ground, rippling and bobbing up and down. After a while, it became calm again, looking like a smooth mirror of light. There was nothing in the world that could be as tolerant and gentle as water. No matter how high one stood, water would still flow downwards. Along the way, the dirt on the ground would be silently absorbed by the water. When one sank into a depression, only the water would remain calm. No matter what happened in the outside world, when everything calmed down, the water would return to its original state. Not a single drop of water would be unable to endure the loneliness and jump out on its own. If one placed a pile of sand in a lake, without external help, there would be a few uneven spots with uneven heights. As Xiao Chen looked at the golden lake water below, his frustrated heart slowly calmed down. Then, he suppressed his earlier agitated emotions. He calmly analyzed what the root cause of his thousands of failures was. Closing his eyes and thinking hard, Xiao Chen entered a state of selflessness, tossing all the empty excitement and hot-bloodedness out of his mind. After a long time, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and looked at the calm surface of the lake again. A spirited light flashed in his eyes. Sand cannot be piled up into a solid state. Just the state of thunder alone cannot force it together. I need to add something else, like water. Sand was indeed not sturdy. However, if one mixed water and sand, it would not be a problem to build an indestructible castle. If the power of concepts was compared to sand, then what was water? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Some of the problems slowly became clear. What was the most abundant in the sea of consciousness? Naturally, it was the vast mental energy. Only by mixing mental energy and the state of thunder could one truly merge them together. Naturally, the state of thunder would be unbreakable, indestructible. After thinking of a way to resolve the problem, Xiao Chen remained as calm as before. He immediately did as he was told. Excitement and joy could wait until after the matter was done. Xiao Chen closed his eyes, and strands of scattered state energy gathered together once more, forming a clump of ugly mud. This mud looked like it would scatter at any moment. However, Xiao Chen did not lose heart. He poured in strands of mental energy like water. Buzz! A soft buzzing sound rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. The clump of mud that looked like it would scatter at any moment. As Xiao Chen infused his mental energy, it slowly merged together, hugging each other tightly. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. Indeed, his guess was right. The state of thunder was like sand, and mental energy was like clear water. Only by combining the two could one achieve true perfection. Continuing his efforts, Xiao Chen continuously merged his peak state of thunder together. The clump of mud became even larger. At the same time, the mental energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness slowly seeped in. The two merged perfectly. When all the state of thunder had merged, Xiao Chen's consciousness leaped up and took human form. Then, he entered the sea of consciousness and sat on the scarlet throne. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the purple mud, containing mental energy and the state of thunder, flew to him. Xiao Chen stood up from the throne and recalled the appearance of the lightning talisman. Then he started to slowly polish it. As Xiao Chen polished the rough mud, it slowly became more exquisite. Slowly, a talisman appeared on it. At the very least, it looked like a talisman. No one would mistake it for a mud ball. Xiao Chen did not understand or know how to draw the immortal scripts on the divine grade lightning talisman. However, he did not need to draw them. After all, he was not trying to make another divine grade lightning talisman. Firstly, he did not have the ability to do so. Secondly, he did not have the materials. He only wanted to use this opportunity to forge his own unique will of thunder. After some thought, Xiao Chen knew what he should carve on the talisman. He wanted to carve the immortal attribute on it. This was the mental world. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a brush appeared out of nowhere. As Xiao Chen moved, all sorts of startling, mysterious phenomena appeared in the boundless world of the Sea of Consciousness. Volcanoes erupted, lightning flashed, thunder roared, seas roared, and snowy shores crumbled. The winds and clouds changed. There was no moment of peace. Only Xiao Chen remained standing on the scarlet throne, his expression calm. No matter how horrifying the mysterious phenomena were, I will write immortal with every stroke. The immortal patterns on the purple talisman slowly linked together. As Xiao Chen drew the final stroke, a divine charm appeared on the rough talisman. On the rough wrinkles, a trace of charm appeared out of thin air. The world of the Sea of Consciousness that had changed colors also stopped moving at this moment. In the world, only that talisman was eternal and immortal. Xiao Chen withdrew his consciousness from the Sea of Consciousness and opened his eyes. A light flashed on his forehead, and the purple talisman flew out. At this moment, the state was still the state, and the mental energy was still the mental energy. The two only merged together. A will did not appear. It still lacked one last breath. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of lifeblood essence. Pu Si. When the blood seeped into the talisman, it immediately gave off a strange light. At this moment, Xiao Chen's mind, flesh, and blood were completely connected to this talisman. They were bound together for good or for ill. The last thing that was missing from the will was completely fixed. It would be refined into the immortal will of thunder that belonged to Xiao Chen, the one and only in the world. As the light flowed, it no longer showed any signs of dimming. As long as Xiao Chen did not die, the light of his will would be eternal and inextinguishable. Still not enough. Xiao Chen's eyes were resolute as he looked at the divine lightning talisman hidden in the small world encased in the clump of light. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and a finger-sized hole immediately appeared in the clump of light. Pu Si. The lightning that shot out brushed past Xiao Chen's shoulder. However, it struck the purple talisman, flickering with light in the air. When the golden lightning struck the talisman, Xiao Chen immediately roared in pain. It was like the lightning struck him. He was in so much pain that he wished he were dead. If jade is not cut, it will not be useful. If the sword is not sharp, how can it kill? The newborn will of thunder had to undergo the baptism of the absolute divine lightning before it could truly become glorious. Despite the boundless pain, Xiao Chen's eyes did not show any intention of giving up. He stretched out his hand and pointed, and another hole appeared, releasing another bolt of golden lightning. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he attacked 81 times, allowing this newborn will of thunder talisman to undergo the baptism of the absolute divine lightning 91 times. At some point in time, Ao Jiao had emerged from the bottom of the lake. As she looked at the agonized Xiao Chen in the air, a complicated expression appeared in her eyes. The scene before her was very similar to the scene from many years ago. Even after 1,000 years, the scene did not change. The faces of the Thunder King and Xiao Chen kept changing before Ao Jiao's eyes. She focused her gaze, and her face froze. It was a young man with delicate features who could not be considered very handsome. The face that belonged to the Thunder Emperor never appeared again. Let the past legends and inextinguishable glory fade away in the long river of history. If one was determined and never gave up, one would definitely create an even more glorious legend. Back then, the Thunder King was like this as well. Although the will he comprehended was different from Xiao Chen's, the instant he comprehended his will, he immediately used the absolute divine lightning to baptize himself. A foolish person would have 10,000 ways to be foolish. However, a truly powerful demonic genius, be it 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago, or now, was the same on a certain level. The baptism of the divine lightning would definitely not be effective in a short time. If one gave up after enduring the torment of pain, all their previous efforts would be wasted. It would be meaningless. As the light flickered, it lasted for 7 days. The somewhat crude talisman that belonged to Xiao Chen's will become even more exquisite and perfect under this baptism. After 7 days, no more absolute divine lightning shot out from the clump of light. The purple talisman glowed with light. Occasionally, one could see faint golden light flowing out of the immortal patterns. The edges were distinct, looking like a perfect work of art. Chapter 774. As the talisman spun around, a faint light spread out in all directions, forming a blurry clump of light. Unfortunately, before the radiance of the powerful divine lightning, this talisman, which could shock everyone in the outside world, seemed to pale in comparison. A state was formless, but a will had form. To turn a state into a will, most people would imitate a weapon that they were good at, be it a saber, a sword, or a spear. There were also outstanding talents, powerful demonic geniuses, and wondrous ideas. Some people were bold enough to imitate their will into a legendary ferocious beast, such as a phoenix, a true dragon, a qilin, a golden crow, or a kunpeng. However, such holy beasts had a huge problem. They had vanished long ago during the martial epoch. Occasionally, there were rumors of them, but they were fleeting. It was hard to verify the veracity of them. Without seeing the real thing, no matter how outstanding one was and how talented one was, one's will would lack some charm. Xiao Chen was different. He did not know the grade of the talisman in the clump of light, but it was definitely at least a divine grade talisman. If he could subdue such a talisman, he could easily injure a true dragon. The master of this talisman should have been someone who stood at the peak of the immortal epic, who knew how many holy beasts' divine blood and all sorts of natural treasures were needed to make such a talisman. Even with the materials prepared, it would take several hundred years to make it. Xiao Chen used this talisman as the manifestation of his will. This was unprecedented in the martial epoch. Even people with higher cultivation than him could not block his sharpness. If the two clashed, Xiao Chen would definitely have the last laugh. Withdraw. Xiao Chen, who had rested for a long time, said softly as he looked at the talisman floating in the air. Then, the will talisman turned into a beam of light and entered Xiao Chen's forehead. The instant the talisman entered his sea of consciousness, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. A formless might spread out without any need for him to circulate it. Right now, if a cultivator with a lower cultivation than Xiao Chen approached him, even if Xiao Chen did not do anything, they would feel mental pressure. Not to mention exchanging glances with Xiao Chen. With just one look they would feel fear and fear. This was the might of a will. Back then, in the Dragon Burial Mound, the Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanshi's will of thunder shocked everyone. Whether it was intentional or not, as long as they were within the range of Juanshi's will, they would be affected, stunned for a moment. It was hard to imagine how the 5 fiend cultivators, especially Juanshi's enemies, felt at that. If they knew that Juanshi had comprehended a will, no one else would dare to compete with him for the dragon bones. Xiao Chen, congratulations. Back then, the Thunder Emperor was the youngest genius to comprehend a will in the past 10,000 years. He was already 25. You are 22. And already, now I spirit. I fiend I. Ao Jiao slowly floated down, feeling happy for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said calmly, now is a once in 10,000 years age of geniuses. The peak of the martial epoch will arrive again. There will be countless demonic geniuses. The Kunlun realm is so vast. It is possible that no one has comprehended a will earlier. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and said, there is no need to be humble. But what is the form of your will? I have never seen it before. I have also never heard of anyone who could make their will form into such a form. The form of the will was very crucial. To a large extent, it would determine the quality of the will, which would affect one's combat prowess. Normally, one's will would form a weapon that they cultivated. That way, it would be more offensive and would also increase the might of their martial techniques. Cultivators with stronger talent would form their will into a living thing, giving it spirituality. It might even form a new life, becoming their own incarnation. The demonic geniuses would set their goals even higher. Their boldness would be unparalleled, directly forming their will into a legendary divine beast. However, the difficulties and challenges they faced would also be greater. The Tianwu domain's 3 holy masters had a special advantage in this aspect. Their martial spirits were legendary divine beasts. Forming their will into a divine beast was much easier. However, aside from the Lost Dragon's Gate, there were only 3 holy masters in the world. After all, most cultivators' martial spirits were ordinary worldly items. Under normal circumstances, they only had the use of condensing and storing quintessence. The will that Xiao Chen formed was not a weapon or a spirit beast, much less a legendary divine beast. It was a talisman that no one had seen before. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt it was strange. He asked, "The Thunder King did not see the true appearance of that divine lightning back then?" Dao Jiao shook her head and said, "No. Back then, the Thunder King was just a martial sage. The small 1,000 realms were too far away. With his perception, he could only see thousands of dragon-shaped lightning bolts. He did not see the true divine lightning." This was not strange. Xiao Chen had relied on his spiritual sense and risked his life thousands of times before he saw the true appearance of the divine lightning. However, when he saw the true appearance of the divine lightning, it dispelled another of Xiao Chen's guesses. This divine lightning was not left behind by a martial god. Whether martial gods existed in the world was still a mystery. This divine lightning could not prove anything. After giving a simple explanation of why the talisman turned into this, Xiao Chen started to familiarize himself with the changes in his strength after comprehending a will. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and resumed her cultivation. This place would be of great help to her recovery. She could not waste any time. Then Xiao Chen checked his heavenly sage laws. There were 100 heavenly sage laws. The number had not changed. However, due to his will, they had become thicker. From the thickness of a pinky finger, they had grown to the thickness of a thumb. The baptism of the divine lightning on his will seemed to affect his heavenly sage laws as well, making them even more resilient. As the heavenly sage laws danced, they felt very powerful. They even contained the might of a will. If Xiao Chen ran into that Xian clan senior elder again, he would be able to instantly crush the other party in terms of the strength of his heavenly sage laws, mercilessly shattering the other party's heavenly sage laws. In another 6 months, the appointed time with Bai Wuxue would arrive. With Xiao Chen's talent, he would definitely not stop advancing. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen decided not to rush out. He would cultivate here for 3 months, strengthening his quintessence further and using the special environment of this place to stabilize his cultivation. At the same time, he would comprehend the movement technique, thunder steps, that he obtained from Mo Lingtian. The first time Xiao Chen saw Mo Lingtian execute thunder steps' explosive increase in speed, he felt very interested. He felt that there were many things he could learn from it. Although there was only one move of the Kunpeng fist that the Heavenly Rock King left behind, Xiao Chen still had to make some time to learn it. Furthermore, he had not purified that dark painting piece yet. Before he left, he had to make some time to purify it. As for when he would absorb it, that was another matter. 3 months might seem like a lot, but when he thought about it, he did not have much time to waste. However, Xiao Chen did not know that the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race did not intend to let him off. As long as he left, he would face 3 bona fide inferior-grade martial sages. The hazy white fog lingered all year round. In the past 10,000 years, no one had heard of anyone coming out of misleading Fog Lake. What was in the lake? Why did it cause people to get lost? The Forbidden Land, misleading Fog Lake, had always been filled with all sorts of mysteries in the vast and boundless fiend domain. Throughout history, there had been several sovereign martial emperors who wanted to explore it. However, after they delved 10 kilometers, they did not dare to advance any further. These sovereign martial emperors could clearly sense that the thing in the center of the lake already surpassed that of a sovereign martial emperor. It might be related to the legendary true god or a powerful expert from the previous epic. This was not something they could take the risk to find out. At this moment, the 3 Xian clan senior elders led dozens of Xian clan half-sages on the shore, chatting listlessly. Although the first elder, Xian Feng, had given the mission of guarding this place for 3 months, everyone knew that this was just for show, to appease the clan head's anger. Even Emperor Wu could not come out of this misleading fog lake. How could an insignificant half-sage do so? If he really did come out, the entire fiend domain would be shaken. Ah, Xian Feng, you are really capable. You could not even catch an insignificant half-sage, causing us to sit here for 3 months. There were 3 Xian clan senior elders here. Aside from Xian Feng, who fought with Xiaochen earlier, there were also Xian Yi and Xian Shui. The one who spoke was Xian Shui, who had always been at odds with Xian Feng. The 10 half-sages behind all showed unhappy expressions. However, due to Xian Feng's status, they could not say anything. 40 half-sages and 3 martial sages. For the sake of killing Xiaochen, the Xian clan had put in a lot of effort. It looked like Xian Yu's death had truly angered the Xian clan's clan head. Such a force was equivalent to a third of the Xian clan's strength. Unfortunately, Xiaochen hid in misleading Fog Lake, leaving this strong team with nowhere to go. They could only sit here and do nothing. However, they could not disobey orders and leave on their own. Xian Feng said angrily, "Xian Yi, what is the meaning of this? Earlier, you mocked me in front of the first elder. I already endured it. Yet, you still dare to mock me?" Xian Shui retorted, "Did I say anything wrong? If not for your strength being average, how could you give that brat the chance to enter misleading Fog Lake? Why would we waste 3 months?" The fight with Xiaochen had already made Xian Feng extremely depressed in the first place. He no longer had a good temper. He shouted, "If you are capable, then charge in and bring out that brat's head." You. Seeing the two arguing intensifying, Xian Yi had no choice but to be the peacemaker. She said, "All right, stop arguing. The deadline will be up when the sun sets today. This brat will definitely die if he enters misleading Fog Lake. At least we can report to the clan head." Doyens, there seems to be some movement in there. Just at this moment, one of the Xian clan half-sages in the back suddenly said uncomfortably. Xian Feng and the other 2 stopped talking and looked in the direction the half-sage pointed. They saw a formless sword flying over the dense fog in the distance, splitting it in half like a canvas. "This is?" Xian Feng's expression froze. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. The fog in front parted automatically, and a figure that Xian Feng did not want to see the most appeared. He had delicate facial features, fluttering white clothes, long black hair, and a pair of deep and boundless eyes. Chapter 775. Xiaochen's expression was as calm as ever, without any fluctuations. The 3 Xian clan senior elders and the 40 half-sages behind them were all stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before them. Xiaochen, whom everyone thought was dead, actually walked out of misleading Fog Lake. Even Emperor Wu could not. Yet, an insignificant half-sage like him managed to walk out. Xiaochen frowned slightly. When he saw the lineup at the shore, he was startled as well. 3 martial sages and 40 half-sages. Unexpectedly, the Xian clan mobilized so many people to wait for him for 3 months. They are really extraordinarily patient. Xiaochen's lips curled up in a strange smile. However, while the lineup looked large, the ones that Xiaochen truly needed to pay attention to were the 3 Xian clan senior elders. The 40 half-sages all had varying strengths. Several of them had not even comprehended heavenly sage laws. Right now, Xiaochen could easily crush such cultivators with a casual punch. No matter how many of them there were, it would be pointless. Whoosh! Xiaochen gently pushed off the water, and a clump of electric light exploded out. A blue dragon seemed to soar up from the center of the electric light. In these 3 months, Xiaochen had not only completely comprehended Thunder Steps, but he had also creatively merged it with his Azure Dragon Cloud soaring art. Now, Xiaochen's speed was more than twice as fast as before he entered misleading Fog Lake. To everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen seemed to teleport, traversing a kilometer and arriving at the shore. Xiao Chen raised his eyes and looked around. The 40 half-sages immediately felt a strange pressure invading their minds, forcing them to take a step back unconsciously. Fear spread in their hearts as they looked at Xiao Chen, trembling slightly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and looked at Xian Feng. "Old man, you have not left yet. That punch on your chest should no longer hurt, right?" Xiao Chen did not show any fear before the 3 martial sages, casually mocking Xian Feng. "It's good that you came out. Today, I will definitely kill you with my own hands." The flame of hatred in Xian Feng's eyes erupted like a volcano. Xiao Chen's words ignited it, and more than 100 heavenly sage laws instantly poured into his hand. It formed a huge might and pressure as it charged at Xiao Chen with its full power. 99 ice roaming dragons danced around Xiao Chen's body. Before Xiao Chen arrived, an icy aura surged towards Xiao Chen like an ocean. With his previous experience, Xian Feng did not plan to hold back the moment he started. He directly used his trump card. Xian Shui and Xian Yi frowned slightly when they saw this scene. They exchanged glances with each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. Wasn't it just a half-saint? Even if he was a monstrous genius, there was no need for him to use his trump card at the beginning of the battle. It was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and watched Xian Feng fly over like a gushing river. A vigorous fighting spirit blazed in his eyes. After comprehending a will and cultivating bitterly for 3 months, Xiao Chen's strength had increased explosively. He could use this group of people as practice. The 100 thick purple heavenly sage laws in Xiao Chen's body merged like 100 tributaries and poured into his right fist. Kunpeng fist. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind him. A boundless aura followed the strong wind and surged forward. In an instant, that vast tsunami-like cold chi was completely washed away. The Kunpeng was a legendary immortal beast. It was thousands of kilometers long and wide. Its wings could cover the sky, allowing it to fly 5,000 kilometers in one breath. As the saying went, when the Kunpeng spread its wings and soared into the clouds, it hated that the sky was too low for it to fly. A huge shadow suddenly cast down, and the curtain of night suddenly fell. Everyone looked up in shock. At some point in time, an incredibly huge divine bird had appeared in the sky behind Xiao Chen. The huge shadow came from this bird. A vast and boundless state instantly spread in everyone's hearts. The instant the Kunpeng spread its wings in the sky, Xiao Chen gently leaped up as well. At the same time, he leaped up and clashed with Xian Feng's trump card. Bang! A surging force burst forth from Xiao Chen's fist. Bang! 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 Explosions resounded without end as the ice dragons around Xian Feng's body exploded. The ice dragons around Xian Feng shattered one by one and turned into vast cold chi spreading everywhere. Frost instantly covered the surrounding 1 kilometer. Every time an ice dragon was destroyed, the color on Xian Feng's face became a little weaker. In terms of strength, Xiao Chen did not even need to use deities descending to firmly suppress Xian Feng. The 99 ice dragons shattered in an instant. It was so fast that even Xian Shui and Xian Yi, who were behind, could not react. Scram! Xiao Chen roared and took another step forward. The mark on his forehead flickered. The mark on his forehead flickered, and the light of his will spread out. The mark on his forehead flickered, and the 40-odd half-sages behind felt like thunder roared in their minds. They fell into a lightning-attributed illusion and cried out in horror. Xian Shui and Xian Yi, the 2 inferior-grade martial sages, felt their minds buzz, and they were momentarily at a loss. Xian Feng, who was in the lead, was in an even more sorry state. Extreme horror appeared on his pale face. As he watched Xiao Chen press forward, he did not react at all. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked the air and landed a kick on the Xian clan half-sage's chin. The bona fide inferior-grade martial sage's body flew up like a sandbag, crashing into several Xian clan half-sages trapped in the lightning illusion. The huge shadow slowly vanished. After all, the Kunpeng was not a true Kunpeng. It was just a mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chen created using his quintessence, heavenly sage laws, and will. Maintaining such a majestic and imposing mysterious phenomenon was not something an ordinary person could do. Even if a regular inferior-grade martial sage obtained the Kuan-Pung Fist's martial technique, they would not comprehend a will. Even if they could forcefully create such a mysterious phenomenon, it would just be for show. These inferior-grade martial sages would not be able to bring out a mysterious phenomenon like what Xiao Chen did, making them feel insignificant. The shadow vanished, and sunlight shone on the ground once again. The blazing sun's faint light shone on Xiao Chen's pure white clothes. The wind continued to blow, and the hair on Xiao Chen's forehead fluttered. His delicate facial features appeared before everyone's eyes. One punch, the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial sage. Xiao Chen exploded his opponent with one punch. It looked like no one knew how much strength he had used. Xian Shui and Xian Yi felt their throats go dry. Their throats squirmed uncontrollably, and they appeared somewhat stunned. Rumble! The sound of Xian Feng falling to the ground was accompanied by miserable cries. This jolted the two out of their daze. They shouted, "Attack together! Quickly kill him!" The 40 half-sages of the Xian clan were people who had experienced many battles. No matter what, they were half-sages. After they struggled free from the illusions, they heard the senior elder's order and immediately attacked decisively. At the same time, they revealed their true forms and charged at Xiao Chen. After the fiend race took human form, revealing their true forms exhausted a lot of quintessence. Unless they were forced into dire straits, they would not reveal their true forms. Now that they faced Xiao Chen, who had comprehended a will, they would not be able to do anything without revealing their true forms. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Faced with 40 fiend race half-sages in their true forms, the previous him would have been forced to flee in a sorry state. However, so what if he revealed his true form now? Against Xiao Chen, who comprehended the immortal will of thunder and had 100 thumb-thick heavenly sage laws, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Myriad heaven divine fist, chains of deities. Xiao Chen used up all his energy, vital qi, and mental energy at the same time. He punched 3 times at the 40-odd spirit foxes in the air. Kasi. Chains with divine scripts flowing on them appeared out of nowhere, looking like berserk dragons. The chains danced around chaotically, like a group of dragons fighting each other. The spirit foxes were easily bound, unable to move. More than 40 spirit foxes were bundled together, looking like a small hill. It was a frightening sight. The divine scripts flowed with light, and a fiery sealing power swept across the group of fiend race half-sages in their true forms. Miserable cries rang out. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, not showing any mercy at all. He had killed Xian Yu. Now he had established a grudge with the Xian clan. This grudge would not rest until he was dead. The Xian clan would not let him off. In that case, Xiao Chen did not need to show mercy. He stretched out his hand, and a large net-like chain formed by the divine script half-sages slid out. Then he caught one of the chains. Before Xian Shui and Xian Ye's shocked gazes, Xiao Chen raised the divine script chain in his hand and tossed the Xian clan half-sages into the mound. Then he used it as a weapon, smashing it at the two. Hu Qi! A whistling sound rang out, and Xian Shui and Xian Yi paled in fright as they quickly dodged. Xiao Chen leaped into the air, and electric light burst out under his feet. His figure flickered as he swung the half-sages bound by the divine script chain, smashing them at the two. Xian Shui and Xian Yi dodged as they cursed. This fellow was actually so bold, using their clansmen as weapons. Clearly, the mountain of flesh flying over was very strong. Even the two of them did not dare to clash head-on. More importantly, these were their clansmen. The more they resisted, the more severely injured the Xian clan would be. This would have nothing to do with Xiao Chen. Little bastard, stop right now. Stop right now, and we can give you a quick death. Xiao Chen did not even know who had the upper hand, yet these two were still so stubborn. He could not be bothered with them. His figure flashed as he continued swinging the chains. Rumble. The bound half-sages continuously fell to the ground. Deep pits appeared, dust kicked up, and cracks appeared in the ground. This showed how heavy Xiao Chen's attacks were. Bang! Xiao Chen felt like he had hit a person. When he looked carefully, he could not help but smile. It turned out that Xian Feng, who had clashed head-on with Xiao Chen and suffered a crushing defeat, wanted to take advantage of the chaos to flee. In the end, he got accidentally injured by Xiao Chen, and the mountain-sized meatball smashed into his severely injured body. Xian Feng cried out in pain and vomited a mouthful of blood. Then he fell to the ground and fainted. Xiao Chen had not done this on purpose. He had crashed into the meatball himself. Suddenly, he felt his hand lighten. The quintessence of the Xian clan half-sages bound by the divine chain was drained, and they all recovered their human form. Xiao Chen's lips curled up as he casually tossed them away like they were trash. Xian Shui and Xian Yi narrowed their eyes and focused their killing qi. They no longer held back and immediately charged over. The two inferior-grade martial sages worked together and executed their killing moves. A cold wind blew, and their auras turned cold. Chapter 776. The mark on Xiao Chen's forehead flickered, and he leaped into the air, charging over without fear. Xiao Chen's fists danced as he executed the myriad heaven divine fist. A sagely song resounded in the surroundings. Bang! Quintessence surged and a strong wind howled. Three figures flashed in the air, clashing with each other. The sound of their exchange resounded like thunder. Relying on the might of his will, Xiao Chen did not fall into a disadvantage. In fact, he even held the upper hand, forcing Xian Shui and Xuanye to retreat step by step. The light of the immortal will of thunder brought with it a mental pressure, making it difficult for them to even breathe. Purple light flickered behind Xiao Chen, and electric light danced around. It was like he stood on a sea of lightning. The two states crumbled upon contact. They could not compete with him at all. Radiance of deities! Xiao Chen shouted, and his fist glowed with a light like the sun. A vast pillar of light containing the immortal will of thunder charged over ferociously. The defensive martial techniques that Xuanye and Xian Shui used earlier were scattered. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they were knocked back 5 kilometers. Xiao Chen chased them closely. He completely released the light of his will. His long hair fluttered, and his white robes fluttered. He looked like an ancient immortal. After exchanging another 100 moves, the two's heavenly sage laws were not as resilient as Xiao Chen's. They also did not comprehend a will. They could not bring out their advantage in experience. They kept retreating. The setting sun looked like blood. A strange scene appeared on the shore of misleading Fog Lake. A half-sage chased after 2 inferior-grade martial sages in a sorry state. Boom! The two no longer dared to hold back. They steeled themselves and revealed their true forms at the same time. Immediately, 2 20-meter-tall, 100-meter-long 3-tailed spirit foxes glowed red as they stared at Xiao Chen ferociously. Xiao Chen's expression sank. He stood in the air and stopped chasing. When they revealed their true forms, the two's offensive power would double. When they worked together, they would be quite strong. The 3 tails of the 2 spirit foxes stood straight, and their auras surged out. Under the pressure of their auras, dust particles slowly floated up. The 2 spirit foxes roared and leaped into the air. They charged at Xiao Chen with all their might. Xian Yi and Xian Shui's aura was as heavy as a mountain, and the wind howled. After Xian Yi and Xian Shui revealed their true forms, their auras rose crazily, suppressing Xiao Chen so much that he almost couldn't help but retreat. Finish this quickly. Xiao Chen made up his mind, and the mark on his forehead released a dazzling light. It was the purple talisman representing the immortal will of thunder. With a poochie sound, he escaped. Purple lightning flickered incessantly as a boundless might burst forth, suppressing the auras of the two in an instant. Bang! Like a flickering meteor, the purple talisman emitted resplendent and immortal electric light. Profound water and profound leaf were struck by the talisman one after another. Unsurprisingly, the two of them were blasted away without the slightest ability to resist. They landed in a faraway place. Dust flew up, and Xian Shui and Xian Yi reverted to their human forms. They vomited a large mouthful of blood as they looked at Xiao Chen in the distance. Their eyes filled with horror. We have to inform the clan head. This fellow is a demonic genius. Now that he comprehended a will, we ordinary inferior-grade martial sages are no match for him. The two immediately turned around and fled, not daring to linger any longer. As Xiao Chen watched the two leave, he shook his head and did not give chase. If he used his newly comprehended movement technique, he would definitely be able to catch up to them within an hour. However, this was the fiend domain after all. If he continued fighting, he might attract some fiend domain experts over, and there would be trouble. Xiao Chen withdrew the talisman and landed on the ground. Then he collected the spatial rings of the 40 half-sages and Xianfeng's spatial ring. Then he quickly left this place. Before Xiao Chen had time to look at the spatial rings of the 30 half-sages he obtained 3 months ago, he obtained another 40 half-sages spatial rings and even an inferior-grade martial sage's spatial ring. If Xiao Chen sorted them out, he would definitely earn a vast fortune. Not long after Xiao Chen left, a stout man landed on the shore of misleading Fog Lake. He wore tiger robes and had thick eyebrows and large eyes. His eyes were like lightning, shining brightly. More than 500 heavenly sage laws appeared behind him, each as thick as a baby's arm. As they moved, they gave off a berserk aura. 500 heavenly sage laws was already the maximum that an inferior-grade martial sage could condense. Based on the thickness of this person's heavenly sage laws, it was clear that he had been stuck at peak inferior-grade martial sage for many years. Otherwise, his heavenly sage laws would not have been so thick. The stout man looked at the naked corpses and tattered clothes on the ground. He frowned slightly and muttered, "It's the people of the Silver Moon Spirit Fox race's Xian clan. Even after they revealed their true forms, they still ended up in such a sorry state." The stout man narrowed his eyes and noticed Xianfeng's body. He flew forward and observed him for a while before entering deep thought. Xianfeng's injuries were very severe, especially his internal injuries. His internal organs seemed to have been forcefully torn apart by a huge force. However, this was not the cause of Xianfeng's death. The cause of his death was a finger-sized bloody hole in his forehead. When the stout man saw Xianfeng's empty finger, a scene appeared in his mind. A man with a cold expression had taken away Xianfeng's spatial ring. Then, that man had casually pointed a finger and pierced through Xianfeng's forehead. The 40 half-sages had all died the same way. This showed that this person was indifferent and did not care about life or death. He was very decisive when it came to killing and snatching treasures. Why would someone who can easily suppress this group of Xian clan cultivators be interested in the treasures of some half-sages? The stout man looked at the nearby misleading Fog Lake and entered deep thought. He checked his surroundings but could not figure out what was going on, so he could only helplessly leave this place. After the stout man left, several figures with auras no weaker than his landed. All of them had sinister gazes. They all noticed the strangeness of the matter. Fortunately, Xiao Chen had not been greedy. Otherwise, if he had delayed the two Xian clan martial sages for a while longer, he might have ended up in trouble. As Xiao Chen advanced, electric light exploded under his feet, and the blue dragon soared up. In an instant, he crossed 5 kilometers. Furthermore, he had not even used his full power yet. If Xiao Chen traveled at full speed, not caring about his quintessence consumption, he could cross 10 kilometers in one breath. After traveling for 400 kilometers, Xiao Chen found a secluded place and stopped. He needed to sort out the spatial rings he had collected in the past few days. He had 70 half-sages spatial rings and 1 inferior-grade martial sage's spatial ring. Together, they would be a huge sum. After going through the spatial rings of the 70 half-sages, Xiao Chen mainly looked at the astral coins. After all, it was impossible for these half-sages to have any powerful treasures. If they did, they would have used them long ago. The strength of each half-sage was different. Their wealth varied as well. With 70 half-sages, Xiao Chen had about 3 million astral coins. In an instant, this more than doubled Xiao Chen's wealth, reaching 5 million astral coins. Refining the breaking sage pill required many precious materials. It would be hard to avoid using large amounts of astral coins. Furthermore, there were the last 5 layers of the firmament body tempering art. Each layer required a powerful treasure, which was also a large sum of astral coins. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently needed astral coins. Furthermore, the more, the better. Finally, Xiao Chen checked the spatial ring on Xianfeng's hand. As an inferior-grade martial sage, this fellow should not be as poor as the half-sage. Indeed, Xiao Chen found 1,500,000 astral coins in there. He placed all the astral coins in his universe ring, totaling 6,500,000 astral coins. If Xiao Chen sold the miscellaneous items of these people, he could obtain another 500,000 astral coins. Right now, Xiao Chen's wealth was equivalent to 7 million astral coins. After tidying up everything, Xiao Chen started to think about his earlier fight with the 3 martial sages. These 3 inferior-grade martial sages had ordinary talent. They were at least 200 years old. However, they were still stuck at early-stage inferior-grade martial sage. Honestly speaking, Xiao Chen did not feel much of a sense of accomplishment when he defeated these people. Before Xiao Chen comprehended a will, he could already easily deal with Xianfeng. After comprehending a will, his strength increased explosively in all aspects. Furthermore, he could not defeat 3 inferior-grade martial sages who were about as strong as Xianfeng. That would be too much. Xiao Chen wondered how the strength of the 7 giants of the Tianwu domain had changed. They were all demonic geniuses. Even if the 7 giants did not have any fortuitous encounters, they should not have stagnated. However, no matter how much Xiao Chen improved, he dared to fight them fairly. Aside from Enjuanxi, he was 80% confident of defeating them. In the past, Bai Wushue's great icy palm imprint had reduced Xiao Chen to a sorry state, forcing him to use his full power to block. Now that the 1-year promise was drawing near, it was time to give Bai Wushue a pleasant surprise. When Xiao Chen thought of Bai Wushue's disdain for him in the past, a fierce flame blazed in his eyes. Collecting his thoughts, a magnificent clump of light appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. That was the dark painting piece of the great rock spreading wings painting. However, at this moment, the dark aura was gone. Xiao Chen did not feel any discomfort holding it in his palm. A spiritual light surged, making him feel very comfortable. The divine lightning had already purified the dark aura. If Xiao Chen wanted to absorb it, he could do so now. However, Ao Jiao suggested that Xiao Chen not absorb it for now. The core painting piece had been split into 2. Like before, there were only 3 choices. If he could merge the 2 pieces together, he would have 10 choices. If that Ing Qiong sensed that the core painting piece he obtained was not complete, he would definitely not be in a rush to absorb it. In the future, if Xiao Chen ran into Ing Qiong, he might have a chance to merge the 2 pieces back into one. Let's return to Hunluo City first. There are still some things that I have not dealt with there. Xiao Chen put away the core painting piece and looked in the direction of the distant Hunluo province as he spoke calmly. Just as Xiao Chen was about to set off, Ao Jiao said, "Xiao Chen, do you feel that even though your strength has increased greatly recently, you have forgotten some of the purest things?" "What did I forget?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity as he stopped walking. Ao Jiao replied with a serious expression, "You forgot your saber. You forgot that you are a bladesman. Ever since you started cultivating the myriad heaven divine fist, this tendency has become somewhat serious. The myriad heaven divine fist allowed your vast, dormant mental energy to be put to use. However, you are too engrossed in it. Now that you have comprehended the immortal will of thunder, you like to use strength to suppress your opponent. Have you ever thought about how you would deal with such a peerless monster if you were to encounter him? For example, Yan Shisan, Enjuanxi, or the son of the 3 holy masters. They have also comprehended a will, and their strength is no weaker than yours. Some are even stronger than yours." Chapter 777. What are you going to do? Are you going to use your strength to crush them? If you think that way, I'm afraid you'll be defeated in 1 round. Ao Jiao's cold words were like a cold water splashed on Xiao Chen's body, causing him to feel a chill down his spine. Just a moment ago, he was still immersed in the joy of his huge harvest, but now, all of a sudden, he felt an indescribable fear in his heart. People needed to wake up by themselves, but how many people could truly wake up by themselves? Their strength and achievements increased crazily. Sometimes, you don't even notice it yourself, but you're already so engrossed in it that you think you're awake. Xiao Chun frowned bitterly and stretched out his hand. The lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. He vaguely felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Since you are a bladesman, why do you need to use these unorthodox methods of the god race? Suddenly, Xiao Chun recalled what Yan Shisan said to him. At that time, he did not think much of it, thinking that Yan Shisan misunderstood and underestimated him. Actually, the other party was feeling pity for Xiao Chun. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. If Xiao Chun walked further down this path, no one would remember the white-robed bladesman of the past. Even if he could obtain a brief moment of glory, he would not be able to go far on the path of martial arts if he abandoned his foundation. After a long time, Xiao Chun sighed and said with a serious expression, "Many thanks, Ao Jiao. My saber will never give up. I, Xiao Chun, will always be a bladesman." Ao Jiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything else. Since ancient times, sages and sages were all lonely. They either went crazy in loneliness or reached the peak in loneliness. She had always believed that Xiao Chun was the latter. Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, Lingyun Saber Technique, Wukuei Saber Technique, Four Seasons Saber Technique, Lightning Tribulation Saber Technique, Dragon Subduing Slash. In merely 4 years in the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chun had practiced so many saber techniques. Aside from the Dragon Subduing Slash, he had practiced the other 5 saber techniques to great perfection. Xiao Chun counted the saber techniques that he had learned in the past few years. Each saber technique represented a past event. Scenes of the past appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. The Rushing Thunder Saber Technique, the promise of 10 years in Mo City. Using this saber technique, he defeated the young clan heads of the Zhang and Tang clans. Lingyun Saber Technique. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chun had relied on this saber technique to defeat the core disciples of the other peaks in one fell swoop. Xiao Chun took the top spot, fighting for Qingyun Peak and Lu Ryue's honor in front of everyone. Later on, when the Phoenix's Passion Palace's envoy arrived at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Mu Qingxue exposed his identity. The Wukuei Saber technique allowed him to defeat the disciples of various noble clans. From then on, the title of White-Robed Bladesman spread like wildfire. Comprehending the 4-season saber technique in one move made Xiao Chun famous. During the 5-nation youth competition, he used this saber technique to defeat the outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm. His path was filled with glory, and his saber skills improved by leaps and bounds. However, after more than a year in the Kunlun realm, Xiao Chun's cultivation of his saber skills showed signs of stagnating. The reason was not hard to explain. Although Xiao Chun had joined the Haotian sect, he had never attended an elder's lecture. There were no masters proficient in the saber in the sect, either, who were worthy of Xiao Chun's admiration. At Xiao Chun's current cultivation realm, he still had to rely on his own comprehension. Taking large strides forward would definitely be difficult. Secondly, out of all the saber techniques that Xiao Chun grasped, only the Dragon Subduing Slash caught his attention. However, a saber technique at the level of the Dragon Subduing Slash was not like the saber techniques of the past, where he could comprehend it with just one look. Every move had its own deep meaning. Normally, comprehending one move would take a long time. There were even some mysteries that, without a fortuitous encounter, one would not be able to comprehend no matter how much time one spent. Furthermore, with the appearance of the myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Xiao Chun unknowingly distanced himself from the Dragon Subduing Slash. When Xiao Chun heard what Ao Jiao said, he found it somewhat inconceivable. How could he have forgotten his identity as a bladesman? However, when he thought about it carefully, everything made sense. Even without the myriad Heaven Divine Fist, if Xiao Chun did not wake up to it, his identity as a bladesman would drift further and further away. Now that he had found the problem, the solution was not far away. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun more or less figured out where the problem lay. Xiao Chun had to systematically learn a saber technique that was compatible with his current cultivation realm. Furthermore, when he reached the martial sage realm, it would not be outdated. This saber technique could not be like the Dragon Subduing Slash, which could only be used as a killing move. It could be executed as easily as the 4-season saber technique. Martial techniques had always been expensive. Without a large amount of astral coins, he would not be able to purchase a martial technique that suited Xiao Chen's requirements. Even if he had money, he would not be able to buy it. However, Xiao Chen already had a vague idea. There was no need to worry too much about how to obtain this saber technique. 10 days later, Hunluo Province's provincial capital, Hunluo City, appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes once again. Tall, majestic city walls, cultivators moving in a hurry, cultivators exuding baleful auras, and chaotic battles were everywhere. Like before, this place had not changed at all. Fighting and killing were very normal in Hunluo City. It would be strange if there were no such things. Just as Xiao Chen was about to enter the city, he squinted and exclaimed softly. He stopped and looked at a battle. One side wore the uniform of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. There were more people there, about 50 or 60 of them. Most of them were early-stage superior-grade martial monarchs. The other side had only 2 people. Furthermore, with one look, it was clear that they were not local cultivators of Hunluo Province. One of them brandished a halberd. As he walked, he exuded might. Every move he made was straightforward. No one could get within 5 steps of him. The other person used a saber. His saber techniques were exquisite and exquisite. As the saber light flickered, blood spurted out and miserable cries resounded. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School had the advantage in numbers. However, these 2 people firmly controlled the flow of the battle. In less than 2 hours, they would all be wiped out. The people of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School understood this as well. However, they did not scatter. Instead, they persistently held the 2 people back, not letting them leave. With one glance, Xiao Chen figured out what the other party was planning. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School was one of the 6 major sects of Hunluo Province. Its branch in the city would definitely be significant. If things went wrong, there might even be a martial sage. Even if a martial sage did not come, just a few half-sages would come. Even a peak superior-grade martial monarch would not have a good ending. Xiao Chen smiled in disappointment and frustration. Unexpectedly, he could run into some old acquaintances here. These 2 people were none other than the Sky Dome realms Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. Since they parted at Bushan Palace, Xiao Chen had not seen them for more than a year already. Naturally, Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian, who were surrounded, were not fools. They knew what these Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples were planning. They tried to charge out several times but failed every time. The longer this dragged on, the more grave their expressions became. If the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's half-sages arrived, it would be difficult for the 2 to leave. Just at this moment, thunder suddenly roared. A flickering electric light tore through the sky, dazzling everyone. The many Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples could not help but feel a cold wind containing killing chi. When they looked back, a boundless saber chi immediately entered their eyes. The saber chi gave off a bright light. They seemed to see a blurry white figure behind it, holding a saber with one hand. A black wind blew, and his robes fluttered. Before the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples could react, the purple saber chi flew out like a rainbow piercing through the sun and chopped the Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples in half. A scarlet light shot out, and the saber chi disappeared in a flash. The 10-odd cultivators in front of them all died in one strike. Quick, run! The remaining Eternal Heavenly Sword School disciples cried out in horror. They no longer dared to linger, fleeing for the city. The strong wind did not stop. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and walked over to Bai Wuxue and Xinyuan Zhantian. Then he smiled faintly. Xiao Chen. When Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian saw that the person who attacked was Xiao Chen, they were stunned. Clearly, they had not expected to meet him here. At a table by the window of an inn in Hunluo City, Xiao Chen, Bai Qi, and Xinyuan Zhantian drank wine and chatted casually. From their conversation, Xiao Chen learned that Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian had joined the same 9 ranks of the great families. They had done well in the past year, successfully becoming true inheritors. However, the competition in the Kunlun realm was much greater than in the Sky Dome realm. The glory of the past had faded away long ago, and they had to start all over again. This time, the 2 had come to Hunluo Province for a sect mission, to hunt a desolate dragon. who knew, after they killed the desolate dragon, they would run into an eternal heavenly sword school disciple for some reason. Without saying anything, the other party demanded that the two hand over the desolate dragon's remains. The desolate dragon's remains were for the mission. Naturally, the two refused, so a conflict erupted between them. This resulted in the scene that Xiao Qin saw. The desolate dragon was a subdragon that contained the blood of a true dragon. In a situation where one could not find the remains of a true dragon, the desolate dragon's remains were a pretty good substitute. Think about the geniuses of our Sky Dome realm. After the 5-nation youth competition, they were all in high spirits, preparing to show off their skills in the Kunlun realm. Unfortunately, after more than a year, they are all unknown. Some of them even ended up in miserable states. Only you, Xiao Qin, are still that absolute genius from back then. As a martial monarch, you dared to challenge one of the 7 giants, Bai Wuxue, and even obtained his acknowledgement. Now, very few people in the Tianwu domain do not know your name. Bai Qi sighed as he picked up his wine cup and took a sip. Back then, although Xiao Qin was stronger than Bai Qi, it was not as if he could not catch up. However, in the Kunlun realm, their cultivations and reputations seemed to never be on the same level. When Xinyuan Zhantian spoke of the past, he also felt somewhat sad. This Eastern Sea's little dragon king, who once comprehended the state of kingship, was now like a true dragon trapped in the shallows. Before a large group of geniuses who were much stronger than him, his state of kingship became a joke, receiving many blows and mockery. For Xianyuan Zhantian to be able to make it this far without collapsing was because he still had a proud heart. He had not forgotten his past glory and his goal. However, he had no idea how long he could last. Very few people in the Kunlun realm dared to use the state of kingship as their foundation. The more flourishing the age, the more demonic geniuses there were, the harder this path would be. Xiao Qin did not know what to say. He changed the topic and asked, "Are there any major changes in the Tianwu domain now?" There were still 2 months left before Xiao Qin left the Tianwu domain. That would be 1 year away. In the past, 1 year might have passed in the blink of an eye. Chapter 778. However, in this age of geniuses, 1 year was sufficient to change the situation. The old and the new would replace each other. The two remained silent for a while. Then, Bai Qi said with some yearning, "The Tianwu domain has changed." The Tianwu domain has changed. Xiao Qin thought about this a few times. Then, he took a sip of wine and asked seriously, "How did it change?" Of the 7 giants, Enjuanshi relied on the true dragon lightning whip to finally have a weapon to deal with the divine martial gate's holy son, Feng Wuji. The two fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Feng Wuji had the upper hand, but he could not do anything to Enjuanshi. He could only call it a draw. Bai Qi put down his wine cup and spoke in a calm and unhurried tone. However, what he said still startled Xiao Qin, who was already prepared. For a long time, the holy sons and holy daughters seemed to be naturally superior in the Tianwu domain. No one would compare themselves to them. When ordinary people asked who the peak experts of the younger generation of the Tianwu domain were, the answer would definitely be the 7 giants. They purposely left out the 3 holy masters. Furthermore, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with that. The 3 holy masters transcended the world. The holy sons and holy daughters normally did not move around the Tianwu domain, so it was difficult to see them in person. To the younger generation of the Tianwu domain, the 3 holy masters were too distant. They were like living legends. The 7 giants were the experts that could be seen. If one wanted to make a name for themselves and challenge them, they would only be targets. No one would seek out the 3 holy masters. However, Enjuanshi had broken this legend, becoming the only person in the Tianwu domain to be as famous as the 3 holy masters in the past 10,000 years. Xinyuan Zhantian could not help saying, "That battle was really intense." One comprehended the will of wind, and the other comprehended the will of thunder. Several of the inferior grade martial sages watching were so frightened that they turned pale. Enjuanshi is indeed incredible. The holy son, Feng Wuji, is clearly stronger than Enjuanshi. However, Feng Wuji cannot take him down and can only call it a truce. Xinyuan Zhantian's words were somewhat contradictory. However, they were easy to understand. If the other party was just slightly stronger, unless they fought to the death, there would be no way to determine a victor. However, even in a true life-and-death battle, the possibility of the two dying together was the highest. And Juanshi had to admit that this person was very strong. Now, there are 4 holy scions in the Tianwu domain. The Thunder and Lightning Palace that Juanshi belongs to is slightly weaker than the Holy Lands. However, everyone acknowledges his strength, which clearly distinguishes him from the 7 giants. Bai Qi continued, moreover, the title of the 7 magnates is now only in name. Xiaochen raised his brows and asked curiously, what do you mean? Half a year ago, the top bladesman of the south, Feng Xingxing, challenged Luo Zixiao, one of the 7 giants. With exquisite saber techniques and 80% comprehended saber intent, he defeated Luo Zixiao within 200 moves. The other of the 7 magnates, Jiang Ziyun, was also defeated by a mysterious swordsman from the Heaven Sword world, Duan Yi, within 100 moves. Their undefeated record was broken, and they lost the title of the 7 magnates. The Shimin clan's Shimin Bao received some kind of stimulation. After he returned from the savage battlefield, he entered his clan's impassable purgatory to cultivate. He received the demonic training of the Shimin clan's martial emperor, becoming neither human nor ghost. After Shimin Bao came out, he directly challenged the passionate young master, Murong Lingfeng. Initially, no one thought highly of this profligate scion. However, he actually managed to fight to a draw with the passionate young master, even nearly defeating him. There is also the top genius of the battle realms, Niu Deng. He is even more shocking. He directly challenged the hot-tempered Wang Meng of the 7 giants and actually managed to fight to a draw. In the past year, several young experts have emerged, gaining a resounding reputation. The children of luck from the various realms have all matured. They are no weaker than the 7 giants of the past. Bai Qi said a lot in one breath. Aside from yearning, there was also a trace of desolation in his tone. In this age of geniuses, those lower realm experts had undergone a baptism of tempering and elimination. All those who could make a name for themselves had emerged. However, Bai Qi's name was not among them. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Based on what Bai Qi said, the Tianwu domain had indeed changed. Of the 7 giants, 1 advanced to the Holy Scion, 2 were defeated, and 2 fought to a draw. For the past 10-odd years, the 7 giants had dominated the Tianwu domain's younger generation. Now, they were completely disrupted. After a period of dormancy and accumulation, many children of karmic luck from the lower dimensions that were similar to him had finally emerged and revealed their extraordinary might. This was a grand age of geniuses that only appeared once every 10,000 years. The countless geniuses of the 3,000 great realms and the vast stage finally revealed the tip of the iceberg in the Kunlun realm's Tianwu domain. Whoever could stand out in the Tianwu domain would truly gain a ticket to this stage of geniuses, gaining the qualifications to compete for the throne of this age. Xiaochen thought for a while. Of the 7 giants, his first senior sister and the person he cared about the most, Bai Wuxue, did not mention anything. So, he could not help but ask. Speaking of Shui Lingling, Bai Qi smiled gently and said, "Who dares to challenge Shui Lingling? If she really gets angry, even the scions of the 3 holy masters would not dare to offend her. Her archery is publicly recognized as the best in the Tianwu domain. However, she is slightly weaker in close combat. If you keep a distance from her, you might end up riddled with holes." As for Bai Wuxue, at the mention of Bai Wuxue, a demonic genius with the same surname as him, Bai Qi paused for a moment. His expression turned somewhat grave as he said, "Xiaochen, it is not that I do not have confidence in you. It is just that I advise you to give up on your challenge with him. No one will laugh at you." Xinyuan Zhantian, who was at the side, revealed a similar expression. He felt that it was unfortunate for Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat, but he did not refute. He smiled and said, "Just say what you have to say." Bai Qi gathered his emotions and said with some horror, "After he left the savage battlefield, he disappeared. No one knows where he went. He only returned a month ago. A lower realm luck-bearer, who has been in the limelight recently, wanted to use him to make a name for himself. In the end, he froze that person into an ice pillar within 10 moves. With just a gentle touch, he shattered into ice shards on the ground, not even leaving a dregs behind. Xianyuan Zhantian said gravely, "This is not the most horrifying thing. There was news just half a month ago that he went to the bitter cold land of the Kunlun realm's extreme north. When he returned, he brought back a head." Xiao Chen asked interestedly, "What head?" Xianyuan Zhantian whispered, "The head of a loose cultivator ranked 10th on the evil cultivator ranking. That loose cultivator roamed free for a long time. He was an inferior grade martial sage." Right after Xianyuan Zhantian spoke, Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian both looked at Xiao Chen with some sympathy. This news was very cruel to Xiao Chen. However, the truth was the truth. Bai Wuxue killed an inferior grade martial sage. Furthermore, he was a notorious loose cultivator, not an ordinary person. Half a year ago, there might have been some people who thought highly of Xiao Chen. However, after this news came out, practically no one paid attention to Xiao Chen, who had not shown himself for a long time. Bai Wuxue even killed an inferior grade martial sage. What was the point of this challenge? No matter how hard Xiao Chen worked, he would only become a laughingstock in the end. He would become a decent stepping stone on Bai Wuxue's path of cultivation. Aside from that, he was nothing. However, Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian were thoroughly disappointed. The two of them did not see any fear on Xiao Chen's face. In fact, there was not even a ripple in his expression. Bai Qi asked probingly, "Xiao Chen, why are you not reacting at all? Right now, many people are saying that he comprehended the will of ice. His strength is probably not much weaker than in Juanshi's. The head that he brought is the head of a martial sage. In the Kunlun realm, a martial sage is a bona fide major character." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly to himself. What kind of reaction do I have? Not long ago, I defeated 3 inferior grade martial sages. However, a loose cultivator who advanced to martial sage would definitely be much stronger than the Xian clan's senior elders. However, Xiao Chen fought 1 against 3 and was even stronger than Bai Wuxue. As for the specifics, the two of them would have to fight for themselves to know. However, Xiao Chen was very confident in his will of thunder and did not fear Bai Wuxue's growth. Demonic geniuses often had their own fortuitous encounters. Bai Wuxue's accomplishments were not too shocking. Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, chaotic footsteps rang out. A group of unwelcome guests came up the stairs. The 3 people in front all had strong auras and withdrawn killing intent. This was especially so for the person in the middle. When he looked around coldly, the other customers in the restaurant felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. It was actually a martial sage. A heavy and oppressive atmosphere spread throughout the restaurant. The cultivators who were swept by this person's gaze quickly paid their bills and left, afraid that they would be implicated. When Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian saw this group of people arrive, their complexions immediately paled. They said in a trembling voice, "The Eternal Heavenly Sword School's people are here. Brother Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You should leave first. The 2 of us will meet up with you later." The 2 of them showed somewhat surprised expressions. They had not expected the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's people to arrive so quickly. Furthermore, they had not expected the other party to send out a martial sage for the sake of the 2 of them. If there were no martial sages, the 2 of them would not be a match for these 2 half-sages. However, they were confident that they could still leave. However, the arrival of a martial sage caused their confidence to plummet. They were probably going to die here. Furthermore, they had implicated Xiao Chen. The martial sage leading the group revealed a cold smile. Disdain filled his face as he stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back. He said in a cold voice, "I was wondering which expert had arrived. He managed to kill 20-odd inner sect disciples of my Eternal Heavenly Sword School with a wave of his hand. It turns out that he is just a half-sage. No one is allowed to leave today. The sects behind you will not be able to save you in Hunluo province." The martial sage waved his hand, and the 2 half-sages beside him led the superior-grade martial monarchs behind them to charge at Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian without saying a word. Dong, dong, dong. The group of people rushed over. Their heavy footsteps caused the floor to rumble. Their killing chi spread out and formed formless shockwaves. Many porcelain vases that were used to decorate the floors cracked, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely depressing. Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian showed grave expressions. They stretched out their hands and grasped the weapons in their hands. Just as the battle was about to start, Xiao Chen, who was seated at the table, looked at the two half-sages with strong auras. His lips curled up in a cold smile. Chapter 779. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pushed forward. A vast and surging quintessence poured out from the thick heavenly sage laws. Then he skillfully controlled the quintessence in the wine cup that he pushed forward. As the wine cup spun, the wine in the cup did not move at all. At first, the two half-sages did not care. However, after a while, their expressions changed drastically. The back of the spinning wine cup actually reflected thumb-thick heavenly sage laws. On a level that was hard to see with the naked eye, the wine cup guided a vast sea of lightning. It contained boundless energy, several times stronger than the two of them combined. Dodge! The two roared at the same time. They pushed off the ground and quickly shot upwards. In the blink of an eye, they were on the roof of the building. However, the group of superior-grade martial monarchs behind them did not have such good eyesight or reaction speed. Bang! Light exploded, and the first person the wine cup touched was instantly blasted into charcoal by the lightning. A roasted smell wafted out. After that, it was like a chain reaction. The 10-odd people behind screamed miserably. Before this overwhelming energy, they could not resist at all. Even ordinary half-sages could not block a casual strike from Xiao Chen. How could mere superior-grade martial monarchs block it? When the electricity disappeared, the wine cup continued to spin. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the exquisite wine cup returned to his grasp. The wine in the cup heated up slightly, and its flavor increased. Xiao Chen gently blew on the wine cup and drained it in one gulp. While the wine was heating up, 10-odd superior-grade martial monarchs, the inner sect disciples of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School, had been killed so easily. When Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian saw this scene, their eyes went wide. They could not understand how Xiao Chen had become so strong. The eyes of the two half-sages stuck to the roof were filled with horror. As they looked at Xiao Chen, they quietly moved and carefully arrived behind the inferior-grade martial sage of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. This Xiao Chen was clearly not an ordinary half-sage. It was very likely that he was a demonic genius. Such a genius could not be measured with common sense. He could only place his hopes on the martial sacred. The expression of the middle-aged inferior-grade martial sage finally turned grave. He said, "This old man is Sun Liang, the person in charge of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's Hunluo City. Might I ask for your esteemed name and why you attacked my sect's disciples? If you can give me a reasonable explanation, I can make the decision and let this matter pass." At this moment, he was in a difficult position. Even if he was confident that he could suppress Xiao Chen, he didn't dare to act rashly. Such a powerful demonic genius would definitely have a super expert or faction protecting him. If a major character really made a move, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School would be in big trouble. However, he was not willing to just leave like that. The other party had casually killed so many of his Eternal Heavenly Sword School's people at the city gates. If he did not account for this, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's reputation would suffer. Xiao Chen put down his wine cup and stood up to look at this person. Then he stepped forward and said calmly, "Coincidentally, I have something to ask you. If you answer me honestly, I can put aside some of my grudges with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School for now. Since you are the person in charge of this place, you should know why the Eternal Heavenly Sword School has been collecting dragon bones for so many years, right?" As they spoke, Xiao Chen ignored Sun Liang's concession. Instead, he questioned the other party. Xiao Chen's attitude stunned Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. The other party was a bona fide martial sage. What was Xiao Chen trying to do? It would be fine as long as they both took a step back. How could he offend an inferior-grade martial sage? When Sun Liang heard this, he became enraged. His expression turned unsightly as he said coldly, Every year, a few self-righteous demonic geniuses die. Do you know how they died? Self-righteous? If you think that I am self-righteous, then I'm afraid you will be disappointed. An electric light burst out under Xiao Chen's feet, and he instantly arrived before Sun Liang. Before everyone's astonished gazes, Xiao Chen threw a punch at this tyrant of Hunluo City. Electric light surged on his fist, and electric light flashed. It seemed like Xiao Chen could even crush a tall mountain in an instant. Sun Liang was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to really dare to make a move. By the time he reacted, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen had already arrived before him. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, Sun Liang pushed off the ground and flew up. He did not want to receive Xiao Chen's punch unprepared. A hole appeared in the roof, and Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he leaped out of the inn. However, the two half-sages behind Sun Liang were not as lucky. Xiao Chen's punch struck them, and an overwhelming force surged out. The two vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back with pale complexions. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. This scene was very ironic. Earlier, the two dodged the wine cup that Xiao Chen tossed out. In the end, 10-odd martial monarchs behind them died. Immediately, the two experienced what it was like to be abandoned. Unexpectedly, Sun Liang, whom they were supposed to rely on, abandoned them as well, choosing the most advantageous method for himself. Xiao Chen did not care about the two ordinary half-sages at all. He did not even bother to look at them. He immediately leaped up and chased after Sun Liang. Xiao Chen had been curious about why the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was purchasing dragon bones on such a large scale. Naturally, he would not let go of this opportunity that delivered itself to his doorstep. The empty floor turned cold and silent, leaving only Bai Qi and Xianyuan Zhantian exchanging glances. The development of the situation had completely exceeded the script in their hearts. Bai Qi sighed and said, no wonder he did not react at all when he heard that Bai Wuxue killed an inferior-grade martial sage. Xiao Chen is always full of surprises. Above the inn, Xiao Chen, who had just leaped off the roof, had not yet stabilized himself when a bolt of lightning tore through the sky. Sun Liang remained expressionless as he swung his sword at Xiao Chen, carrying the might of thunder. The electric light on Sun Liang's sword was withdrawn, looking very plain. However, it contained all of Sun Liang's law energy, not holding anything back. Xiao Chen pulled back his palm, not showing any intention of dodging. He drew the lunar shadow saber and clashed with the attack. Boom! The saber and sword clashed, and sparks flew out. Following that, two balls of dazzling purple light clashed with each other. Bolts of lightning flashed around the two. The two thunderclouds in the sky clashed intensely as well. The rumbling of thunder did not stop for even a moment. The sky changed color, and the winds and clouds moved chaotically. Such a horrifying scene immediately attracted the gazes of several cultivators in Hunluo City. Sun Liang had taken the initiative to attack from above. Furthermore, he held the advantage of his cultivation. After a while, he gained the upper hand, suppressing Xiao Chen step by step. Sun Liang could not help but reveal an expression of joy as he pressed his sword down. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Today, I will show you the difference between a martial sage and a half-sage. I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not flustered at all. He said softly, "Even among inferior-grade martial sages, there are strong and weak ones. Unfortunately, you are the weak one. It is not your turn to teach me a lesson." A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead, and the light of the immortal will of thunder spread out. Thunder roared and instantly suppressed Sun Liang's state of thunder, causing it to crumble and scatter. Xiao Chen, who had been retreating step by step, swung his saber forward. Light exploded, and Sun Liang, who held the upper hand, was knocked back. A kilometer away, shock flashed in the eyes of the pale Sun Liang. He said in a trembling voice with some horror, "Will of thunder. This is the will of thunder." The moment Xiao Chen's will appeared, the situation immediately turned around. Sun Liang's state of thunder completely crumbled. The thundercloud that belonged to Sun Liang slowly scattered. His aura plummeted continuously. Before the might of the will, Sun Liang's heart trembled. The fear in the depths of his heart made him not dare to get close to Xiao Chen. He looked at Xiao Chen with a horrified expression. Unexpectedly, a youth in the Tianwu domain managed to comprehend a will, a wondrous state that even several older generation martial sages could not comprehend. Rumor had it that anyone who comprehended a will would be able to fight someone of a higher cultivation realm as easily as eating or drinking unless their cultivation was much higher. Otherwise, when facing an opponent with a will, even if one's cultivation was higher, there would be no other outcome than death. In Sun Liang's hundreds of years, he had naturally met cultivators with wills. However, the other party's cultivation was higher than his, so they did not need to use their wills. Hence, Sun Liang had never clashed head-on with wills before. He had always felt that the rumors were exaggerated. However, now that he saw it for himself, he no longer dared to have such thoughts. The light of a will, invisible to the naked eye, spread out from Xiao Chen's body. The thunderclouds in the sky roared even more intensely. Under the boundless black clouds, bolt after bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky like long snakes. A huge shadow cast down, turning the sky dark. This made people wonder if the weather had changed. On the other hand, the state of thunder that Sun Liang had regathered was just a small patch of dark clouds. The roaring sound completely suppressed by Xiao Chen's lightning. Compared to Xiao Chen's, Sun Liang sounded like the helpless howls of a child, very laughable. When the several cultivators who rushed over saw this scene, their expressions all changed drastically. The branch master of the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's branch was actually forced into such a sorry state by a youth. When someone saw Xiao Chen's face, startled cries rang out from the crowd in the distance. What a fellow! It is actually him, the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen. Previously, there was a rumor that he swept through the Star-Grave Palace alone, snatching away all the painting pieces. After not seeing him for half a year, his strength has actually grown to such a level. It looks like the rumor is true. This fellow is truly incredible. Half a year ago, he dared to call back Wu Yuankai with words when he was only a martial monarch. Unexpectedly, half a year later, he is even more ridiculous, directly suppressing a martial sage. The scene of this white-clad youth barging into Hunluo City for the first time that night half a year ago was still vivid in the minds of the cultivators present, like it was yesterday. Half a year later, when the white-clad youth who had disappeared for a long time reappeared, he deeply shocked this group of lawless loose cultivators in Hunluo City. Xiao Chen's stern face glanced at Sun Liang, who was a kilometer away. Then, he held his saber with one hand and pushed off the air, starting to run. Up in the air, every time Xiao Chen took a step, the lightning in the sky would roar. It seemed to form a subtle connection with his footsteps. Chapter 780. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. As Xiao Chen ran, it became even more ferocious, and his vast aura soared. Xiao Chen's footsteps sounded like he was driving a vast army charging over. Clouds move with the wind, gathering wind and cloud. A saber light flashed as Xiao Chen executed the starting move of the lightning tribulation saber technique, which he had not used in a long time, gathering wind and cloud. The saber and sword clashed, giving off a melodious hum. Although it was an earth-ranked martial technique, with the support of the immortal will of thunder, it gave off a brilliant light and no weaker might. Dang, ding, ding. Before the radiance of the will, Sun Liang's aura was at a complete disadvantage. His heart was heavy, and he was not in the mood to continue fighting. He only thought about how to leave. He feared that he might end up becoming a stepping stone for a young expert to become famous. However, the more Sun Liang thought about it, the harder it was for him to leave. Xiao Chen's aura flourished as he executed move after move of the lightning tribulation saber technique smoothly and smoothly. Sun Liang was forced to use a heaven-ranked martial technique before he could barely contend with Xiao Chen. This scene confused several people. Is the will really that powerful? Sun Liang's heaven-ranked martial technique could not gain the upper hand against an earth-ranked martial technique. That is normal. Not only can the will suppress the opponent's state, but it can also raise one's strength in all aspects. Given this situation is understandable. Earthly lightning tribulation. Heavenly lightning tribulation. Divine lightning tribulation. After the lightning tribulation saber technique finished storing up power, Shao Chun sent down the lightning tribulation. Amid the thousands of lightning bolts, his white robes made him look like a thunder god as he used the saber light to guide the lightning tribulation. Each bolt of lightning tribulation was more horrifying than the one before. After seeing the divine lightning in misleading Fog Lake, Shao Chen's understanding of lightning tribulations deepened. The purple talisman in Shao Chen's Sea of Consciousness gave off a bright light as immortal inscriptions circulated. The 3 bolts of lightning tribulation were like real lightning tribulations in the world. The heavy and oppressive atmosphere made it difficult to even speak. After 3 moves, Sun Liang retreated again and again. The lightning instantly blasted the surrounding buildings into rubble, kicking up a large cloud of dust. When the last bolt of divine lightning fell, a golden bolt of lightning tore through the sky. The sword in Sun Liang's hand was knocked away. He vomited a mouthful of blood and landed on the roof of a pavilion. It looks like my intuition was right. After comprehending the immortal will of thunder, the lightning tribulation saber technique is indeed very promising. Shao Chun thought joyfully. Right now, he lacked a saber technique. He was not in a rush because he still had the lightning tribulation saber technique. The lightning tribulation saber technique was created by the heavenly saber pavilion's ancestor. Furthermore, there was much room for improvement. Now that Shao Chen had comprehended a will, he had seen the divine grade lightning talisman. He could use his current comprehensions to develop the lightning tribulation saber technique once more, changing it into a saber technique that was most suitable for him. Today, he used Sun Liang to test his skills, which further strengthened Shao Chen's thoughts. Looking up slightly, Shao Chen saw that Sun Liang was about to get up and run. His gaze turned cold, and 2 balls of blazing lightning burst out from under his feet. In the sea formed by the hazy lightning, there seemed to be 2 blue dragons breaking out of the sea. An explosive power gushed out from under his feet, bringing Shao Chun to the top of Sun Liang's head in an instant. Bang! Shao Chun stomped on Sun Liang's chest, pushing him back without any hesitation. The 100 slender heavenly sage laws around Sun Liang danced around continuously, bursting out with horrifying energy as he tried to get back up. Shao Chun smiled coldly, and the purple talisman in his Sea of Consciousness spun quickly. Rings of light from his will merged with the heavenly sage laws in his body, and the energy poured into his feet wildly. When Shao Chen's feet landed on Sun Liang's chest, no matter how Sun Liang struggled or roared, he could not get back up. Sun Liang let out cries of humiliation and dissatisfaction. A strong wind blew in the surroundings. The energy from the heavenly sage laws rippled out, making space look blurry. However, all of this was useless. Sun Liang, who was being trampled on by Shao Chen, could not change the outcome. In the distance, where the light of Shao Chen's will could not reach, the cultivators who saw this miserable scene looked at Sun Liang with sympathy. A bona fide martial sage was an overlord no matter where he went. Today, a youth trampled on him, unable to move at all. Shao Chen pressed the scabbard against Sun Liang's forehead, and a killing chi flowed up the scabbard and entered Sun Liang's mind. The bone-chilling aura caused the struggling Sun Liang to instantly lose his temper and become well-behaved. Shao Chen asked calmly, "Let me ask you one more time. Why is the Eternal Heavenly Sword School collecting dragon bones on such a large scale?" As this matter concerned the Thunder King's death, Shao Chen had no choice but to take such forceful measures. He wanted to destroy the other party's bottom line, both mentally and physically. I don't know. This is the Supreme Elder's idea. I am not really a major character in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Sun Liang's eyes were filled with horror, and his voice trembled as he spoke. Shao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked into the depths of the other party's eyes. His expression did not change. Perhaps the other party did not know the complete sequence of events, but he would at least know some clues. Chi! The scabbard exerted some force, and blood immediately flowed out of Sun Liang's forehead. Shao Chen did not say anything. He only increased the intensity of his killing chi. I really don't know. I only know that he seems to be here to refine. Just as Sun Liang was about to say something crucial, something strange happened. A flying sword flickering with fluorescent light suddenly shot at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin casually caught it. However, he had not expected this ordinary-looking sword strike to have such a strong might. It sent him flying with a jolt. The energy of the flying sword did not come from the spiritual energy of the world or the owner's quintessence. Instead, it came from the flying sword itself. Xiao Qin felt like he had seen the aura of the flying sword somewhere before. When he looked carefully, he discovered that the fluorescent light on the flying sword was not mental energy, quintessence, or vital qi. This was not mental strength, true essence, or physical strength. It was also not the energy produced by the fusion of the three. This was magic power. The Eros demon Leng Yu had once helped Xiao Qin condense some magic energy, which was exactly the same as this fluorescent light. This flying sword was a bona fide magic treasure. Xiao Qin looked up. At some point in time, a black-cloaked man had appeared. The black-cloaked man quickly stretched out his hand, and an invisible hand grabbed Sun Liang. The black-cloaked man immediately hoisted Sun Liang's weak body onto his shoulder. Then, the person under the cloak recalled the flying sword back into his sleeve. Then, he tossed out an ancient-looking handkerchief and stood on it. Space flashed, and he vanished into thin air. This action was very fast, so fast that Xiao Qin could not react. Damn it! Xiao Qin cursed. His sea of consciousness surged as he looked around. He felt a strange fluctuation in the air in a certain direction, and his gaze immediately narrowed. Electric light burst out from under Xiao Qin's feet. He did not hesitate to give chase. When he raised his leg, he crossed 5 kilometers. Electric light burst out, and the blue dragon soared into the sky. Xiao Qin stepped on air in hot pursuit. In a few breaths, Xiao Qin left the vast Hunluo city far behind. After traveling 50 kilometers out of the city, Xiao Qin frowned and suddenly stopped. Xiao Qin circulated his energy for the Kunpeng fist, and his heavenly sage laws circulated. The sky suddenly turned dark. A huge shadow blocked out all the sunlight. The Kunpeng hates the sky for being too low. Xiao Qin roared and spread his arms like wings. Then he flew towards a certain spot in the air. Then, without saying a word, he punched at a certain spot in the air. There was nothing there. Aside from air, there was nothing there. Ripples appeared in space, and a figure appeared. Everything seemed like it had purposely appeared before Xiao Qin's fist. It was very strange. A loud explosion resounded. Before the mysterious black-cloaked man could react, Xiao Qin's Kunpeng fist struck him. Kasi. Crisp sounds rang out. The mysterious man's black cloak tore, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back 5 kilometers. This punch blasted Sun Liang, who was on the mysterious man's shoulder, into a mist of blood. Without any heavenly sage laws, the inner vest Xiao Qin wore was just a dead object. It did not have any effect at all. Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and grabbed the spatial ring in the mist of blood. Then he soared into the air and teleported, appearing before the black-cloaked man. Aside from the deity race geniuses, I have never seen anyone in the younger generation with such vast mental energy like you. However, I am very curious. How did you know that my treasure can only travel 50 kilometers in one go? Without the hood covering his face, the man's appearance was surprisingly young. He was spirited and handsome, looking rather elegant and quick-witted. There was a wave of immortal energy flowing around him. He coughed softly and looked at Xiao Qin with eyes filled with spirituality. He did not seem to be afraid of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin raised his guard and said indifferently, "I don't know, and I don't need to know. As long as I know that you are not traveling into the void, I am confident of catching up to you." Interesting. All right, you have already helped me kill him. Goodbye. Xiao Qin smiled coldly and said, "Do you think you can leave? You are just a golden core cultivator who has not even formed a Yuanying, yet you still want to leave after being severely injured by me." This person was stunned. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Qin to figure out his identity with one glance. However, he remained calm after that. He said, "You are quite knowledgeable. However, you really cannot stop me." Suddenly, the black-cloaked man swung his hand, and a golden rope appeared. The rope quickly elongated and flew towards Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He recognized this magic treasure for trapping people. However, he did not know what rank it was, so he quickly dodged. I cannot kill you, but you cannot do anything to me either. Leave quickly. The Eternal Heavenly Sword School is not as simple as you think. The mysterious man smiled gently and opened his hand. That handkerchief reappeared in front of him. Then he stepped on it and vanished into thin air. That rope was rather difficult to deal with. After it locked onto Xiao Chen, he could not shake it off no matter what. Furthermore, it was made of an unknown material. It was extremely difficult to break. Kasi. After the time it took to brew a pot of tea, Xiao Chen circulated all his quintessence and swung his saber 4 times before he finally managed to chop the rope into 5 pieces. The mysterious man in the distance seemed to feel that his magic treasure had been broken. A pained expression appeared on his face. He said sullenly, "This fellow is really monstrous. He actually managed to break the dragon trapping rope that Master gave me to protect my life." However, Xiao Chen's expression turned even more unsightly. Unexpectedly, an ordinary rope had entangled him for so long. Chapter 781. Ao Jiao, are there still sects in the Kunlun realm that preserve the inheritances of immortal arts? Ao Jiao replied softly, I'm not sure. I heard that in the easternmost region of the Kunlun realm, in the depths of the chaotic demonic sea, there are still some sects that preserve the inheritances of immortal arts. However, they do not have many inheritances. They are extremely limited. Furthermore, immortal cultivation is not like the martial Tao, where everyone can cultivate it. Without an immortal destiny, one cannot even reach the basic level. Those sects are not considered major powers. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Although the compendium of cultivation in his mind contained the systematic knowledge of talismans, formations, medicinal pills, and immortal arts, there were very few high-ranked immortal arts. However, there were very few high-grade immortal techniques, and all of them required magic power to activate. The immortal arts and talismans that could use mental energy to cultivate were of lower ranks. They were not as mighty as the various martial techniques, not to mention heaven-ranked martial techniques. Hence, Xiao Chen had neglected the cultivation of immortal arts. Instead of using his time to cultivate low-ranked magic techniques, he would be much more efficient in cultivating martial techniques. However, after the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 7th layer, there would be a major change. If Xiao Chen really had an immortal destiny, he might be able to cultivate magic energy. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and said, Unfortunately, Sun Liang still died. There is no way to know why the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was collecting dragon bones. There is no need to feel unfortunate. I already guessed it. When he said, refine, the last word should be medicinal pill. The only medicinal pill that requires so many dragon bones to refine is the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill. True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill? Ao Jiao nodded and said, That's right. It is the True Dragon Fame Pill, a peerless medicinal pill that can extend Emperor Wu's lifespan. It looks like that Eternal Heavenly Sword Sage did enter Emperor Wu. However, his talent is not good, and he does not have much lifespan left. To refine the True Dragon Fame Pill, one needs a special flame. Only the chaotic demonic sea has it. I guess that person was the cultivator that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School invited to refine medicinal pills. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said, In that case, this Eternal Sky Sword Sage really is related to the Thunder King's death. Ao Jiao said in a deep voice, I've seen this person before. Back then, he was guided by the Thunder King many times. With his talent, if he didn't have great help, he definitely wouldn't be able to enter Emperor Wu's realm. The death of the Thunder King is most likely related to him. When Xiao Chen returned to Hunluo City with a heavy heart, he saw Bai Qi and Xinyuan Zhantian. The two of them thanked him for helping out. I really underestimated you. It is hard to predict who will emerge victorious in your 1-year appointment with Bai Wuxue. Xiao Chen could even trample an inferior-grade martial sage under his feet, rendering him immobile. Naturally, Bai Qi and Lu Jingning did not doubt Xiao Chen's strength. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Now that he knew that the Eternal Heavenly Sword School was related to the Thunder King's death, he felt even more anxious. As a rank 8 sect, the Eternal Heavenly Sword School had far more than one inferior grade martial sage. It would be extremely difficult to find the Eternal Sky Emperor Wu, who was in closed-door cultivation somewhere, and ask him about the true cause of the Thunder King's death. However, no matter how difficult it was, Xiao Chen had to try. Be it for Ao Jiao or his own promise, he could not give up so easily. After saying goodbye to the two, Xiao Chen headed for the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion in the city. There were no major auctions taking place recently, so there were not many cultivators coming and going in front of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the signboard with golden words on it, entering deep thought. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen entered. When he saw someone in the hall, his eyes could not help but light up. A pretty maidservant smiled faintly as she walked over to Xiao Chen. This was Xiao Mei, who had served him in the past. "Young Master Xiao, after not seeing you for half a year, your strength has improved again. Congratulations." Xiao Mei's red lips parted, and her melodious and pleasing voice rang out. "I wonder, what is young master's purpose in coming to the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion?" Xiao Chen did not bother saying anything. He immediately took out a piece of paper and listed several spirit herbs and medicinal flowers on it. These were all the ingredients needed to refine the Breaking Sage pill. Some of the ingredients were very precious, the kind that could only be found and not sought. Xiao Chen had not expected to collect them all in one go. He only instructed Xiao Chen to give him double the amount of everything he could collect. After that, he specifically instructed Xiao Chen to buy the heart-nourishing flower if there were any. The heart-nourishing flower was a necessity for cultivating the firmament body-tempering art to the next layer. In the past, Xiao Chen did not have astral coins. Even if he came across it, he could not afford it. Now that he had astral coins, he naturally had to pay attention to it. After Xiao Mei listened carefully and recorded everything down, she smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, please wait in the pavilion first. I will go and help you arrange it. Furthermore, the Nangong Venerate has been waiting for you for a long time already." This development stunned Xiao Chen slightly. This woman, Ying Qiong, has not left yet. In the pavilion on the 3rd floor of the Flourishing Heaven Pavilion, the spacious room looked very elegant and quiet. The incense burner on the tea table gave off white smoke. Ying Qiong returned to her usual noble and imposing appearance. She looked elegant and refined. As she watched Xiao Chen walk to the door, she smiled faintly. "Young Master Xiao, after half a year, you are even more elegant than before. You are even able to trample on a bona fide inferior grade martial sage. This little girl admires and respects you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and stepped forward. His footsteps were silent, but they carried an invisible force that struck the ground. When Xiao Chen was only 10 steps away from the tea table, his gaze sank. Then he attacked at lightning speed, throwing a punch at Ying Qiong. Putting down the teacup, Ying Qiong pushed off with her feet and gently drifted backward. Xiao Chen landed on the tea table and pushed off the ground, giving chase. His body soared into the air, and his right leg kicked out with a whistling sound. Ding, ding, ding. The two of them did not use any quintessence or vital qi in the room. They simply exchanged blows, their fists and feet clashing, giving off powerful sounds. Soon, the two exchanged 100 moves. Their figures flew around the pavilion, moving back and forth. As they attacked and defended, they advanced and retreated. However, no one managed to gain the upper hand. Suddenly, Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab Ying Qiong's fist. Then he used some strength to prevent her from struggling free. Ying Qiong's pretty face changed slightly. After trying a few times, she discovered that she was no match for Xiao Chen in terms of physical strength. However, she did not really want to fight with Xiao Chen. She could not help but say angrily, "Let go." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. He directly pulled, catching Ying Qiong off guard. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled her into his embrace. An elegant fragrance came from the girl in his embrace. With a gentle sniff, Xiao Chen poked his head out. Their eyes met, and their noses nearly touched. This posture looked very ambiguous. The two spun around and gently landed on the tea table. "Let go of me. What are you doing?" Ying Qiong frowned. She could not figure out what Xiao Chen was trying to do, so she felt very nervous. Ying Qiong opened her mouth and exhaled hot air, making Xiao Chen's face feel very comfortable. Feeling the girl struggling, Xiao Chen could not help but put more strength into his arms. When their eyes met, Ying Qiong saw Xiao Chen's clear eyes and a playful expression. She could not help but feel guilty. "Oh!" Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen tapped gently and his lips landed on Ying Qiong's tender, red lips. The air seemed to freeze. Ying Qiong's eyes widened in shock. She could no longer care about anything else. Quintessence surged from her body, trying to push Xiao Chen away. However, Xiao Chen raised his head and smiled, dodging in advance. Bang! 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 Some of the decorations nearby shattered, crushed by Ying Qiong's quintessence. As Ying Qiong stood on the tea table, her pretty face turned cold. A faint murderous intent appeared in her eyes as she said in a frosty voice, "Xiao Chen, you are really bold. Are you not afraid that I will fall out with you?" Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "If there were people who could make me stay in this flourishing heaven pavilion, would you still be so polite to me? If you want to ask me if I have another core painting piece, just say so." Xiao Chen's spiritual sense detected 4 martial sages in Hunluo City's flourishing heaven pavilion. Among them, there was even a medial-grade martial sage. With such strength, it was no wonder no one dared to cause trouble within 5 kilometers of the flourishing heaven pavilion. However, it was not realistic to keep Xiao Chen, who had merged thunder steps and the blue dragon cloud soaring art. Even if he could not defeat a medial-grade martial sage, he could still leave. Xiao Chen had once nearly died because of this girl. He could not beat her up or kill her. However, he had to take some advantage of her. Hence, the earlier kiss. Now that this girl was clearly furious but could not do anything to him, Xiao Chen achieved his goal. He felt much happier in his heart. When Ying Qiong heard Xiao Chen's words, a clear fluctuation appeared in her eyes. She said softly, "You really obtained the other core painting piece. Indeed, I guessed that the barrier would not be able to hold you for long." Right after she spoke, Ying Qiong's expression returned to normal. Suddenly, a smile appeared in her eyes as she looked meaningfully at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's skin was not thin. If the other party wanted to look, he would just let her be. His expression did not change at all. "I originally thought that young master